We are back, but I am completely out of focus. Let me rechange that with the power of slight editing. Haha! There we go. We are back. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. I am shockingly still alive, and at this time of night, not drunk. I haven't even had a single drop yet. I am joined by a still image of Raisin, a force of nature we have seen once or twice in the past. Normally when she doesn't have her face on. I mean, literally, it's like a Skeletor thing going on there. It's like she just has a bone. She's got great bone structure. I don't know why she needs to hide it with the face mask, but you know, kill for those cheekbones.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Red. Hey, Billy.
But I'll live for mine. Thank you very much. Oh. We have a lot of Cobes space stuff tonight, as threatened and completely unplanned. Favorite Son dropped the interview with Clint that he always pined for, and he did it way sooner than I expected. In fact, there was always wonder if he ever could pull it off or not. We also have a new look at Cobes from his neighbor, who has made the occasional noting about his life. So we get to see from their point of view. Also, Cobes did not have a good Christmas. So we're going to look at that. Now, before you roll your eyes, it gets better. Because, and you should all take hope from this, it looks like Cobes might have a new partner, a new lady. She's taking it slow. She's a lovely lady. We shot her on stream very briefly. I've talked to her once or twice. She is I believe the name is Naked and Laughing. And we'll have a look at some of her. And if we have time after all that, We can do something non-Cobes to round out the evening if we're feeling it. But, you know, I think maybe the Cobra Venom will have done its job by then. First things first. Raisin, how's you?
Yeah. I am surprisingly good and exhausted from the holiday and so not done yet because we still have to get through New Year's Eve.
Plans for New
But
Year's?
fun. Probably just hang out with family, maybe a couple friends over, but yeah, I don't know, trying to keep everything simple.
Yeah. Oh, we just
Cousins
got our first
probably
donation.
getting drunk. Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Let's get this boy started off right. Here's a cheers to two of my favorite
Hold on.
streamers.
Letting it play
Also
out.
a shout out to that red eye guy. Oi.
From €9 from Billy Boy Blue. Thank you so much. Let's get this boy started off right. Here's cheers to two of my favorite streamers. Also, shout out to that red eye guy. Oi. Oi.
Oi, indeed.
Oi, oi.
Thank you.
With a noise that my ma would always say when I was very young and she was still more English than Irish at the time. Oi! Whenever I did something bad. Oi! Statman has earned me doing a shot of Morgan's, which is chilling in the fridge. I did not expect to be reaching for it so quickly, so I'll go and get it now.
Should have put it in the freezer.
Even better, yeah. Few things. Let's get the shilling out of the way before I give that shot, and then we can get into tonight's show. Number one, please like, share, and subscribe if you not have already. It definitely helps the channel grow. This has been a good year for the channel, you guys are amazing. You're amazing, and very few of you are beta males. But here's the stickler. 2024 should be a great laugh because I'm planning to upgrade the rig, so we don't have to worry about rig issues in the future. Plan to start the whole Lego thing, so I'm going to need to get a few extra things for that. And there might be, no guarantees, but there might be a trip to America in March. Or perhaps later in the year, if I can afford it. It's kind of up in the air right now, I will not lie there, folks. I have...
Flexibility is good.
Yep. I won't if it can't be March, if it can't be St. Patrick's Day, then maybe it'll be September, or even this time next year. That would be wild and probably very unlikely that many people would show up, especially in Philly. God. But if you are so inclined, we have a stream goal, greatly appreciated. If you join our watch party, you'd have to go and subscribe over there on Twitch, where I do my gaming. Gaming will be on a much more regular basis. We have so many games to crack. So much so that you'll get the next stream on Friday. I'll probably need a recovery day after tomorrow. And beyond that, you know... Just check out Twitter and join our Discord and all that good stuff. Now, I'm gonna grab this Morgan's, and I am also gonna.
Welcome to the Tornado Club, Brad. I hear if you were noticing, I believe Lev also has recently joined the Tornado Club.
Yep.
Wild weather, y'all.
Now, Ireland of all places, Christ.
They're everywhere now. In Pennsylvania, like I said, there was one little one when I was a kid. One that I ever even saw. It didn't even make the news. It was just like a little bloop and back up. And now they're throwing roofs into buildings and stuff. And it's pretty wild. It's usually only once a year. But, yeah. And then I saw the pictures that Love was posting. That was pretty wild. Did you get any links there, Red? And he looks at like hopefully you're okay other than the power.
Yeah. Like how did it hit you guys?
Your new art rig and your plants and stuff. Everybody's doing okay.
Your workshop. I hope that was okay. I hope first and foremost,
Right?
I hope someone wasn't hurt or killed. You know, that's kind of the most important
I would hope
thing.
he would have told us if something terrible happened.
Don't worry, guys. My painting is fine. My flowers are fine. 8 of my neighbors are dead, but I can still make the videos.
Good grief.
Oh, there are people out there. Even I'm gonna be honest. Even during the tornado, just afterwards, a lot of people were like, "Oh, my stuff's all ruined," and I was like, "Yeah, but at least someone wasn't hurt." And he kind of, the guy kind of looked at me, and he was like, "Yeah, right." Like,
How dare you look on the bright side of things? Don't you dare be grateful.
the plants got fragged. That's unfortunate. You put so much effort into them.
Oh no.
Yeah, they were doing so well.
Yeah, that should
But
look
that
real
that
nice.
just simply means once you clean it back up, you know exactly what you're doing. They'll be back as right as round this time next year if you really want
Oh
them.
wow. That
Oh yeah. Well, there you
wow.
go. That's why I asked for the
So
casualty
I don't
rate.
think anybody. Yeah, I don't think anybody here. Geez, we hope not, Ren. The ghost of the machine.
He's now in virtual space. Like
Maybe some of them will sprout back up. Sometimes plants make it even when storms take them out.
depends how deep the roots
Oh,
are, but yeah.
yeah. Sometimes they
Anyway,
get just drowned out. Speaking of plants, hey Troy.
here is another form of storm. Storm to my kidneys and livers. To you there, Billy Boy Blue. Muscadoon.
Rum-pa-pum-pum.
Time
Come
for
and
some
join us,
rum.
Troy.
Rum. I got a little one because I knew I wouldn't need it. We're starting pretty late, and I've been eating steaks all day, so I'm quite luggy. I'm quite bloated, floating in the ether of my own debauchery.
I like that word.
Debauchery.
Correct.
You have to say it as like a fat English noble, but wearing nothing but those giant wigs and like a whole lot of makeup, getting fed grapes.
How am I gonna get that out of my head now?
Debauchery.
Brain Brillo.
Oh, he has a little pencil mustache to make him look more dapper. It's the chubbiest fucking cheeks you can imagine.
And they're all red from being drunk too, because debauchery.
More claret than blood at this point now.
Rum and Mountain Dew. What is Mountain Dew Spark? Is that like a flavored Mountain Dew?
If I remember
like an
right, he
energy
was
Mountain Dew?
inspired by Cobes, which is never a good thing. when it comes
Yikes.
down to
Well,
food.
it is an appropriate stream for that, isn't it?
Yeah, in all fairness, I'm surprised no one's making one of his cocktails, the Cobra Mist, which according to Sun does not taste too bad, and the Cobra Venom, which I don't remember if that was good or bad. I tried to make the Venom at one point, that failed miserably.
It must have been good enough if you don't remember it.
Truth.
Certainly did the job.
Raspberry lemonade.
Interesting. I might try that. I like raspberry lemonade.
I like raspberry. I like raspberry ice cream. One of my favorite ice cream.
Ooh.
All right. So we should have the window capture set, or is it the window capture? Or yes, it is. So
Gage.
Hi Gage. Let's get into our first. We're doing it by the amount of stuff that has been released. So first things first, we're going to look at Cobes' Christmas disaster, and then we'll move on to a confession of his neighbors, and then finally the big meat and potatoes of the whole evening, the Clint Saunders interview. Which I will say up front, I've seen this one, and I've seen I saw a little bit of the confession of the neighbors. Didn't see the whole thing. But the Clint Saunders, I'm going in blind, but Raisin apparently did not, because she's already seen it.
I watched that as soon as it popped up in my notifications, and I'm excited to cover that with you. We'll leave it there for now. And I watched the neighbor one, but I have not seen the Christmas disaster. So I'm hoping this came before his interview with his dad.
Yeah.
Because that would make me feel better about whatever we're about to witness. If they followed it up with some love and not ended it with whatever this is about to be.
Well, I can't answer that until I see it. But at the exact same time, I don't think that like Clint and his family don't love him, but they are kind of sick and done with him. Like I don't blame them either.
Oh, I'm excited to get your take on what you
Okay,
see. I
all
really
right.
am.
Well, then, without further ado, God, I love the music from Bottom
Boy
Chronicles.
Cobra back at it with another video. If you're trying to get a hold of me via my cell phone, it's not going to happen.
That's his third this year, all of which were destroyed by him in fits of rage.
My cell phone is currently kaput. I'm in the process of replacing it. I'll let you know as soon as I get it back. It's going to cost me like $168 to replace it.
You can get a cheaper
What?
one than that. You can get them for like 80. I mean, there'd be shit phones, but he doesn't. I can imagine him like doing a lot of crazy stuff with his phone. He needs a camera, and he needs
My
like.
phone has served me just fine since 2017, and
Jesus.
it was not expensive.
That thing's battery must be starting to show wear and tear, though, if nothing else.
A little bit, finally. It just started doing that about 4 months ago.
Damn, that's
I'm
an
usually
impressive
really
phone.
anal about how I charge it. No, I have a system. I have a system. Like, I'm really OCD about how I treat my batteries and my electronics because you can't just replace them anymore.
Oh,
So
yeah, that's
I make sure that
right.
they're charged properly and that you drain them properly. That you train. Like, people say it's bullshit, but I train every one of my batteries, and this phone has been kicking and happy
No,
since
no,
2017 until now.
no, that is 100% correct. I too also just let them drain out. Only problem is I often have to use it up as a backup screen sometimes. Like I'm using it right now to see the chat. Hey there, wait a minute. You're all saying hi to some guy by the name of Timmy or Tubby, but I can't see him in the chat.
Are you on live chat or are you on top chat?
Oh, I'm on live chat on my thingamajig on my computer, but not on my phone. Let's all messages. God, I hate. There he is. There's King Tubby. Hi, King Tubby.
Right? I wish it could default to just the live chat, and then if you only
Right?
want to see, like, then you can change it to some sort of weird thing, like,
And I was
I
saying
don't
this to
know.
Naked and Laughing as well. The little heart down the corner. It's in such an awkward position. Like if you need to pin
It
a
really
message,
is.
like oh my god, it is so.
Or if
I'm
you
okay.
screw up and you want to like fix it, like you can't remove the message until somebody says something else because you can't get at the three dots.
Yeah.
So no
But
pinning,
I
no
digress.
removing, no
I'm in the
blocking, no
process of
nothing.
working on it.
Thanks, Google. Thanks,
I want
Obama.
to go to bed here in a second because I was sleeping and I woke up and then, yeah. Right now I'm drinking on my homemade wine.
That's an important factor
I
here.
got this cherry wine that I made with the peppermint candy canes and the
Ugh.
chocolate candy, and it is delicious.
Chocolate and peppermint and cherry. So a whole lot of sugar, but chocolate, it's dairy chocolate too, if I remember right. So he's got
I feel
dairy
like
in his
chocolate
meat.
can go with peppermint and cherry can go with chocolate. I
As a
don't know if chocolate. I
mead?
don't know if peppermint and cherry go together
It's
in
not
my
even
personal taste profiles.
it's not even just that. Like he can't really get drunk off that because chocolate is a dairy and it won't ferment in that way. You need to. It's a very complicated process to make like dairy ferment, and he doesn't do it
What
right.
did he put in it that was chocolate though? I mean, did he put like that syrup that calls itself chocolate syrup because there's nothing dairy or chocolate about it?
It could have been the Hershey. I actually don't remember that one. I thought it was dairy, but now thinking of it, I can't remember. I thought you just put a big chocolate bar in it, but knowing him, it would be a Hershey's syrup thing, just squirting it in. He filled an entire bottle up with honey. From the thing, so that must have, and it was local honey too, because he thought, oh, that would be better. It must have cost a fortune. Like it's insane. Anyway, boop.
Yes.
Oh, look how happy he is.
I love how I make an effort not to drink or be drunk around my family this Christmas, and I still get shit for it. I digress. I don't want to get into it.
I digress. I don't want to get into it after he just said it as a non sequitur, as a tangent to what he was talking about, as if anyone asked him.
just gonna let it go because the whole fight was fucking stupid, and I don't want any drama in my life. All I wanted for Christmas was to be able to spend time with my family without any fighting or any drama, and I can't even have that.
He did a no.
It is what it is.
It
We're
is
gonna let
what
it
it
go and let
is.
bygones be bygones.
BBB.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
Then he makes a video about it.
He doesn't want to talk about it, and he wants to let bygones be bygones, but he's bitching about that he just wanted to have a nice Christmas. That is like a recipe storm right there for... I did something that I know if I say out loud, people will criticize and condemn.
Oh,
so I'm not going to say what it is.
He will say what it is, making this whole opening completely fucking pointless.
Or go live until I fix my cell phone. It is what it is.
Yeah, no more cooking for the time being.
But you know what? I love my family and I love my fans and my friends, and I hope everyone had an awesome Christmas and a happy New Year. I had an awesome Christmas despite everything. My dad made his delicious prime rib, and we watched Christmas with the Cranks. That's a pretty funny holiday movie.
See how drunk he is here? This kind of reminds me of when I get super drunk sometimes on stream and like my eyes start closing. That's when I end streams. He's starting that drunk.
Mm.
And he's really depressed.
But I need a break from people, dude. I do. So if you don't see me on YouTube for the next couple of days, because I'm working on getting my cell phone replaced and trying to keep my head above the surface. If that makes any sense. The whole fight started because I went
right there. He doesn't want to talk about it, but now we get to know.
I had to have a cigarette, and my mom and dad are like, "Could you not drink any more of that homemade wine while you're here? Thanks." And I wasn't planning on it because I already had enough.
But why did you bring it? Well, why did you bring it anyway? No one else was going to drink it. And I think that might be the reason he's so sad and angry, is that nobody wanted to have his disgusting poison. You know? It's like if he brought his crack pipe over and people were like, "No, I don't want to have that crack. Thank you. You think you're better than me."
So like, it felt like they were giving me shit just because they could. And when you're the oldest child out of all three siblings, that's to be expected.
Just making excuses. I think he does know he fucked
People
up.
want to accuse me of being an asshole when I drink, and I'm like, I'm only an asshole when you fuck with me, dude. And that's fair.
No. That's very untrue. That's extremely untrue, and we have many years of proof of that.
I think it's more that he doesn't understand that he's taking, like, that he doesn't, like, he mistakes things because he's drinking and then it's escalated quickly. But I think I'm super jazzed to get to the last one. Because I'm super curious to see how you feel about this. I almost want to say, don't close this tab. Because after we watch the last one, you might want to rewatch this. I'm curious if you would.
All right, we'll move it back. You clearly have foresight that I do not.
Drunk around my family for the holidays. You know, I have a social drinking limit, and that's 3 to 4 cocktails.
Again, that's not true. That's a complete lie.
That's general. Like, if I don't feel like getting drunk and I'm drinking to be social, I only have like 4 maximum. Because I didn't want to repeat it last year, dude. You think, you know, and to be called a selfish piece of shit and an asshole when I drank, and I'm like, really? If I was so selfish, dude, I would have fucking chugged the entire bottle of homemade wine and showed up to my family's house blackout, but I didn't.
He thinks this is an improvement, but they still had a fight.
Yeah, that's not cool. It's not cool to say, because I could have done worse, that makes this okay. I don't know what this is yet, but it shouldn't be okay because something could be worse.
And I still got shit.
He can never not be the cause of it. He can never not be the cause of it. It's the
Certainly
trolls.
not in this state. I do think that he regulates potentially off screen to some extent.
Maybe?
Like they
How else would he get
I'm
this
just gonna
far?
fuck up, and they didn't even give me the chance
Enabling fathers, maybe?
to succeed. The whole fucking fight was stupid. It was so stupid. I don't even want to talk about it on YouTube.
Then why did you do that? It's like someone has a gun pointed to the back of his head.
I need a
That's
break.
how all
from
these
people,
these
dude.
fellas are.
It's
You
nothing
know
against
that.
my family.
On that completely separate topic, Egghead, wherever you are, I hope you're okay, man. Because that was a wild and scary last night for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And
apologies, man. I had to check out when you got back on the road with the phone. I don't. It's not my deal to watch people die.
Yeah. In fact, man, what was going on there is just an extension of what we've been saying for years, that you almost forget that you do have a colossal safety net. Frankly, I'll be honest, you have a safety net way bigger than mine, full of people who do fucking love you, man. Maybe start remembering that and stop doing whatever the fuck last night was. Don't make that into a habit. Do not become our Cobes, okay? Does it look like he's having a fun time? Did you have a fun time last night? Like, Jesus. Like, we were fucking terrified for you.
Family,
How many other people on the
or
road?
my friends, or my family.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Well, everyone was saying, like, pull over. Christ.
One of my neighbors came in and checked on me last night, or, you know what I'm saying, when I got home from my family's.
What I'm saying, Tubes.
And I appreciate that. He let me type on the typewriter. He's like, check out this typewriter I got. I'm like, old school, ching, when it hits the end of the paper. Fucking yeah. So you know what I did? To blow off steam, I typed a bunch of
What did
words.
Egghead do? I won't give you the details, but his stream up was it was scary because he was talking like worse than even old Egghead about the sadness, and he was very sad, and
He was very clearly distraught when I first popped in there, and
it got a little worse.
Should not have been driving in that condition, and then to pile on having people respond emotional stuff while he's driving and reading and crying, and he did calm down, and he did go pull up at home.
He did.
I don't know what happened after that, because once he
eventually
backed the car out and started going back on the road, I checked
everyone
out,
browbeat everyone browbeat him. He's like, fine. Yeah, he's he's had bad thoughts in his head, and everyone.
We've all been there, man. There's nothing wrong with feeling the way he did.
No,
I think we all do. I don't think we all put it on blast on the internet.
No,
but there's nothing wrong with having those thoughts. But we do need friends to say, like, hey, you need to check yourself and maybe check the negative thoughts.
Like everyone from DP except for Ben, who was live streaming at the time, was there, and even Ryby showed up to say, like, dude, you're okay, it's fine, like you'll be okay, just pull over and go home. Anyway,
I'm glad his friends showed up for him.
Oh, well, they'll always be there for him. It's just be nice if he fucking remembered that we exist. What he's talking about, he's got no one in his life.
When you're in that depression, it's hard to see it. It is.
I know.
That I won't deny.
But anyway,
doesn't make putting people's life in danger okay, but it's legitimate. Like everybody. But anyway, feels that way.
we'll move on from that. Gage, you can go and reach out to him if you want. You know the man.
On the typewriter because I wanted to be silly, and that's exactly what I did. And my family says they put up with a lot. They put up with a lot because of me, and I'm like, the feeling is mutual. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to fucking blame my family for anything. I acknowledge that I got problems, and I need to work on my shit. I'll flat out acknowledge that. But when you don't even give me a chance to succeed, you just assume I'm going to fail, and then immediately you have to insert your 2 cents. While telling me nobody wants to hear your 2 cents.
Because we've heard it for decades, and you've heard your responses for decades, but the difference is we don't shut our ears and go, yeah. That's exactly what you do, including right now.
I get a little pissed about it, dude. And then on top of that, it's like, oh great, my idol Ozzy Osbourne has a fucking spinal tumor, And all I wanted for Christmas was to be able to spend time with my family without any fighting or any drama, and I don't even get to have that.
Well,
Even
you're
if
the
my
one that
family
caused it,
doesn't
man.
forgive me or work on themselves, I don't care. Do not care.
Work on themselves? So it was whataboutism. Like, fuck off. No, man. No, I don't have sympathy for you after this. You ruined another Christmas.
Nothing like being screamed at by your father as he's driving you home, calling me a piece of shit and yelling "fuck you" at me as loud as he can. I'm like, instead of having a conversation about this like mature adults who are just gonna yell at each other, okay,
You're
I
not a mature adult.
It is what it is. People are gonna be like, Cobra, what happened? And blah blah blah. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm not gonna discuss what happened on my channel.
You just are. Oh, wait, good job, man.
The fight's over with. It's done with. The whole fight was stupid to begin with. But it's like, how am I supposed to feel, dude, when I feel like my family fucking secretly hates my guts? Would it have killed my family to be like,
Here we go.
hey, Josh, appreciate you not getting blackout drunk around Christmas like you did last year. What
The barest of minimums.
you got out there? Some homemade wine? Can I try some of it?
See, he wants vindication for a terrible life decision. Pass the heroin needle like a good family. No, man. No. You are in the wrong here once
It
again.
would be perfectly reasonable for his parents to have asked him not to drink at all during their Christmas if he ruined Christmas last year from drinking. That is a very legitimate, very reasonable boundary for them to have set.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't even go that far. So he maybe should take a look at this video and watch his interview again with his father and think about his life, because he's got a framing issue and it's not on anybody else.
Every day I have to remind myself I only get angry at the dude because I know he can do better. And as he'd hear it, oh, you just hate me. No, man. I hate where you are right now, though. Absolutely. But that's a phase that you can leave when you want to, because you got into it the same way. You can get out of it the same way. Your fucking mindset.
Mm-hmm.
But when my family
Only now you've got a substance addiction.
Selfish piece of shit and call me an asshole when I drink, I'm like, I'm only an asshole when you fuck with me. And to be fair, I made a solid effort this year to not get blackout drunk around my family, to only have 3 to 4 drinks and not count anyone else's drinks like I usually do when I'm around.
Oh, he's one of those people that when you say that you've been drinking too much, well, look how much you drank. Yeah, but, you know, they're not the one that causing the scene. You are. You know, like, you wouldn't get away with this in a bar. He hasn't gotten away with this in bars. He's barred from most bars.
My family, and I still got crap for it, dude.
I have a friend, he and his wife can take down a 30-pack in a couple hours and be headed out. Like, or, you know, you're handing somebody money to go out to the distributor and pick out more. And usually be fine. Like, at worst, like a little bit funny, possibly a little bit naked. But, but not
these people are
anyone.
coming to the fan meetup, right?
It's the fella that's usually getting naked, so I don't... His wife wraps him in tinfoil to make him decent for the children.
God, I'm gonna have to remember to watch me voice tonight.
I have pictures. I'll share them with you.
Oh, sure, share these intimate moments with me. Sure, okay. But
he does this shit at public festivals.
Anyway, go and finish your statement.
He's not, you know, they don't behave like this. The point being, like, you may have to limit it to 4 so you don't act like an inappropriate person in company, but some people can hammer down 15, and at worst, they're just being goofy and understand, like, hey, this isn't the place, like they're not, I won't say his name, but the fella's not going to cuss somebody out if they tell him, like, maybe you should go sleep it off, like, his wife will give him that look and he'll be like, yeah, probably. And then they'll go back to their tent, do their thing, and go to sleep. Like, nobody's being a dick. Like, so some people can drink a lot and not have to have that boundary in place. Like, that those boundaries get set when you've given people cause to do that. And if you are sorry for your past actions and you want to atone for them properly so that you can maintain the forgiveness that you're given, then maybe pay attention to why boundaries are in place, respect them, and don't be uncouth about it. And people remind you that boundaries are being pushed. But these are all my opinions, and it's not my life or my business. But if you were asking my opinion, that's what I would say. I don't think it's. I'm with you. I don't think it's valid to count somebody else's drinks, like even like that. Like I don't.
It's
what is
so
everybody
petty.
Whataboutism?
It's such a petty. Like
comparing doesn't do anybody any good. Because if you're comparing, like, what if you could do better and you're surrounding yourself with only shit people and that's who you compare yourself to, and like you think that a little bit better than that is great, right? Like,
yeah.
Don't compare. Do what you can do for what you feel is right and wrong, and stop worrying about what everybody else is doing. And that's not like a Cobes advice. That's a advice for myself and anybody else who feels like they might benefit from it. And if you say fuck you, that's cool.
No, I get it.
Do you?
I mean, Jesus Christ! Like, I know I get very like judgmental with the guy, but I wouldn't give a shit about him. I was actually thinking about this. I don't really talk about Jared too much because I actively want Jared to be arrested and put in jail because he's a danger to himself and others, mostly others. That's what I think. And the moment he snaps is the moment that there's probably a little girl who will never be right ever again, or his dad will be murdered by him. And yeah, I don't talk about him nearly as much as I do Cobes because I don't give a fuck about Jared. I give a fuck about Cobes because I see A, myself and a lot of other people I know in Cobes, and B, I see a good guy there, but he's so wrapped up in his version of events that he always, everything he does has to result in something that will make him look positive. And I call that pandering and coddling and enabling to the people who do that. And that's why I have no respect for them, even if they know that's the easiest way to deal with them. No, you don't give in to the toddler's pouts. You fucking put them in timeout until they realize they're not getting what they want. But he's an adult.
This how do you do that with the YouTube thing? Like when... Like, what is the version of timeout? Like, when people are flooding the channel to see the...
Just go
that would make sense.
Yeah, just go in, take his computer away. Honestly, you need to go to the state and show them all the stuff over the years and say, does it look like he can take care of himself? And their response back will probably be, well, actually, we don't know. We're going to have a look at this. And then he becomes a ward of the state, or a ward of his family directly, probably Clint, and then they can say, no money for you, no alcohol for you, no, when you're smart, you get some of these things back, maybe. And if you want to say that's like belittling, yeah, he needs that in his life.
I don't think that would work for him, though.
Oh, he'd rage against it.
You'll see.
I know.
For sure. I just don't, I don't know, like... I'm with you. Like, I know that a lot of people that kind of thing works for. I don't know that would for him, especially not at the state that this has gotten to. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe
his like who he is, his personality would allow him to settle on that. At least not in this time. Like, if he were to get into that kind of thing and start letting that work for him, I think that it would become easier. I do think it's something that he could do more with.
It would be so much better if he was if he did it like himself. But we've waited years for him to do that, and it's only gotten worse, not better. So, like,
that's what we're seeing, though. Yeah. I don't know what we don't see, and that last interview gave me a swift kick in the pants and taught me to remember myself, because I'm like, there's a lot of things like you just don't know.
True. But we've also seen him like that last big freak out stream he did where he was punching the wall and shit and screeching and all the duster. And
he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, that's not justification for freaking out his entire building or trying to kill himself. Like, he's in a lot of pain. Well, that's because he's peeling his own skin off. So maybe don't peel your own skin off. And
Sometimes you don't know, though. You don't realize until you're out of it and you look back at it.
I think honestly, like when he looks back at those sort of streams, he realizes nebulously that he did something wrong, or more
No, I mean,
importantly,
when he actually changes his mindset, he can look back on all of this and see it for what it is. I don't
okay,
think he's there yet. I don't think he's there yet.
I think he's abstractly there. I think he knows that he does something wrong, and that most importantly of all, he let his dad down. His dad is clearly the world to him, but at the same
with
time,
good reason too.
it's not. Clint does seem, even before this, I could tell Clint's a very interesting man. He's part of the Blue Man Group, isn't he? But here, like, all I'm saying is, it's one thing to know to do something, like losing weight. It's very easy to lose weight. Just don't eat as much calories as you need to burn off, and you'll start losing weight. Not true for everyone, but it's a standard. But until you do it, that information might as well not exist. He knows what to do, but he refuses to do it because he doesn't want to. That's selfish when what he wants to do hurts other people as well as himself. And
I don't disagree.
and I wasn't claiming that you were. We're both looking
Yeah,
at this
no.
from the same. We're both looking at this from the
Yeah.
same levels of, from the same side of the coin. Just mine's a little harsher than yours, you know. And although
More masculine.
oh,
That's all.
it very well could be. This could very well be
That's
a
all.
genuine divide. But
And it's not a divide. It's just it's a balance. Like, it's two different approaches. And honestly, I think most people do best when they have both of those kind of forces working with them simultaneously when they're going through learning stages. Like, you need both, because sometimes you need somebody to tell you to knock it the fuck off, and sometimes you need somebody to be like, you know that we love you even when you're fucking up, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you need
before
both. You need both tones. You need that verbal hug and that
rod. Yeah. Before we move on, chat, what do you guys think overall? Diabetes, okay, fair. I also count when I'm carb cutting. Cobes just needs a real drinking buddy. He had them and he drove them away. Raisin takes one for the team. Get your best goth outfit out. It looks like I said, if we have time for later, it looks like someone might be taking one for the team anyway. He would hate dealing with me. In all fairness, he would after a while, like, he would make the slightest of suggestions. No, I don't wanna. You don't like me.
Because
and that's
people
it.
like when I give them the grace of giving them plausible deniability. Like, I'll go with what you're telling me at first, and then I let the evidence mount, and then one by one,
He doesn't need you to show the evidence.
get met with, but we've gone through this before, and that's not the way it was.
No.
And then there's the next excuse and the next thing. It's just a trial and error and going through things.
He would just
it
eventually
is maddening
block
for people
you.
who don't want to get, okay, oh yes, oh yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Agrees with
But
you.
I mean, I wouldn't
What
be
power
mean,
isn't
and I'd
about
be there if
knowing.
he ever got around it.
Anyway, this is interesting. Confession of the neighbor, right? Cobes' neighbor, after Cobes' big ass freak out from a couple of weeks ago, when where the police were called, someone eventually found one of his neighbors, or they found out about him, and they went down a rabbit hole, and they finally have their voice to be said.
Is this the neighbor that he talks about in that last video when he says the neighbor stopped to check on him?
I think
Or is it a different neighbor? Because he claims that he showed him a typewriter, right?
Oh, that could be the same one, especially now that they've like established some sort of rapport. But he also made one of his neighbors cry recently as well because she was like scared of him.
Wow.
Which, of course, like other people live there too. That's what I'm saying. He's very selfish. He's very uninterested in other people's needs. He doesn't outright go out to hurt people, but then he turns back and he's wondering why everyone's glaring at him or sobbing or keeping their distance, and he doesn't realize what he did wrong. One day he might. I'd love that moment, but all kind of funny info was shared. So.
This is absolutely
Oh, good. AI.
unreal. This guy is literally my neighbor. I always knew he wasn't right, fine by me, do your thing. But to find out this? It's like finding out Jeffrey Dahmer is your neighbor. He had the weirdest note on his door for the longest time.
Trolls.
I'm trying to find the picture of it.
Yeah.
I'd also see packs of cans of air duster being Instacarted to his house.
Packs! Oh, God. You can die so easily from that stuff. I think in some respects maybe he's too incompetent to do it correctly, so we only get like half the huff, which probably kept him alive. Because statistically, one of them would have killed him.
This explains so much.
Like, you just go to a seizure and just dying. When proof of being real neighbor was
It is
demanded.
really genuinely so bad for you. Huffing is so scary.
Going for a video now.
In all fairness, he is just doing the long history of Casper, Wyoming residents doing stupid stuff for drugs.
All right, Redditors, I'm going to go attempt to talk to King Cobra himself.
He sounds so nervous.
Maybe.
This is so surreal, like watching it. The eventual body cam footage of him getting dragged out of his apartment. That'll happen one day. If it happens to Shani and Rev, it'll happen to this guy.
This one just... I didn't know what to think of this one, to be honest. Curious what chat and what you think when it's over.
Yeah.
Really?
Air Duster's cleaning his keyboard.
I'm like, all I can think now is like, oh my god, after Sun's video and seeing that dust everywhere, like clearly he's not using it appropriately.
Oh yeah, like, and yet he still had time to go and write a little message on it. It's like a found footage. Like, he's entering the Boglin. He's entering the Boglin cave. You know? Oh my guys, I'm so scared right now.
Hey, Josh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, can I help you?
Oh, I was just going to see if you're all right, man. I heard the cops last night and a bunch of commotion.
No, I'm good. Thanks for checking on me, Ian.
Cool, man. I just, I always care about my neighbors and everything.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You want a glass of wine?
Oh, I don't think that's coming out of a bottle. It's coming out of a glass bottle. It's coming out of an old jug, and I wouldn't call it wine, man. He's so desperate. Oh, he's so desperate to have people like vindicate that fucking wine.
It's just genuinely wanted to invite somebody who was being nice in.
Wow, you even now you always pick the high road. It's so endearing. It really is.
I'm all right, thank you, though, man. It's a
Go
little early
in.
for me.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks.
Yeah, dude, you have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too, man. Happy Easter now.
Thank you.
Yes.
You say Happy Easter?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
I never usually turn down alcohol. But in this case...
You willing to answer questions about the
No, just-
routine? Right in the building.
You know, I wouldn't mind having, like, do you have a bottle of water or something? I'd hang out and talk for a minute.
That would be the end of that conversation. Wah.
I mean, he lives in the same apartment building. He could just run up and go grab a drink from his place and go chill.
Longer pictures of Duster. Oh, God.
It's annoying.
That's why in the video game, if you huff
The
the
note on the
Duster, it's instant death.
door was literally a page that looked like a kindergartner wrote it and was exclaiming that. Wow, I am falling down a serious rabbit hole. A guy on the stoop getting drunk with a bottle in his hand, cool. I can see you aren't quite there. Not my problem at all, man. But when the yelling and screaming goes into 2, 3,
Then it is
4
your
a.m.
problem,
and I hear
exactly.
police beating on his door. There's a problem. Especially when one night I heard him angry and yelling and went to offer anything I could.
Poor guy
A
tries his
drink,
best.
watch a movie, relax, talk about it. He basically shut the door in my face. He screams about everything, all hours of the night.
Yeah.
It's not Section 8, and nobody tolerates it. Management, I guess, has their hands tied since he's not right. I've gotta stay.
No. No, if enough of the other people come in, it could be a threat to like the income, and then they'll be like, oh shit, no. Because the last one got kicked out, he got kicked out of his last one because he was making his wands indoors. And like spray painting all on the side of the walls and shit like that. He became a fire hazard.
Under the radar myself. I hate a chomo though. I'm pretty sure he'll be gone at the end of the month anyway.
I don't think so.
Cops are called on him all the time. I don't know what else to do without violating laws.
This lone warrior. Poor guy has to. He was probably wondering why the rent was so cheap.
It's because he's in Casper.
A Casper, but even by Casper standards, you know. You just have to sign the. You just have to sign the Cobra clause. I thought it was an acronym for something.
Oh, man.
What do you guys think?
Neighbors ever call the police, or is it always like people from the internet?
I think one time his neighbors were called, but they tried to take care of it themselves. Most people at the end of the day don't want to grass him out to the police, either like that guy, because he probably might not want the police at his door for whatever his own
Didn't the beginning
person.
of this whole thing say he only found out about him even being in the same building because he saw it on a Reddit thread? Like, so you didn't even, he was such a distraction to you that you didn't notice him until you found out on Reddit?
But no, not
what?
that. He's just another crazy guy. That's all he thought. And then, like, it turns out that this guy has this entire rabbit hole of, like, lore about him. Like, normal people don't know who Cobes is. Like, normies don't know who he is. So the billions of people on the planet, like, how many of them watch YouTube? A good chunk. How many of them watch lolcow YouTube? A far fewer chunk than it used to be. Still massive, but nowhere. Chris Chan would be the one that'd be closer to it. But oh no! Stop! Run! The wine is right here next to the chloroform and the zip ties. You might
Yeah, I
have
snorted
brewed
it
his
when I
own
read that
water.
one.
With life straws too. You never know, y'all. That for me. To call the cops on one of my neighbors. Yeah, like that's the thing. That's opening up a can of worms, right? Like,
You shouldn't live next to that person.
yeah, like, are they going to evict them? Maybe. And now going to the landlord? Well within your fucking rights. And as that guy pointed out, it's not Section 8 housing. This guy did not come back from 2 tours in fucking Iraq. Even though he dresses like he's just back from Nam. like, Cobes deserves to be... here's another thing, like, the outside world terrifies Cobes, but the interior world of himself also terrifies Cobes, and both are very dangerous to him. Again, strong argument to be made for the long hand of the Lord is to grab him and put him into a special place full of other special people so they can calm him the fuck down while also weaning him off the drink. What's that drug they give you? It's like alcohol version of methadone. For when you're an alcoholic who's like so far down the drink that you can't not take it. Like you can't just go cold turkey, your body will like start shutting down. I can never remember the name of it. It's no shock. There are plenty of people in Ireland who have to take it. But Cobes, I don't think he's there yet, but I think he's on the cusp of it. And I'd say with another 5 years, if his life continues to go down, he's gonna, if he ever does go off it, he's gonna have to start taking that shit. I mean, look at him. Look how he looks. He's in his he's younger than me.
Look it up. It tells me help is available and a big fat phone number. What drug do you give for people, or what drug do you give for people who are having alcohol withdrawal? It says help is available. Speak with someone today. If
that
any
could
of y'all have a problem and you're in America, 1-800-662-4357.
call them up and ask them, hey, I've got a friend, I'm out here in Casper,
Oh,
and he
man.
drinks like a lot. Hey, it's
No,
okay.
don't
We don't
harass him.
we don't need you to lie
It's
about
for the
this.
treatment
For
of alcohol withdrawal. Diazepam? That's what it is.
diazepam, that's
Diazepam, like
what
this
it is.
Valium, and 10x and Dicine.
Diazepam was the one I was thinking of, because obviously Valium can do it, but that'll open up a whole new thing.
I think they're in parentheses, so I think they're all like the diazepam family, I guess.
I hear Kratom can do it too, but again, like we all saw from Pimp, like it might not be the best thing in the world to get Cobes on Kratom. Let's upgrade your drug intake. That's gotta help you. Cobes must be a nightmare to live nearby, which is a shame because I imagine he's also really good. The guy should have asked him about Puff. Like, hey man, do you have a bearded dragon? Yeah. Well, whoever owns that cat, hey, he got that motherfucker killed. Speaking of, though, let's see how much I do actually know about him by talking to the Grand Poobah himself, but I've not meet Son, who is the who one day I'd like him to do shit like this that's not Cobes based. Like
I almost wanted him to ask more questions in this, but it worked out really well the way it was. Like, he seemed to really know. Yeah, like it. I don't know.
Let's have a look at Clint's place. That's a very interesting looking room right there. In all fairness,
I really liked his decorations. I did eye them up. I did zoom in on that shelf.
And I was noticing on the one of the pictures I ended up using for the thumbnail. Clint takes great care of his body. Like
I like Son's room too. Same with Son. Like they're both well
Son
kept
gives
and
me
well,
I'm right out of college vibe, ready to start my life.
Like the little bit of a messy shelf, but then the really organized stuff too. Yeah.
He's a dude. He's a duder.
Yeah, perfect.
Good stuff. Okay.
We got Son back in January. Looking forward to it.
Wait for Josh.
Hey, Josh.
They say I'm taking a shit.
Yes. Oh my God, Josh, only you, man.
That's
Hope you feel better.
I was taking that shit, man.
Wait, wow, okay, this is the first one. I did not know he was going to be there at the same time.
I didn't either. It was I'm just letting it happen for you.
I will say this will color the water of the responses. Oh shit, we just got another donation.
Yay.
Just for sheets and giggles. Good stream so far.
Billy Boy Blue once again with the €9. The man is a fucking machine tonight. Just for sheets and giggles. Good stream so far. Thank you so much. Not just that, it's also for an Andivar that I'm filling up now. As you can see here, we don't have that much Captain Morgan's, but we haven't because my tummy tum. I had a lot of sugary drinks for Christmas, including the best Baileys I've ever had. Bailey's Tiramisu. Oh my god. I think it was too rich. I should have shared it in all fairness with Metal Monkey. I didn't even think about it until it was almost all gone. And then I was like, oh fuck, he's asleep. Maybe I could put some aside, but they'd be like, no, you can finish it. That's usually what he does. He's curious about certain drinks, especially the sweet ones that I drink. But next year, I'm going to look for a smaller bottle because that stuff is rich. It's not very strong, but it's so tasty. Best chocolate milk you've ever had, mixed in with a little bit of Baileys. And some Kraken rum. And some Fireball that you guys saw me drinking a few days prior. Oh, that was a wild night. That was a good night. Anyway, this is to you guys, and then I need to go to pee, so we shall wait. Andivar, I do believe? Yes, Andivar.
Andivar.
Ooh, that one was much easier than the first. Woohoo! Alright. I shall return you late once I miturate. Haha. My Irish poetry is coming out, and it's mostly based around me taking a piss.
So has anybody else in chat watched this? Anybody who's seen the... I guess this is pre-Christmas, right? I think this was... He put it out on Christmas Eve. So this had to be like... Alright, so first time for Gage. I really liked it. I enjoyed that it was out on Christmas Eve, too. Because... I don't know, it's like a family thing, and I felt like it was heartwarming, and it made me smile a lot.
Remember,
I actually really enjoyed this.
he always wants what's best for Cobes. I'll never get over the fact that he just came completely out of the void for all of you, except for me. I'm like, I recognize that planet getting close to us all the time. He wants to talk about video games. I want to talk about King Cobra. The fuck? You know, like, just the completely... It'd be like if a channel dedicated to, like, fly fishing started talking about Christian. You know, like,
he genuinely loves it. Like, if you hop back, you look, you can see the genuine smile on Sun's face. Like, they have a moment before Cobes even comes in the room. Like, it's... I'm excited.
He's very good for this. And of course, Sun recently got, I think, his silver play button, so hell yeah.
Oh, awesome. Congratulations to him.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. Can't wait to see that in his college-y background there, like right by his guitar or something. Like.
All right, let's see. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. I've never seen it. So really, I'm just the only one. You're the only one. Sorry. Into his filthy euro currency. Is that his dad there? Yep. There's Josh Saunders.
That was my first time seeing his father too, so I had no impression of his father before this. Going into this was my first time ever seeing his dad.
It's not the man you expect, especially when you learn about his history. He's a very fascinating man out of himself.
Not at all. I would hang out with this dude all day long.
He's like really closely tied to it's not the Hells Angels, is it? It's like another biker gang in the region. And they do plays together. They do Shakespeare in drag, but it's all bikers.
Oh, right on.
He's also part of the Blue Man Group, and I think there's always a few things. Ben would know this way more than me because like he's like, whoa, what the fuck? Like he got into it, but it's like great footage of him in like community theater. And you know when they have to like pretend to be a prop or an object, and they're wearing like those black bodysuits with an object in front of them, and they're moving around. Clint can be seen doing that a couple of times.
Nice.
This guy could be on Broadway.
First things first, why don't you just introduce yourself, let the people know who you are.
My name is Clint Saunders. I'm Josh's dad.
Not by choice.
Yeah, sorry, man, you didn't have any choice on that one.
I feel sorry for you more than you feel for me.
You know what motivated
Oh, he
you
sounds a
to
little
do
bit
this
apprehensive
interview,
right now.
and, what do you hope to get out of it?
Well, I get hit up for interviews like this constantly.
Yep.
And it's something.
Let's see. DP Tarman. I think Keem tried to reach out at one point. The guy from Down the Rabbit Hole. I think the Geek Room. I think Hannibal Money at one point.
His answer to this made me stupid happy and smile. Like I was.
He's batting them off. So once again, Sun should be fucking ecstatic because it's very rare that he does this.
And I've always ignored because I don't, the YouTube thing's Josh's thing, and it's his world and it's his.
God, he really takes care of his body.
I don't want to do anything that's going to take away from what he's doing or take
Cheeto body.
Try to infiltrate into his gig, if that makes sense. And plus, I just don't trust anybody in the Cobraverse. Years ago, I would let people in and they would just burn me. I'd let them in and I'd talk to them and I'd reveal stuff I shouldn't have because I thought they were legit. And I get 40 emails a day. I'm not a troll. Whatever, man. And they all say it. And and they all just fuck us over always. I'm 100% record now. I have a bad track record for reading people apparently. And so when you emailed me, Josh had contacted me. So years ago, I quit reading any type of email or text I get from anybody. The second I see your son, Cobra, or YouTube, I just delete it because oh my God, I don't have time to read that shit. And because I was just inundated with it, and plus I don't care what these people's opinions are. They don't know us. They don't know me. They really don't know Josh. They think they do. But he told me you were cool. So when you sent me an email, I looked for it and read it. And I was still very skeptical, of course. There's no way in hell I'm going to do an interview with you until I saw what you did. And I appreciated your honesty and your fairness. And I realized, you weren't trying to, manipulate it for a preconceived idea or to push a narrative or to try to hurt. So with all the people in Josh's life who hurt him, I just don't trust anybody.
Okay, before I go on, do you remember the backlash Sun got from our side of the community when he put the video out? Like, it was fierce. People were like gathering around to form a shield around Cobes. That seems to have slackened off tremendously because he's allowed to say his side of the story. But I find that fascinating because I would have thought that Clint would have gotten that far and then just thought that no, this guy is a snake in the grass. Because after all,
but he asked his son, and his son, that's what made me so happy, was that he said he vouched for his son.
Which is weird because he got bitter.
He looked back at what the interview was and the documentary, and he was apparently able to see something that he didn't see at first. He learned this. That is clear evidence that with good people around him, he can learn and grow, because he wouldn't have vouched for Son if he thought that he was trying to hurt him. And that was my only question. When I was like, that's my big question, is like, were you genuinely thinking he could do better when you went into this? And he answered that for me. I thought that then you doing that whole stream, I thought was great, because I'm with you. Like, I would like an explanation for that. Like, if you do get a couple of these different people on, like, I would love to know, like, why. Like, I get questioning his intention, but, like, I thought it was still a good piece. It just, the whole framing it in the beginning of, like, that you're hoping that, like, you guys could, like, reach out and do better. And for me, for a hot minute, it didn't feel that way. And it's not because I don't, like, again, like, I'm not going to defend him to the point where I'm like, I can't say he doesn't deserve it when people criticize him that way.
Listen to us earlier, for God's sake.
But that's only because he puts it online. If he wasn't putting it online, people couldn't do that to him. And I know that sounds victim blamey, but at the same time, like, if he were to pull back, I feel like if he were to pull back, strengthen himself, he could still do online stuff. He just has to have a different perspective. He needs to ease into what he can actually take and what his systems need to be for where his breaks are and stuff. Like, and that's something I think he can do. I'm curious, again, when we get to the end of this, like, if you think he has the system which would allow him to do something like that, because I think he could. Maybe, and I think it's also, like, I'm just so happy that he vouched for Son. Like, this makes me so happy.
Well, maybe I'm in the weeds or something. Maybe I'm missing the forest from the trees. It's just I find it interesting that out of all the people, it's Son who reached out and got the yes when Jeff and Ben and like tons of other people have been kinder to him over the years. Hell, there's a running joke that Billy will always defend everything that Cobes does, even like the worst things.
Are any of the people that defend him like that not attached to somebody else who is mean?
By that
Because Son's on
logic,
his own. He does his own thing. Like nobody else is
but by that logic,
countering him when he says.
Raisin, by that logic, I'm dragging Sun down in Cobes' eyes because he knows that. Because as your theory suggests, that maybe he
I
does
don't think
occasionally
you've
tune
ever
in.
said anything like.
I've
You've been
literally
critical, but I
called.
don't think you've ever, like, just been like, oh.
I've said he needs to get a state-issued oath that will just hit him every time he does something wrong. Okay, I really do.
Yeah,
occasionally
but you would say that
lose.
about a friend if it was true.
Yes, but Cobes doesn't
Like,
understand
so
that
it's not
because
like you're
he's
coming
too
from a
far
nasty
down the.
place.
I think that's the thing. Maybe a little bit of my rage does come into it. I've been dealing with that in other parts of my life, and that's the thing I want to make clear. Like, again, back to Jared. I don't give a fuck. I want him to just be taken away. We never have to see him again. But with Cobes, I want you to be right. It's just that, let's be honest, we've both seen it over the years, and yet this is happening. And yes, you are absolutely you are correct. I wouldn't have called this, and I wouldn't have called once Cobes walked in. That it kind of like sidelined me. I was expecting him to be like making a response video to it, where he's like, and they were all just sitting there saying how shit I was, and like,
No, I think this is the realest I've ever seen.
We're only 2 minutes
Cobes,
in,
like,
so we best keep going.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
with that, then let's pivot over to Josh. What was Josh like as a kid?
So, one of the things with Josh, when Josh was not even 2 years old, we knew there was definitely something, different about him. And so we, started having him checked. By the time he was 4, 5 years old, I realized I didn't have the parenting skills to help him. I mean, he was take everything you think you know about parenting and you just throw it right out the window. At the time, I was a volunteer coach for Special Olympics, so I was very used to working with,
I didn't even know that, but add him up to another list. It's like one of Landon's stories where he'll casually drop a famous person's name. You're like, oh,
like,
of
and as
course
someone
you know.
who's going through exactly like that, I got teary on Christmas Eve when he was telling that story because like that mirrors my own experience so much.
Mentally,
And the way he
I've
met
also
that
coached
challenge
for
is just
a long
like,
time.
fuck
So
yeah, I
really
wish
had a
I
lot
could
of
be that
skills
good a
in terms of working
human.
with kids, but nothing worked with Josh. Every single parenting trick I tried, just nothing. I mean, nothing. And I realized that I need some help. So I actually went back to school and got a degree in psychology.
No, Gage, you are right. Back in the day, he was a much more stable person. This is back when he had a lot more friends, and he was weird, but he had a lot of hope. He had more hope. I noticed that. He had a lot more hope. And one by one, his friends started to go. Worse friends, like that guy who Warlord started showing up, and he started to be completely consumed with the idea of being modern day Cobes. I couldn't tell you when it started. It was a slow burn, but it just eventually took over. As Darth Linney asked, when is he gonna bike again? Because he liked when he biked.
And started working with adjudicated youth. And I was pursuing the degree to help
Darth's the
myself
last
so that I
good
could
guy
help
in his
him,
life, by the way, except for his dad,
I needed
clearly.
a better understanding of what I was dealing with and how to help him, because he had, by the time he was 6, he'd been labeled probably 6 different disorders. And
6.
yeah, I know. And so that's why you're Satan. I knew it. So anyways, I worked with adjudicated youth for probably about 10 years.
Aww.
Isn't
Yeah,
right?
my heart's starting to melt.
Right.
And it started out, like I did an internship at
God
a prison.
damn it.
I mean, I'm working with kids.
I think I didn't pick any whiskey, or I'd be basically, I'm basically like shaking the screen, going, "You're the reason of his shame."
Anywhere from stealing a pack of cigarettes to literally murder.
Fucking Inquisitor in the Middle Ages screaming at him.
Aftercare case manager, helping kids who like gone through a program, and then when they come back home, they're trying to reestablish back into their communities. And then I also worked in like group home environments for adjudicated youth, which were pretty intense. So I've worked across the full spectrum of people who have struggled with disorders and that, and I'm glad I did, because it really helped me with Josh. And because Josh is without a doubt the most difficult human being ever met in my life.
Ooh, watch Josh's face at this.
Just
I am. I did the whole time.
a
It's
couple
adorable.
of the things that he was diagnosed with. One of them is I can't remember the name of it now. This is so long ago.
You have to remember, back when I was hanging out with my ma before our falling out and shit. She would often like talk when I was a lot younger about me this way, because don't forget I go through a lot of the exact same things that he did, which means I
I
had to
think
go
that he
through.
can tell that he knows his father is saying things with a genuine heart. Like that's I think that,
That's
and I
no,
was thinking
that's
about
not where
it.
I'm
No,
going.
watch. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going there. Like clearly he does. It's just here's something that you can never escape. I've said this with Mango, who also has to suffer from autism, like me and like Clint. You don't like it when someone knows you really well enough to say it like that, because there's no way of hiding it to yourself. And that
But he
fucking
needs that
sucks.
to some extent.
Of course, that's the crux of my argument with
It's
him.
just so perfect for me.
But,
I think this is the perfect
It's
storm.
Oppositional defiance disorder.
Yes, thank you. That is exactly what it was. Yeah, and it was brutal. I'm just brutal. And you try every tactic, and he'll just flip it on you. And you try this, and he flips it on you. So it's very, very, very challenging. This is where my hair went. I used to have a lot of hair, and that's where it all went. So we, especially through the training that I got through my career and what I was doing, things got a lot better. In terms of, we figured out, different ways to help Josh and help him function normally, and help him, and help me, and help, the rest of our family help him. And we had a pretty good system going for years.
Like father, like son.
When he was,
Same with me too.
when he turned 18, and you'll.
I think it's
spend time with Josh,
adorable
you'll
that he's
appreciate this.
checking his hair like after
He's
his
like,
dad
all right,
was
I'm
talking
18,
about
we're
hair.
out having dinner. And I said, so what's it like to be an adult? He goes, I tried, I'm an adult. That means I don't have to do what you tell me anymore. I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, I'm an adult.
Yeah, I had a very similar conversation once with my ma, except that it wasn't like so confrontational. It was more like, yeah, now I can do whatever I want. And my ma was like, you already could. You know, like,
So I don't have to do anything you tell me. And I'm like, well, technically, you're living in my house and you're going to follow my rules. When you move out, you can do whatever you want. When you're living in my house, you're going to live by our rules. And he goes, no, you can't make me. I'm an adult. And in Josh's mind, as you know, it's kind of very black and white. And there isn't a lot of gray. And boom, he quit everything. So in his mind,
I'm so
especially
glad he
at that
doesn't have a
age, he
drink with
took
him.
everything that we had ever made him do that he didn't like and refused to do it. He refused to take a shower, refused to brush his teeth, refused to clean his room. He started smoking. He didn't smoke before that. He's like, I'm going to start smoking. So why would you do that? Well, because I'm 18, you can't stop me. Yeah, but why would you start that? Because I can. And so he started smoking. Well, we're not allowed to smoke in my house. So he's always smoking in the house. And I'm not going to clean my room anymore. Oh my God. I'm not going to do the chores anymore. And not that, you can't make me take meds anymore.
He
And you can't make me see a counselor.
he clearly was worse than I was. I understood why the things were being told, like why I had to go to school and shit. I left school under my own other reasons, not now looking back on it. Mostly boiled down to, get this, I didn't like waking up early. But
Well, he was saying earlier that he actually has been diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder. So
yeah, so of course he snapped
that's
out.
rough, man.
Yeah, I
That's
do not have.
rough as a parent, man.
Which is what
Props
you
to
were.
this man.
Yeah, what you were saying, like if someone basically told you, but he is actually terrified of the law. I've noticed that because he is very black and white. He understands that for all how important,
Especially
Clint
after
is,
being taken in by them.
oh yeah,
Like, there's a
It's-
line like.
that your dad is nothing in comparison to the long arm of the law. I didn't need anything like that. He clearly did. In many ways, maybe it was a good thing to remind him, just to keep him fucking.
But it
balanced.
worked, yeah.
Well,
it worked.
it didn't really, because he said he would stop drinking, and then he didn't.
Anymore. And so in his mind,
But the
it
fear
just
of the law in
literally-
him.
Well, at least he might have that. I
He's
hope
done
so.
with every single thing
Mhm.
that we had ever made him do that he didn't
He does
like.
try to get. He does quiet up real quick when the law arrives, and then only afterwards does he lose. I think he waits until the
Well,
doors
once
close.
you're kind of a citizen in the possession of the law, you sort of quickly realize that they don't give a single shit what
No,
you
you-
want to do or when you want to do it. And no
Look at all
matter
the
how
body
much of a
cam footage,
tantrum that
you know?
yeah. Right. And like, so yeah, you learn fast that like it's not the same as other social situations. So
and then unable to let that go.
You won't. It's not that you won't be getting ice cream tonight, or your or even like your rent's gonna go up. Oh no, you're gonna lose everything. So perhaps literally, if you get violent, everything.
So the next 2 years were just absolute hell for all of us.
I've always wondered
I'm
why he
trying to
never
parent.
became a sovereign
Right.
citizen. Actually,
You know, and he's so defiant and trying to do his own thing and be an adult. And finally, it got to the point. It's like, dude, if you don't want to live, if you're not going to follow our
hindsight, Lev, you can't be up forever of what you. Truth. Very true. And a good chunk of me is just to remind myself that I am not the 12-year-old making foolish mistakes. I am not the 5-year-old making mistakes. The problem is I've got a borderline photographic memory leading up to like my late 20s, probably when I started drinking, like on a fairly regular basis. But even then, I remember being in the pram. The only reason I remember being in the UK is because I have that. I was way too young when we left, but I still remember these things, and that means I still remember the guilt. I remember the look of disgust, shame, embarrassment I gave to other people, and like, it sticks with you. And you just make sure you have to do everything in your power to never repeat them, and you usually fail. But part of growing up is acknowledging that that's okay.
You need to find your own place. So guys got a job and moved out on his own. And he's been on his own ever since. I'm actually really proud of him for that. He worked hard. He saved money, got his first and last month's rent, got an apartment, but still really struggling because society has rules too. And his landlord had rules too. And, and he's still just defying all these rules. And to this day, he won't brush his teeth. And I tell him 40 times a week, and it's just not going to do it.
Well, it's past the point now. They're starting to fall out and rot off. Like he's lost the front of them. He probably has gingivitis. He almost certainly has sores.
Even to get dental work, he's going to need to learn to take care of his mouth. You know what I mean? And so I think it's admirable that he still, that he still brings it up. You know what I mean? Despite knowing that he has
what else can he do at this point, right?
Right.
And then it can be very frustrating. So then me, of course, being, I think, a typical parent, I'm trying to parent him always. And in his mind, I'm an asshole who's always lecturing him and trying to change who he is. And I think this is kind of
he's getting grumpy grumps.
A normal teen dynamic with their parents too, especially same-sex parent. My dad wants me to be like him.
He does remind me a lot of me when I was a teenager. Jesus fucking Christ. I think only because I can now see the dynamic next to each other. That I'm like,
you can tell when he's like eyeing Son too, like he's eyeing the computer to see how Son's reacting, to see if he can still like.
My toenails would be flaring up right now as a sort of anxiousness. Like, weirdly enough, my toenails, when I get really anxious, to start like I don't know how to describe it, but start vibrating. It's the weirdest feeling in the world, and I don't like it. When I was a kid, I used to curl them up into a little ball. And I thought that could fix everything. So when people in school would, I was really young, like 4 or 5, and people would ask me to do something, I'd be stuck in my world so much that when they'd ask me to do something, they snapped me back so quickly, I froze. They asked me again, and then I just hide underneath the desk in a little ball. And that was when they realized I was autistic.
So I'm not good enough for him. Type of a mentality. And then
I think I've never told that particular story.
But he, with Josh,
I still remember the fear.
Everything's always to the extreme. It's always to the extreme.
I mean, literal life and death situations. It's that level of primal fear.
Then every time I was with him, I'm of course parenting.
You just learned to grow with it.
He's of course saying, "Enough, man."
Did he just fart? Yeah, he did.
Enough. Get out. And so he started blocking me from his life. And he blocked me on social media. He blocked my phone number. If I wanted to talk to him,
break server, gotta head over. Yeah, good to see you, man.
I had to do like everybody else and go to his apartment and climb down and bang on his window. If we have important family things going on, or a death in the family, or we're going somewhere, I'd have to literally trap through the alley and bang on his window and hope that he was home. And I finally realized, and this was hard at first, it's gotten easier, but I finally realized, if I'm going to be in his life, I'm going to have to do a couple different things. One, I've got to stop trying to change him. not, you know, because obviously as a dad, I want my kid brushing his teeth. I want my kid taking a shower. I want my kid keeping his room clean. You know,
I see what you mean about this has happened before or after he made his video about Christmas. Because this is like if I showed this first and then I showed that, I'd have actually felt like a real cunt because we'd have ended on really high notes, and then I'd be like, "Well, guess who fucked all that up?"
I want my kid having a job, and I want my kid taking care of himself physically and mentally. Of course, I want all that. But in his eyes, every time I even remind him, I'm lecturing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to change him. And
well, the thing is, you are lecturing, but sometimes people need a good lecture. I mean, that's what we go to college for, right? We sit in a room as some old guy we never heard of lectures us for like 2 hours straight every day.
It's very much against the goth thing, as he knows, and I very much thought, and you know, and this is, I think, a common thing too. It was a theme in his life. Is I always think it's a phase. Okay, so here's a phase, and you know, we go through phases as we grow up. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait when he grows out of this phase. Oh, please God, you know, when he grows out of this phase, and I finally had to accept the fact he isn't in a phase. This is who he is, and I got to make a decision. I'm going to be in his life, or I'm not. And if I'm going to be in his life, I have to
even cracks his knuckles the same way I do when I'm anxious and a bit nervous.
I've got to love him anyway. Period. Or I'm not going to be there. So there you go. About what, 24, 25? I'm like, all right, Dad, you know, you got to quit being a dad 24/7 and just accept the fact that, and then for me, then it wasn't just that too. Then it's like, I have to choose to be proud of who he is. It isn't just, all right, fine, I accept you even though I don't like it, because that's not going to work either. So it's like, no, I need to.
No, and now we know that's also not 100% true. Ooh. Like, here's the thing, like, I do believe Clint here. I do believe he's trying, but Clint is a human being who, if you had to live with Cobes for decades after decades, you would just end up snapping at him. Like, you'd snap at him
sure
a
he
lot.
does.
And I don't blame him one bit. Not just because, oh, everyone would do it. No, I think you should have snapped at him way sooner.
Be proud of who he is, and so I started.
Because when you guilt Cobes, when Clint guilt Josh, that's like the worst knife wound in his chest, and it used to put him on the straight and narrow. It doesn't. It seems to be with diminishing returns. Pretty soon, he will just be bitter at his own father. I could see it happening. The last person he'll turn on.
And I started focusing on the things about him that are great.
This is the bad ending I'm talking about. I want your good ending, but we also have to prepare for the bad ending too.
And I'm very proud of who he is, and I'm very proud of. Obviously, I'm not proud of all of his behaviors. I'm not proud of all the choices he makes, but I am very proud of him. And
we were going to look at the
and I stopped trying to change him. I just accepted this is my boy.
Hold on, while I remember the video from prior that you said keep up, I actually took it down. So boop, boop, there. See,
this is who he is. Nobody's going to change him. He's been this way since he was 2 years old, and that's who he is.
Even this, to a degree, I imagine Cobes is still a little bit angry. Like he feels like he's being talked down to, which he's completely missing the point. But I think that's a big issue of it. Like he just maybe doesn't understand the nuances, and if he's not going to learn, then he's only got himself to blame.
Embrace it. And then since then, it was slow at first.
I am seeing a man in his 30s who was me in my teens, and it's so scary when I realize that. Because I've made this connection before, but the more and more I listen to Clint, Jesus Christ.
But you know, he started letting me back in his life, and we started to build a better relationship and a stronger relationship. But a lot of that is me keeping my mouth shut, which isn't always easy. And when I do it with my mouth, I get yelled at. And with Josh too, as a parent, the surest way for me to get him to do something is tell him not to. And still to this day, even though he's in his 30s, the surest way for me to get him to not do something is to tell him to do it.
Which is what the trolls do. Better not go live, boy. You know? Oh, another donation.
In Casper's crib, King Cobra JFS wields a wand and a whimsical finesse. with wizardry words
Damn, we
and
got
wilder
a poem.
weekdays, sips through struggles, hopeful cheers cascade. In Cobra's kingdom, chaos charms,
He knows
hope
I'm gonna have to
blooms
say
bright
all
in his
this.
quirky arms. Doritos chip.
Oh, it just cut out. It didn't finish it off. All right. This is from Pair of Gongs in Casper's crib in Cobra JFS. Wields a wand and a whimsical finesse. Ooh dear. Burr, burr, burr. With wizardry words and wilder weekends, sips through the struggles. Hopeful cheers cascade in Cobra's kingdom. Chaos. Is that charms? Yeah, chaos charms. Hopes blooms bright in his quirky arms. Dorito chip, and that's where it ends. That is €5 and €5.12. So thank you so much for that. All I can say to that is I would have increased the word limit if I could, but I would have started then gating it to certain payments. Otherwise, someone could donate like €1 and just have like the N word spammed indefinitely. Because that's the internet. But the internet's full of cool people like Clint and you there, Pair of Gongs. So how about this one's to Clint. It should be a little bit bigger than that. Boop. We are talking about Cobes' dad after all. To Clint, a very cool dad who was given a very hard task, and I'm sure he did the best he could. That is dangerously smooth now. Alert, alert.
It's still in that defiant mode. And so I do the best I can to try to find a balance so that we can have a relationship. I can still be there and take care of him if he needs help. But there's a line, and if I cross the line, I'm blocked.
I knew it. I knew he blocked him from like the slightest shit.
I'm not gonna lie.
And you guys are, I mean, obviously you're family members, but you're happy together.
And the thing that people don't realize,
they
don't need to realize, it's none of their damn business.
Home is where the booze is.
Josh and I
the ensuite toilet.
Talk on the phone several times a week. We hang out whenever, and I'm very, I run a couple of businesses. I'm also a full-time teacher, so I'm very busy. But when we hang out probably, at least once a week, at least like run to the post office or, run to the store, go by Wandwood, things like that. And then when we can, and I got into woodworking a few years ago, just kind of making some little sculptures and stuff. I'm really horrible at it. But I enjoy it, so it's like, I enjoy the process because I don't know. I think guys like to play with their wood or something, but it's, they're wankers. So, and whoever got Josh the lathe, I am forever indebted to them and want to thank them because I had talked to Josh about getting a lathe for years. And the number one rule of Josh is if it's
on DP who got him the lathe. I don't quite remember, but
This is awesome.
This is very cool. And apparently Cobes showed off one of Clint's mugs, one of his early mugs too, and it was pretty cool. He made him like a drinking tankard and shit.
Period. I tried to get him to do a food channel for years. Ever since he was little, the food concoctions and the drink concoctions. Yeah. Oh my God. And I'm like, dude, the shit you put together and put in your mouth is just horrifying. And people would pay to watch that, man. And I tried to get him to do that when he first started his channel. I'm like, you need to do with your channel. You need to do your concoctions, man. Oh, I'm cool, dude. I'm good, Dad. I don't need that, Dad.
I do my concoctions on my channel, though.
You do now?
Doing them on my channel.
I've been trying to get you to them since you were 18. Oh my God, and the stuff, and I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's hard not to watch. As gross as it can be, it's like, oh, he's not going to eat that. And when I watched your documentary, I'm sitting there going, "Don't eat that chicken, man. Don't eat that chicken." I couldn't believe you ate that chicken. I'm like,
Hey, the Doritos chicken was delicious.
Mm-hmm. You can't be. He made food. You got to be I'm in his home. I gotta have manners.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, it'd be rude. It would be a cultural taboo not to. He's not saying that the food was good.
He's so sweet. This is so. It's so genuine. They're all being so genuine. I love this. I love this.
Well,
I
I
adore it.
appreciate that. I want.
Of course.
And added way too much sauce to it. But
I've had enough Josh concoctions in my life to know what that can do to you.
Cobes' dad is cool. That's the main
But he's,
takeaway.
but
That's the. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna underline it. That's my new name on Discord. Cobes' dad is cool. There we go. When I'm done,
It's just
I
who he
will
is,
change
you know,
my name
and-
to
and
that.
He's always been that way. And literally
very
what you
lewd
see,
right
aside
now.
from the substance abuse, what you see is Josh. And this is one of the reasons I think he's loved and hated.
See ya, Mickey.
Is because nobody else got the balls to be that way. Who else? Nobody. We are all a persona, and we present ourselves in certain situations and certain things how we want to be seen. That's just human nature. Now, Josh, man, he's just 100% himself all the time, and he does get a little bit of this, you know, the Cobes persona when he's online, you know, and I see that come out. I saw that in your interview as well. But for the most part, you know, but that's also, you know, his persona. That's his YouTube channel. He's not always like that.
I actually like. I don't technically buy that because the persona's cracked for a while now. Like his idea of it is like, I'm gonna cast a circle of protection over my family. No, he really does think he's doing that. Like it maybe once it was started as a bit of a lull, but then again, I've never tried to be a character. When I do stupid stuff like, then all my friends died in the war. No, obviously, it's meant to be those sort of weird deadpan jokes from like Family Guy from a few years ago. Or this reminds me of my ex-wife. You know, like no, but with Cobes, what you see is kind of what you get, but I'm not an idiot and think there isn't anything churning behind the head. But the thing is, give it long enough and we get to see it on screen. He's there was an old saying, a sphinx without a riddle. Cobes is a sphinx without a riddle. If you've watched him enough, you'll get it and you're like, oh, this is legit. Yeah, there's no like camera. This is what Billy and Ben often talk about, and I think some guys in the geek room used to talk about this. Imagine if Cobes, like, the camera turns off and it's all a set, and it's all like he's an actor and he just like it's a big grift. That he'd be one of the best fucking actors, the ultimate example of a method actor. But he's not. This is his life.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with both. Like, I think it sticks a little bit too much. But this is why I say that the YouTube feedback loop when people are in that spot is a bad thing. But I also wouldn't be surprised at all if he's not as, like the neighbor when he opened the door. When he didn't, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't look like he was live streaming at that point. And he was just like, do you want to come in? Like, he didn't open the door yelling like he does when he's streaming. Yeah.
Drink his terrible, poisoned wine that got him kicked out of his family home for Christmas.
But, dude, I would imagine that there wasn't, I would hope that, see, that's the sucky thing. Like, he does have to live a life where he has to wonder, anybody who comes to the door, have they looked at something online and they're coming at me to do something mean? And he shouldn't have to.
Oh, he was
that
beyond
way,
guarded. He was beyond guarded opening that door. He was like pissy, like,
well,
what
he
do you
should
want?
be. Who wouldn't be?
Well, I wouldn't get in that situation. That's, in all fairness, that's a cheap cop out on my part. Saying, you don't say something like, oh, I wouldn't get in the situation. Well, of course not. If he could do it all again, he would not do it the same way. Like, my God, the doll, his first girlfriend, all the grinder stuff when he made that huge amount of money to go on the concert tour, and then he gave it all away to a girl. No, he pissed it all away on friends and drink. Like they'd show up and he'd spend like 120 on like pizza and like 80 on a bottle of like really fancy scotch he'd buy, and that money would just vanish. Like I think if he did it again, he wouldn't do it the same way.
Maybe.
I would hope not, because that means he
I
truly
don't
can
know.
never learn.
Well, it depends. People, yeah. Watch the interview. I
RAL, you know.
yeah.
But the
I know, we're
lathe,
barely
anyways, I
looking
tried to
quarter
talk
in.
to him to get in a lathe forever, and he's like, and he, you know, and he'd go back and
Well,
forth.
we have to alter it in some way, or otherwise people just would say
Yeah.
we're doing an XQC.
No, I know.
Oh, that's cool. Let's try it.
I just wanted
okay,
you
let's
to
go
hear the
get one.
lathe part.
No,
'cause
I'm
this
good.
made
I'm
me
good. I'm
smile a
changing my
lot.
changing my. You know, week
Makes me
later,
smile
hey, want to
too.
try a lathe? I think you'd make some great ones on a lathe. No, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, maybe that'd be cool. Okay, great. Let's get one. No, I changed my mind. And we were like this for years. And that lathe showed up, and I'm like, okay, good. So I went over and
Oh, also, guys, in the chat, hi, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check the links down below. And for any donation, I will do a shot of this bad boy here. About halfway through, you guys have been very generous tonight. Oh, I forgot to put the link of this in the description. Raisin, could you be a dear and copy it into the actual chat, because Sun is a good friend of the show. We'll have him back in January, and I think he's actually our second guest of the year, and he is. I originally said that I don't think Sun was the best choice for the Cobes interview, right? I want to actually retract that now. He wouldn't be the best choice for my style of interview, which would be a borderline Chris Hansen intervention sort of thing. Cobes thinks he's gonna hang out with some friends and he's on stage in front of like Dr. Phil or something like that. A public judgment. No, he wouldn't have been the best for that, and maybe that wouldn't be the best for Cobes. You know, maybe I've got the problem in that regard, even though I'm coming from a place that I stand up and say, yeah, the guy hurts too many people, for including himself, from not to get some pushback. Hell, Clint agrees in the next probably 48 hours from this very this interview. But at the exact same time, like, it wouldn't have been the best thing. But Sun clearly did do good at the end of the day. So, hell yeah.
to show him how to
Right?
use it.
He's like somewhere in between both of us, and somehow he magically just nailed it with Cobes.
I think he's closer to you way more. I think he's way more forgiving, because I basically asked him all the questions, like, and he's like, yeah, those things could be a little rough, but you know, I still enjoyed my time with him and blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, fair enough.
I learned something too. Even like we're both from Pennsylvania, so it's not super surprising. But even the wrong city can be good people still.
And
I'll just
I
have to
hadn't used a
forgive more
lathe since
Penguins
junior
fans.
high school, and I just loved it. It was just so relaxing. And for
We're really
the first
lucky we'll get to hang out with him in March.
time, I swear to God, the first time in his entire life, he let me teach him something. And he let me teach him how to use that lathe. And he let me show him how to make ones, and he actually listened instead of fighting me. It was magic for me. I teared up. I was just, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God.
Well, the idea that I can't grow as a person.
You know how,
Even now, he's a little bit. But like, Clint is taking it so fucking well.
20,
But he's genuinely happy. Did you
some
hear his
years,
voice
he would
crack?
never let me
Because he's talking about the
He
boy
was
that he
so
loves.
happy.
He's talking
And
about
he
his
got
son.
to do something with him. He let him teach him something.
teach him anything or show him anything. And he finally let me show him it. And we made, and oh, it was so relaxing. We had so much fun.
It is showing the root issue, though. Look at me always going the negative, but it is showing a bit of a root issue. Like, Cobes is really misunderstanding this. Like,
I bought a lathe for my.
like, look how unhappy he looks.
Watch him closely.
Woodworking area as
He
well.
sneaks
And
out,
so
smiles,
then-
and catches
and
himself and looks
we'll
down.
load
Like,
his lathe up and bring it over here.
But that's still what shows what I mean. Like, them take the airs off, man. No one's buying it. No one ever
And
has.
you know, when I have the time, we'll spend a full day.
Enjoy
You know,
time with your
sometimes like
dad.
8-9 hours. Just I work on my wood stuff while he makes wands, and we work them together, and it's so great. And so whoever got him that lathe, it gave us an opportunity to bond over something without fighting. And I'm truly thankful for that person. So whoever that was, if I see this, thank you so much, because it was just a huge thing in Josh's life, and he enjoys it, and he's very relaxing. You know, I find it very therapeutic for him as well.
Absolutely, Chad. I hope you all
It's
had a
really
fantastic
therapeutic for me,
couple
like
of
when I
days.
play guitar and stuff.
Yeah, we're working on getting some resin molds and stuff now to build our own stuff, so we can start. We're going to try turning some resin to see how that works.
Mickey, you've spotted it on. Like, he is, in many
Yeah.
ways, he's stuck in his teenage years. That's probably why he
What do you
always
think
goes
is
on about high
different?
school.
When you
Definitely
compare
that body
Josh,
language.
now to when he was younger, when you guys were in that butting heads phase.
Really, the only different. Well, Josh has mellowed a lot with his temper, which is I'm very thankful for, because he's tempered used to get him in a lot of trouble.
Hot tempered Aries, what can I say?
So and that makes it so much easier too, because even now, even when I do start lecturing him, because I can't help it, you know, I'm still a dad. He doesn't get so volatile. You know, he used to just instantly just a wall and anger, and then just a huge blow up. And now he's calmer.
Yeah, that sounds familiar
Doesn't
to
react
me.
and it takes him, you know,
Yeah.
quite often. 10 minutes later, he'll call me and go, "Hey, I'm sorry. I know you love me. You know, I know you're just trying to take care of me. I'm sorry I acted that way." And so that ability to self-reflect a little bit and realize that, hey, you know, I made a bad choice, and own it, is a huge difference. And it's so nice. And just the biggest thing though is me finally just accepting the fact that this is my kid. And I got to stop trying to turn him into something I want him to be, and let him be him, and love him for it and respect him for it anyway. And
Well, maybe not respect him. He is making absolutely dog shit decisions with his life. Maybe not respect.
so that was the biggest change. But it took him a while to trust me on that too, you know, but the thing is like,
Like, did you respect him when he started doing all the duster and the cologne? Of course not.
I think he more meant like respect his right to make his own choices and make his own mistakes.
Sure,
Like
but
I
the two are
think
interwoven.
that's what he meant. I don't know. Like that's
Those
what
two
I would
are-
mean.
To me, those two are interwoven. You got to take the good and the bad. But that's because most
Same
people
thing
don't
with
think
the
it's.
pride. Like when he says he still has to be proud of him, like I kind of agree with him. Like
Well, that
I'm
might be
not
a
saying you have
parent
to be
thing.
proud of everything he does, but like yeah, as a parent, like you're like I still am proud to have you as my child. Like I'm still
this
gonna
is Josh,
respect
you know,
your right
Josh
to be
is-
an individual. You need to respect my right to call it as I see it, and I think that you're, you know,
Well, in that case,
you know, that you did this shitty thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna tell you when I think that, but I respect your right to be making shitty decisions. I just don't, respect my right as a parent to tell you I think you're making shitty decisions.
not just that. Like
I've had
Clint
that
is
talk with my teenager.
Clint is like he's known him since the day he was born. Like he knows his mindset as well as anyone on the outside. Normally,
Look at the temples.
no, yeah. He's a picturesque man. Did you see the actual like artwork of him, like the portrait? He looks like Mr. Clean later in life, like he in like a Dutch painting. It's very I would hang that up over
No
a
idea what he
mantelpiece.
looked like or anything. I had no idea what he did. I went into
Hang
this
on.
completely blind to what this man was.
See if I can find the picture and send it to you. Hang on a second, chat. Boop, boop. Open file. There he is. Boop, boop. It looks like he's no, that's up. That isn't a painting, is it? That's a touched up photo. Do you know, or
I'm looking. Is it in the Discord?
it's in the Discord chat?
Oh, it looks like a professional photo. Like I mean, it's definitely got the vignette around the edges, but it doesn't look like it's super touched or anything. No, like it doesn't look like he's altered in any way. Just that they maybe used a slight filter on the color and then put it in a vignette. But other than that, that's just like you could do a school school suit.
I was
You know what
thinking
mean?
it's a
Like,
school shooting. Yeah, a school
it
shooting.
looks like the same kind of. Oh no, that's wrong.
That's a
All
different.
right, when the
yeah.
photography companies go out to the school and take photographs of your children, the setup that they use,
Yeah.
he looks like he could have had it done at a department store.
School day photo shoot. Let's make
Yes.
that abundantly different, clear.
The way mine works, but I'm not.
He's in a leather jacket and he's got like a Cure
Trench
haircut on.
coat.
Yeah. Don't come into school today, tomorrow, Josh. I've always liked you.
Oh, no.
I'm just. I wasn't a mean, horrible parent who just all the time.
You
But
probably
Josh
got
is
along
like
a lot
any-
better.
Brush your teeth. When you get up in the morning, you take a shower, you brush your teeth, you put on clean clothes, you make your bed.
Yeah.
That's a rule.
Hell, I don't often make my
In
bed.
Josh's mind, I was remember in your clip, I saw a couple of his older videos when he said, "I'm so pissed at my dad right now," and those were literally fights about like you need to brush your teeth. I mean, it was literally that's what those fights were. It was so silly. And I've seen big improvements in Josh. Like now he showers every day.
Well, I don't shower every day, but I shower more.
But if he's going out, if he's going to leave the apartment for any reason, he makes
Yeah, I
sure he
was
showers.
genuinely shocked that Son said he didn't smell, and that's because he does shower goddamn like fairly recent, like regularly. So hell yeah.
First, he takes and he started doing his laundry. Oh my god, because he would never do laundry either. And when he
That is
first
so
moved
weird.
out, I would go clean his place because I'm a clean fanatic anyway, and it was so gross.
He's a neat freak.
And so and plus
He
it's
does
like
look like
I
Mr.
gotta
Clean.
teach him, So I go, come on, man, let's go, let's clean this place. And then of course, so then he wouldn't let me in his house. Because I kept trying to again control him, and also he didn't want to live like that. But it took a while, and after he got kicked out of that last apartment for it, that was a huge eye opener for him. And as you mentioned, his new apartment's covered in dust because he's wood turning all the time. But he keeps it clean. He vacuums regular. He's
Yeah, I don't buy that excuse either. That's the one I won't give him.
Yeah. But he had all that duster.
It doesn't smell in there at all, thank God. You're not afraid to sit down because you're going to stick to something.
Did it smell like
That old
weed
part- pretty
and
Well, the older part wasn't that bad.
weed and stale booze?
Your opinion. That's because the lighting
So like
was
a
horrible.
20-something's first apartment.
And I think you're talking a lot about, Josh growing and becoming more self-reflective. But I think it's also respectable that you have felt that same growth and learned to, both better your relationship. This is pretty inspiring. I'm going to be honest.
So it's just parenting.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the people on the outside, they don't. It's easy to and one thing when you have a challenge, when you raise a child with challenges, you're judged every second of every day. When I was coaching Special Olympics, that was one thing I noticed all the parents had in common was the way people look at them, the way they treat them, because your kid's weird, your kid's different. So what did you do wrong? You must be a bad
What
parent
could you
'cause
do
your kid's
better?
acting weird. And so it's very
No, your
easy
kid is in
to
my
blame
way,
parents,
so what
and
could
to
I
this day,
blame
I'm
you
guilty
for
of it.
so I can,
if I'm in a
it's-
store
it's-
and I see a kid throwing a fit, I think somebody needs to swat that kid's ass. I don't think
That's the problem with today's youth. You're not allowed to spank them.
I don't think
Okay there, sweetie. You don't need to go down that road, okay?
my God, that kid probably has
Like, is this a
autism
suggestion
and
box?
is having a moment right now because of sensory overload, because that's usually what's happening.
Mm.
I think that kid needs
Mm.
discipline. And I'm guilty of it myself. So, but my whole life, his whole life, everywhere you go, you're judged. And I don't know, I think a lot of these major trolls, I think that they think they can hurt me
No.
in some way by
No. We gotta put a moratorium on the trolls. They do not have any power that you do not give them. So, I do not stand by this. He is reading from the Cobes manual right now. That's to say the trolls don't exist. They only exist because Cobes fucking feeds them.
Right, but the
uh,
way he is, he doesn't know how not to. He has not learned how not to.
Then
And
frankly, he
these
should have never
people
gotten on the
should
internet.
know better, and he's not wrong. Like, the people that do this shit to him, like, I'm sorry, like, I guess, to be fair, let's all frame my bias properly here, guys. Like, anybody who's listening, I have a special needs son, so it's extremely easy for me to slip into Clint's point of view.
Mm.
And imagine what it would be like if my son was just trying to do anything for himself because he can't do other things. Like, and people, I mean, and I would expect people to viciously attack him, and that sucks. It sucks that we live in a world where we'd have to expect that. Like, I would definitely want to guide that.
Okay,
if my youngest were going to do something like that, but like, yeah, I get it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, how can any normal, clear-thinking person look at someone who's in that condition and go, I think the right thing to do right now is to add to this, torture them, and laugh about it.
Raisin,
like, did you not graduate high school? Did no one ever pick on you, you sons of bitches?
There's a few things here that I think maybe you're taking for granted. Number one, who the fuck said that they are normal and not just like him? No, they could even be worse. They could be victims of abuse.
Well, they're clearly not like him, because it doesn't look like he would do mean things like that. I've never seen Cobes be mean.
He's literally told people to kill themselves on numerous occasions and tried to dox them. Why do you think his channel always gets taken down? He's on his last strike too. He's probably going to lose it next year.
I mean, like, I've never seen him set out with a mean heart to go intentionally hurt someone. The people that are doing that to him, that's exactly what they're doing.
But he does lash out in their exact same way.
Sure. I'm not saying that, like, he's a perfect human being or that he's never done anything shitty or that hurts people. Just because I say I don't think he's mean does not mean I am saying I don't think he's hurtful.
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
It's just a matter of intent. Like,
yeah,
sure, he hurts people and he says shitty things. I don't think he sets out with a mean spirit.
You're very quick to like come in
defend
on his defense.
The little guy.
But here's the thing:
anybody. I've always been like that.
Wait. What about if all the people involved are also little guys who are all going through their own?
I yell at everyone there. I will legit yell at everyone there and tell them all
that's
to
fair.
stop
That's a
being
nice
mean to each
that's
other.
a democratic response. I respect that.
When my kids do that shit too, I'm like, you're all wrong. Shut up.
So if it turns out that some of his trolls are like maybe even like have Down syndrome or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta follow through with this one.
Yeah, like what? Just because I don't have you never like? I've met a lot of people, and I've not really met a whole lot of examples of mean people with Down syndrome. I don't know if I can name any, to be fair. They're ridiculously happy people. Like, they can be really nasty if you're mean to them, or if you violate the things that make them uncomfortable, which sometimes can be unpredictable. I'm not even denying that.
Like, you can't walk into a room and guess a stranger's likes and dislikes right away, right?
Just like with Cobes, I think there's this initial, like, almost the same way like I am, but like they're genuine. Like, I do it knowing that I'm probably going to get burned. People who go in with the naivete that Cobes and a lot of people that I know with Downs go into it with, they don't go in it with that that realistic reality in the back of their head. They're genuinely going in with just this
into that mix since I started streaming.
Of like,
I did not.
Like, everybody's coming at me with like the genuine truth. Like, they're taking things at face value, and people are pretending to be nice, and that's awful. Because they don't. It's hard enough for them to read people, and then they have to, like, even when they think they're seeing what they've learned over the years is indications that someone's being kind to you. Now they can't trust that either. Like, that's horrible to do to a human being.
Look how many times he's been catfished. We all know the picture in my Lewds and Crudes is proof of that. He was told by a quote unquote pretty girl to take that picture, and he did, and now the internet will know about it forever. But you're right about that. It's just that I don't think that they have the sheer power that he doesn't give them. But here's the thing he said earlier that makes me thinking like that. He's got that the authority rejection disorder, where like someone tells him to do something, he does the opposite.
Oppositional defiance disorder. Yeah,
that's the one. Because just think about you better haha, we're gonna send you cat food. You're not gonna serve me cat food. They send him cat food. They go like, I bet you're not gonna eat the cat food. And then they eat the cat. Then he eats the cat food in front of it, and then we're all pointing and
Do
laughing.
you really
at him.
think that it's special needs people that are doing that to him, though?
Maybe
I
not
don't think
special
it is.
needs, but maybe victims of, like, say, sexual or domestic abuse or
Sure,
substance abuse.
and I've met people that have.
I'm not giving them
tons of
justification
people.
to do that to
Right,
him.
as I'm saying, like that's why I'm saying, like I would go on the defensive on
I
either
honestly
one.
would
even
like
if
to
somebody's like, yeah,
interview-
well, I went through this, so blah blah blah. I'm like,
Yeah,
you
well,
going
Cobes
through
is
that
that.
does not give you the right to hurt other people.
Yeah, what's
And
it
I
called?
would,
Like,
I would,
victim
and that's why I
justification?
say he wouldn't want me to be there in his in the cute
Yeah,
goth outfit, because I would be
he
telling
would.
him like, no, you can't. Like, no, I'll defend you. It's the same thing I
Yeah,
did with a
it's
certain someone else. Like,
whataboutism.
I'll defend you when people are picking on you in ways that aren't just. Like, there's no. But when you're being a shit, I'm not gonna defend you for that. Like,
All right,
I'm
two
gonna
things.
tell you you're being a shit.
Two things I got to do. Number one, I got to say, like, he probably can, like, he is not me. As much as I see a lot of myself in him, he is not me. So I have to remember that myself. And number two, I would love to have a conversation with one of the worst of his actual trolls, because I'd like to actually hear their justification. It won't. I almost certainly will not justify what he, she, or they do, but I'd like to hear it, because I simply don't get it. But I also have one more caveat before we go back to it. Do you notice how when the wellness checks come up, he takes them in the same stride, as in rage, as he does when, like, a grinder date or the bags of ice show up? Like, one of these things is not like the other. Like, if I got a wellness check ever live streaming, I'd be terrified. I've never gotten a wellness check before in my life, and hopefully I never will. I've got ambulance come to me when my back came out. That wasn't on stream. I wouldn't know how to cope with it. But Cobes has had years of this. He's been swatted. He's had endless grinder dates. So much DoorDash. The thing is, though, like, how he responds is a guarantee. He will lose his shit. And now we're going back to the first thing I said. Maybe he just, maybe it is like a barrier I'll never know, like why he responds to the trolls who he could control. He could control the trolls back. Like, that's why everyone says turn text to speech back on. No, because they'll just make fun of me. Fucking lean in on it. Lean in on the text to speech. Make them work for you. Because he always says, haha, I live rent free in their heads. It's the other way around, mate.
Both, and he knows the right things to say. He just hasn't internalized them yet. I think his father has given him the tools. He just has not internalized them yet, and it's really, I can only imagine how difficult that would be for him with him being who he is to do in that environment. And even the stuff that went on with the other stream, like, I'm just like, it's one thing to say you care, it's another thing to actively do things that would contribute to this getting worse. You know what I mean? Like, so again, with who are the people that find the need to keep trying to destroy someone who's clearly hurting?
I do wonder, but at the same time,
but even the helpful people on the internet don't realize how their version of helping could and can and is hurting more than it's helping.
Well, no, because, like here's an
offering
example of someone who
platitudes
is
in a chat.
helping.
Sure, go ahead.
Like, Son is literally helping right now, helped by coming over. Like, he is someone who's helping. Ben and Jeff and Billy, they're all going to help. And you know what? You are there for him, even though he doesn't know you. And I guarantee you're not alone. I guarantee you there's tons of potential people in Cobes' life. Hell, even the fucking fish tank people. He could make them dance on his strings. He doesn't have strings. He's tangled them up, or he sold them for terrible meat ingredients. Like, he doesn't know how to work in this, but he's been doing this longer than not only I have, maybe I ever will. And it's like watching wasted potential all just, like, piss away. And it's like, oh
But
man.
it's his thing to do or not do, you know what I mean?
Of course, but he wants to be successful in the way that he wants to. He's gonna have to take the lumps, but they don't have to be lumps, man. Like, that's like if I were to get angry if people point out I'm bald.
Look at how much his father has done and learned just to try to figure out how to approach situations in a way that his son can hear and understand are coming from a place of love. And to think that someone can just jump in a chat room, like, how arrogant are we to be like, oh, let me just tell you how to do your life right and think that you're going to listen? Like,
a lot of things are better than the way he lives his life. Maybe no more duster, maybe no more mead. Don't see, we're not arrogant by stating simple things like drink more water.
Right, but if he has, you know what I mean? If he has ODD, like, he's not going to hear anything other than, you think you know better than me when I should drink water. I'll tell you, but all that's going to lead to, even if we do, the only thing that gets us an outcome if he hears
rage. And this is where I would
not
be
just
terrible.
It's not just a rage. It's the disorder will make him feel like, now I need to, like, best case scenario, he's going to talk about when he needs to drink water and show that he's in control of it. Yeah. When it's unnecessary. But that's the disorder talking. Like, you can't, when you have a disorder like that, like, I didn't realize that was part of his catalog, but that really does help me understand
all the times, like, that.
Right, because a lot of that is going to come off as a stubborn teenage brat. And when you're just watching that from the outside, like, his dad did that so perfectly when he was just like, is like he's guilty of it too. Like, I'm guilty of it too. Like, I was like, oh my God, could you get control of your kid? Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, and even if I'm right when I say, like, oh, I'm out at this, I mean, granted, it's a buffet and I'm out at the beach, like, or whatever, like, so it's not like some great place that I'm at, but, like, that doesn't mean I want your kid literally running around multiple tables throwing food, then some of it landing back in the buffet, and, like, watching the staff have to watch your kids and change them while you don't even tell them to sit down. Like, and I could sit there and think a million hateful things, and I could be right on all of them, but I don't live her life. Like, what if that's the first time she's been able to get out because she's just alone in life, and, like, she's just trying to get through it, and, like, maybe her kid has a disorder, like, maybe they will get worse and flip tables. Like, should she not have brought the kid out? Maybe not. But, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, we live in a society, like, people are gonna do things that maybe aren't the best decision, and, like,
yep.
I guess I'm not the greatest. I'm not fucking Buddha. Like, I will sometimes say something like, hey, do you think maybe you could ask them if they could get control of their children? Which sucks. Like, I don't, you know what I mean?
No,
like, there's all kinds of awkward situations in life.
I think you're owed that more than the child has the right to run around and ruin other people's lives.
Oh, sure. At the same time, like, I was just talking to a close friend of mine the other week and mentioning to him, like, when it comes to how I feel about it, like, no, don't bring your kids to restaurants after 11. Don't bring your children into movies that aren't for fucking kids. Too many people. Too many people. If it's gonna cost me more than, I don't know, let's just say for sure, if we're talking like a $50 to $100 a person restaurant, do not bring your kids. I don't bring my kids. Don't bring yours. That's how I feel.
Don't bring them until like at least they're like
going to happen.
12 or something, you know, at least until they're old enough to know their manners and, you know, actually be able to process it. But that's where the Karen culture comes in. Like, who gives you the fucking right to stand up and start telling someone else how to live their life? Like, well, the context is key there.
Do I agree that, like, they're being shitty humans and they're not sharing the space properly and they're doing something that's, like, people are going to not think highly of you and they're going to have a shitty experience? They might ask the restaurant, like...
I gotta push back a bit on this because I've experienced this firsthand. Not as the person who was causing the problem. Maybe I have in a different context. The one I'm thinking of right now is in London. I was in this bar and this guy who was also autistic, we got along really well, but he was like one of those people that when he drinks, it's like a kid drinking a bunch of sugary drinks. he started getting really hyper and started getting really loud, and everyone's
Ooh.
telling him to be quiet. But here's the thing, he'd shout back saying, I'm autistic, you can't say that. And he'd put his arm over me and go like, he's autistic too, don't you know what I'm talking about? I was like, mate, you're bringing everyone down, piss off. And everyone fucking did not clap. I'm not a fucking moron. But I did see some people going, oh, finally. And afterwards, I fucking stared at that woman who said that, and I said, why did I have to do that? And she went quiet. It's because she did not have the fucking spine to stand up to somebody who was trying to hide behind it like he does all the fucking time. Because I cannot stand anyone, same with Christian, I cannot stand anyone who thinks that because they were born broken, let's make this abundantly clear, broken, that they can fucking go and use it as a shield for all their bad habits. You fight against it every day until you hit the wall and you realize, oh shit, this is beyond me. And then you have to find inner peace there. Now that's a lifelong journey. I'm nowhere
Everyone
near.
too, even if you don't
Yeah.
have ways that you're different, like everybody's got to find those walls and learn how they overcome them as an individual, and it's
Like,
just what it is. Everybody needs to give each other more room to do that and quit shaming each other. Like you can
shame can work.
shame with limitations. It's one thing to be like, I want to get back to the days where like when a kid is being shitty in the story and like I don't know, like a kid was walking through a courtyard the other day and I'm like, mm, mm. Like, do I say something? Like they're like, what? Like, you know, the kid had her coat wide open and the father was, you know, when you get sick, I don't want to hear that you don't know how or why, and I don't want you asking for special favors if you refuse to button up your coat. And like, I don't know, when I was growing up, like anybody, any neighbor would have chimed in and been like, you know, your dad's right, or like drop the sign and be like, cold
Yeah.
does suppress the immune system in a climate where you know germs can actually thrive because the heat that we normally have during the summer would kill them. So your father's right on all kinds of scientific and just plain right levels, like. But you can't
But
say that shit anymore because you never know how somebody's gonna react. Like there is a certain level of, I think, group. I don't want to call it shaming, but like though it is kind of a public shaming moment, like at least for a kid it feels that way. It's just like, but as you get older you're like, yeah, that's right, everybody around me did tell me to do the right thing even when I didn't want to hear it, and like it's kind of a rite of passage to feel
as a
that way.
kid, yeah. But actually, what I've got a question for. I've got the situation, and then I'll reveal it. You're in a lobby, right? And you're with a bunch of people, you're waiting, say a hotel lobby, waiting for a bus, and there's a bunch of like palm trees, big ferns and shit in front of you. Right? You're minding your own business when, say, about a 7-year-old walks up to one of the ferns and palms and starts destroying it. Not your kid, just someone else. Would you say or do anything?
If somebody else's kid came up and started destroying like a
A
tree
bunch of
on
plants. Yeah.
property,
Yeah.
would I say something?
Would you say or do
Yeah.
anything? What would you
Yeah,
do?
I do. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? I would literally just walk over like, is there did the plant do something to you? And I say something that would that to the point to be to catch them off guard
Yeah.
because normally people won't approach them, and to gauge their response.
My mad did the exact same thing to a little boy she found. Not me, don't worry. I'd admit it if I did something like that. But I remember seeing it. We were waiting for on a holiday in Spain, and the bus was due to take us on a tour. And there was another kid there, and he just started destroying one of the plants. And my mad just crossed the lobby, and she started like, no, don't do that. No, well, don't do that. That's very bold. Don't do that. And he stopped and looked up, and he looked like you said, like he was not prepared for some random stranger to go over and do that. And you
Right?
know what? His ma came over and dragged him by the arm, looking over at me, ma, going, "Oh, I'm so sorry. He's been in a mood since we landed." And she's like, "That's all right. I got one of my own." And it was a very mom moment.
Right? Yeah.
But in that moment, you did, well, not you, but she did Karen a random stranger's kid, and that was a good thing.
If I would see. I don't consider that caring. So in that way, if that's what you consider caring, then yeah, I would Karen. But like, the difference for me between a normal social interaction where the village works kind of moment, like your mom had, and the Karen moment would be just standing up in the lobby going, whose kid is that? Do you not know how to control your fucking child? Where's a manager? Manager, have you seen this? Do you know what he's doing to your plant? Like, if the hotel is not making a big deal out of it, and the parent is not making a big deal out of it, and you haven't even called it to someone's attention, let's not go fucking full nuclear on it. You know what I mean? Now, see, I would do some version of what some people might consider Karen, depending on the kid. That's a normal and good child, and like that was just a normal moment that humans have, especially with kids. A kid's having a bad day, he's beating up a plant. You point it out, and they immediately they know they're doing wrong, so they stop. Some kids will turn around and look at you and be like, "Is it your plant?" Like, this is America. I don't know what goes on over in Ireland, but in America, there are at least one out of 3 kids is going to turn around and be like, "Is it your plant?" And my answer to that little kid would be like, "No. Is it yours?" I mean, it's both of our plants in that it's in a public space and meant for our enjoyment, but is it there for either of us to destroy? I would say not. And they're like, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? I'm like, well, where is your mother? I'd rather speak to her because clearly you're not listening.
Mom, this weird lady's talking to me. Like she'd start.
And then it's a matter of like waiting to like look at the body language of the parent to see, are you dealing with someone who is legitimately just having a moment, or someone who just never controls their child is going to yell at you? Because if they start coming over like and they just have an attitude and be like,
we best keep going.
I just
by the way,
wanted to let you know, like, you know what I mean? Like you put the palms up, you know what I mean? Like that, like whole like almost like surrender moment, so that they know your intention too, because there are a lot of Karens in the world that are just going to start screaming at them, and they're probably anticipating that.
Oh, we watched. My channel was backed off Karens in the wild for like a year, so yeah, it's there.
Right, and then just be like, I was just letting little dude know not to mess with things, you know.
Well, oh my God, it can't. It's surreal. That whole topic is surreal. And the other thing, we started talking about this, got way off track. Sorry. You were mentioning
probably a dick.
People don't see us together. Well, that's because both me and also as Josh's wishes, it's his thing. And there was a while when he was doing Facebook Live stuff, I'd always log in to watch him and chat with him. But I noticed all the people in the chat would see me and start instantly messaging me and trying to talk to me. And say, no, I don't want to take away from his thing. This is his thing, not mine. So I didn't want to, be that, a distraction. And so I just decided that I need to never, ever be visible in his YouTube life because of that, because it's his thing, not mine. And I didn't know that was going to be a harmful thing to us because of the community that watches him. Yeah, this is where I get so frustrated, because they don't look at him as a human being. They look at him as their toy. And
yeah,
I mean,
there is a divide in the community, and it's a few bad actors, and then there's what did Sun say? Like, most people just watching the show. I see it like watching the Titanic sink in real time these days, but it wasn't always like that. Titanic was never meant to sink.
It's worse. It's not just. It's like pushing the iceberg in front of the Titanic and then like cutting its brakes and cheering it on.
The
and
trolls
watching
are telling
popcorn.
some of the people everything is okay, go back to bed. The boat's meant to look like this angle. That's what there's a metaphor.
Even some teasing, and you mentioned this in your documentary as well, some of the good natured teasing, and this was hard for Josh because I'm a teaser, and
yeah, I can
and
tell
he has Asperger's, and Asperger's take everything very literal, and it took I won't tell you some of this shit I put this poor kid through when he was little.
I don't know when I lost that.
Dad stories. You
I was like that.
I convinced him he was an alien once, and used my Photoshop skills to literally make it real. And he was so traumatized. I thought it was so damn funny, but he was so traumatized. Even now, look at the look on his face. He's like, "Really? You're gonna bring that up?" It was.
Now no one will think I'm cool.
And then later, when I found out, that he had Asperger's and that he took everything very little, I was like, oh shit, I'm a horrible parent, man. You know, like, I can't believe I did that to this kid. So he had the wrong dad to have Asperger's. And so he's always been teased. He's always been harassed because he's different, you know.
Rejected by every chick.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude. don't just say that. Technically, that's true for me as well, but like, that's true to anyone who's single right now who had a relationship in the past. If you had one relationship and it fell apart, technically, you have been rejected by that person. That's okay. Like, you learn from it and you grow, and you'd be glad that it happened.
Every day is his life.
And that reminds me, after we're done, if we have the time, we have to have a look at his. We have to look at this new lady in his life.
From the time he was in grade school, I've had to, and you know, I have no idea how hard this is.
I might end up watching this.
To watch your kid go through this every single day. I mean, every day. It's not even a little bit, and it gets so bad that you've got to go to the school to intervene. And he's just like a target. He has this giant neon sign that says "pick on me" above his head, and I don't know why. But even then, there's a line.
Because kids smell blood in the water really quickly.
And these trolls on the internet go far beyond picking on him. They do everything they can to hurt him.
Yep.
Okay. He can't mention a single person's name on his YouTube channel without them going after them to the point where they get Josh out of their lives because they're like,
no, hold on. I know exactly what he's referring to, and he was harassing and stalking that girl. No. So you know what the woman who's his he hung out with her, and then she got like told by the trolls. I'm starting to think that maybe Clint only watches what Cobes wants him to watch.
I don't think he watches it at all.
Well, then he only hears what he's been told, and like if I remember right, he liked this girl who kind of wasn't into him sexually, but was just like wanting to be his friend, and he got really like obsessive, left her a bunch of messages, started to freak her out, especially when she'd watch what people like say early Boggling Chronicles or like Tarman would send her, which would be like his live streams talking about how this girl's great and I think I love her. Like, yeah, it's gonna put some like, okay, buddy, calm your fucking shit. I just want to be your friend. So what did he do? He started hanging out with her family because her family are a bunch of lushes who use him for booze. And now they're kind of cutting ties with him too. So yeah, man, stay the fuck away from her. And he gets so pissy every time she's like, he goes over to, the last time he went over to her house, she literally sent him a message saying, hey man, leave before 9:30 because that's when I'm coming back, okay? And then he comes back and goes like, well, she didn't have to be so mean about it. Dude, you deserve it. You were stalking her. It was fucking weird. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, he is still enabling this shit. And maybe not as much as I thought, but I'm picking it up still.
I'm sorry, Josh. I love you. You've always been a good person to me, but I can't. And they're throwing him out of his life. Everybody. They will not allow him to be happy. He's not allowed. They get him kicked out of every place he goes to. He goes to a restaurant and shows up, and they find out he's there. They start bombarding that restaurant nonstop until the restaurant asks him to leave.
Yep.
A lot of these people I know, and they're friends of mine, they call me and I Clint, I'm so sorry, but we just can't.
One place he was kicked out of that wasn't the trolls. He started playing Ozzy Osbourne music really loudly in a crowded bar. Like, not on the jukebox, but during like a game night, and they kept asking him to turn it down, and he's like, "Man, sorry, I'll keep it down." Then 5 minutes later, he's like, "It's just one song." What he did with his dad, like, he tries to minimize it. He tries to compartmentate. You know the fucking word I'm going for. I'm getting drunk.
Compartmentalize.
Thank you. Very useful. You got a good tongue on you there.
They try to get him to give him fired from every job.
You fucking sound like the character from JoJo with the cherry.
It's insane. And so he can't go out of his apartment without being hazed and harassed. He can't go into any local establishment without them harassing that establishment until they kicked him out. Every person he mentions on his YouTube channel, they do all they can to get them out of his life. They try like hell to get him evicted from his apartment. Is his life not challenging enough?
Well, he has broken some laws. Like, we heard from his last, like, his one guy who's not even like in the same floor as him. Be
Preach,
interesting.
Clint. I agree with Clint. All you fuckers that treat him this way, I agree with Clint. I'm Team Clint.
I'm tentatively Team Clint, but Jesus Christ, like, I do have some caveats.
and then they go, oh, the decline. We're so worried about the decline. Josh's drinking decline. Gee, I wonder why the fuck he drinks.
'Cause I enjoy it.
Oh wow, that was him burning Clint's own bridge that he was making for him. He was giving him a way out, and he set it on fire.
I do. I enjoy it. It makes me feel good.
Temporarily.
And it doesn't seem to be making him feel good these days, anyway.
We won't have that conversation. But it's
See, he's real with them. I give this dude a lot of credit.
In your interview too, it's been so sad to watch the decline. Well, I wonder why he has the decline. Jesus Christ! Anybody that they done psychological projects.
He's got another donut.
Not drunk yet, Lev. Let's have a shot, good sir.
Not drunk yet, Lev. Not drunk yet, Lev. Are you kidding me? Have you hearing how I've been making my words sound all wonky and shit? You thought the steaks I'd have had earlier would have done their job, Jesus. And they were really good steaks. Sirloin, 12 euro, and magnifique. But not drunk yet, Lev. Let's have a shot, good sir. And a shot you will have. So behold, thanks to amazingly cool people like you, we're over the halfway mark of this bottle.
Damn.
Yeah, no wonder I'm slurring my words. This one is to
You gotta
Josh.
admit you love Clint a little bit. You gotta.
I've never denied it.
I'm so enamored of this man.
Oh, do you know if there's a Mrs. Saunders?
Oh, I'm not trying to be. Not trying to be a.
To Mrs. Saunders, to Raisin, the future Mrs. Saunders.
I'm sure that his wife is a lovely woman and she exists.
The plants where they take the exact same plant and
I think he did remarry after
everything. But one of them they scream at all day.
His mom died.
And it literally stunts its development. A plant. Let's take a human being. A human being. I don't.
They've crossed a lot of lines, to be honest.
I don't get it, man. How miserable does your life have to be that the only fulfillment you get out of it is spending 5-6 hours a day harassing an autistic man?
So I think I kind of want to pose that same question. Do you understand that there's a group of people that do genuinely care about Josh, that may mess with him, may do small things, and then there's the other group of people.
Well, what I was saying earlier.
So there's
three groups: my fans who don't mess with me, and then the other two, like you said.
So yeah, there's the fans
throw them
who
both
just are
together.
nice.
You just can't.
And then
you
he
just
does
can't
have. There is
separate
a
it.
group, and I know some of them, not personally, but I know I can list online names of some of the people who are genuinely, I think, good-natured teasing, not meaning to harm, not realizing that he does take. And this is something we work on constantly, is separating those. Some of the mail things, some of the shit they send in the mail, getting him to understand, hey, that's really kind of funny. No.
I would love to see.
Yeah.
I would love to see a live reaction of every single time, like, he got something in the mail from Clint, to see which ones were like, oh man, that's mean, or I don't get the joke, or
like a once a month stream where they go through like father and son mailroom.
And this is the
That'd be cute.
This is the ball gag and whip I got. It's not funny, Dad. Kind of is a bit there,
and getting
man.
him to recognize the difference between the stuff that is funny and not. But then there's and they are, and even though they intend to be harmless, and I get it, 10 years, man. When you're under that constant bombardment of it, it has a psychological effect on you. But then you've got that group, the ones that I just got so pissed off about. Sorry about that. That treat him like a toy. They own him. He's our toy, and we get to do it
Well, most likely in that case, it's people. This is a broad generalization towards the really extreme fucked up trolls. I mean, like the ones that he thinks control his lives, and in which cases probably I'm gonna say 4 to 6 of them. I couldn't give you names. Like I really couldn't give you names. I have no idea. I'm gonna say 4 to 6 of them. And every one of them, do to a degree, get off on fucking with him like that. And
Yeah.
like I said earlier, I guarantee you all of them have something. We saw it with Chris Chan's, the woman from who convinced Chris Chan to do the thing that got them in jail. Like they themselves were mentally like borderline schizophrenically insane. Like they were just mad. And I guarantee you that if that's why I want to have an interview with one of his trolls and be like, so why the fuck do you do it? Because the voices in my head tell me it's funny. Oh, okay. Yeah, that clocks, that lines up. And then you realize that there is no like cabal and conspiracy and shit like that. It's just almost certainly a bunch of, I'll guarantee you not a lot of them are teenagers or like losers in their 20s. I guarantee, if you ever watch that South Park episode with the trolls and it turns out it's Kyle's dad, yeah, a lot of these people are like, have good jobs and loving families, but something snapped and they're like, I'm going to go online and pretend to be this person to mock this person. Why? Because they said something I didn't like once, or I don't like the cut of their jib. I think a lot of them just don't like the cut of Cobes' jib.
Whatever we want with him. No, I mean, that's what they think.
Glass onion. It's a literal glass onion. You know, you look into it and you expect it to have more meaning because there's multiple layers, but it's all clear all the way down. It's exactly what it meant to be.
I think they're just sick fucks who thinks it's funny, and I would say at least 50% of his chat room is that.
No, not 50 anyway. That's too high of a number.
Maybe more.
You know, next time I'm live streaming without booze, and there's a chilling stream from Cobes, I'm gonna go onto the chat, and I'm not gonna really engage, but I will look at the chat and just see just how many people, because people will crack jokes towards each other. Hell,
right.
Like a third of my Discord is literally Cobes jokes. You better not go live, boy. Stuff like that. It's just like it's not the end of the world to have a like Clint understands, and frankly I learned to understand around about, I'd say 20, I really don't know, mid-20s. I really started to like let my shoulders go down. But Cope seems to have never understood that it's okay to poke fun. Hell, I poked fun at you like 2 times tonight, and you've yet to poke fun at me. You are owed many things, madam. Yeah, I deserve at least 3 ribbings, perhaps for my pleasure.
They don't, this isn't a human being. This is their own reality TV show that they get to manipulate and control. And anybody that's nice to him in this reality TV show is instantly attacked. And another reason I've never done it.
Ironically, as a result, I get no trolls. I've never understood that. I haven't gotten trolls in years, and when I have, I'll always remember the Cronin's disease dude from Saudi Arabia. He was obsessed with saying that I had Cronin's disease. I will never not forget that. What was it lost in Google Translate or something? Like, what the fuck? What did you mean? Is it my eyes? Because these eyes fuck.
You know, like, I feel like this because it doesn't matter what I say. When you share this, they're going to take everything I say and twist it, and they're going to turn it, and they're going to turn me into a villain because they need a villain, and I'm their villain. There isn't one of those people that could handle 10 minutes in his life.
I could, because I've lived it for decades, but not to this degree, so I could last at least a day.
What if you had to do it with his mind?
Freaky Friday. He'd have to live like me, and I'd have to live like him. He'd get the better of it, but I would be smart, and I'd transfer all his money to my fucking PayPal.
10
Right, that's what I'm
minutes.
saying. He has feel it the way he
But
feels
then I
it.
wouldn't be me, so that's a bad analogy. You have
Right,
to
but
be.
no, you would have to be you. Like you would have to be
living
fully
his.
him, as if it were like a dream world, and then when you wake
Yeah.
up in your body and mind again, be able to viscerally recall all of the feelings you had as him now as you process them.
Yes, and there's one simple way I could resolve that. I turn my phone off and I turn my computer off. Problem solved.
I made that one post.
Oh my God, I'm the problem. It's me.
On Facebook the one day about this, talking about how they treat him like
This is the
their
core
own
difference
reality TV show and their
between
producers.
people
And I called them out
on
for a bunch of their
screen
shit.
now
They lost their
and
collective
people
shit
like
on
me.
the subreddit. I mean, just lost their shit about, oh, fuck. And they were so pissed off and so hurt and upset.
Well, hold on. For A1, no, you never A1. Interesting use of the terms there. Number one, you do not go to a subreddit. Period. They are now. That is where the fucking scum of the earth resides. All subreddits are vile and need to be nuked from orbit.
Over one insult. One. How about one every 10 minutes, every 24 hours? For 10 years. One insult. They couldn't last 10 minutes in his life. They're too sensitive. They're too fragile. So, and this is one of the things
that does sound like Cope. In all fairness, listen, like that sounds like what he says to him, and he says back to him. Like it does. I guarantee you that there'd be tons of people who are his trolls who would not be able to handle his shit. But most people would know what the problems would be and address them. And frankly, that includes Clint himself. But he's being nice for the sake of his son who's standing right next to him.
The highest level of respect for Josh. I mean, he has substance abuse issues, and we talk about it a lot, and he knows how I feel about it. And I'm not going to get into that on camera for his sake, but fuck. But I think if that's all he's got right now, based on the abuse he's taken, and it isn't just a little, man. If these trolls were his parents in his life, he'd have been removed from the home a long time ago. You know what I mean? It's
being removed to a home. You mean?
Surreal.
Like the worst they do anymore is smoke pot and drink alcohol.
He doesn't really smoke that much pot. He smokes Delta 8, which is the same thing in all fairness, but he doesn't smoke it that much. He smokes far less than he drinks, and what he drinks is a combination of pure raw, like hard spirits, and his terrible mead, which will give him a disease if he keeps it up. Like there have been people who talked about it who have actually like made mead, and they're like, "Oh no, someone sent him some like really good yeast. You're meant to use half a packet. He uses 6 packets. Oh wow, he's adding this flavor, that flavor. That sounds good. Oh, he's adding milk. Oh yeah, no, and he can't get drunk off it. So what he does is, and he thinks no one notices it, but we noticed it with the first bottle. He just spikes it. That's all he does. When he thinks no one's looking, he's like, yeah, this is really good. Again, it's the lies. It's the lies after lies after lies that he tells himself. And when he, I think that's why he needs that mead to be vindicated. That's why I think I would take the mead. I would literally, a bad example now, like if it was handed to me now, I wouldn't be able to drink it because I wouldn't be able to tell if I was getting any more drunk. But if tomorrow, like I was eating my breakfast and looking at my Twitter going like, why did I say all these horribly racist things? So many slurs. Hey, someone's offering me Cobes' mead. I'd give it a go and I'd be like, bleh. And no alcohol. Like you can taste the alcohol. Like he doesn't let it ferment long enough. It's just like it's another cope, and I think that's one of the things that got Puff killed. He focused so much on the mead, I think he maybe forgot that Puff was a real breathing thing.
What?
You know,
and I know Clint gave him shit over Puff too.
Anywho,
I haven't touched their duster in several days. I'm quite proud of myself.
Days?
Several weeks, actually.
Oh, okay.
I like his dad a lot.
And that's the other thing. Where do you think he gets the shit?
Yeah.
They send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
I think
They
a
also
lot of
force
people
it up his nose constantly. My God, they hold
I
him
like
down.
I like Sun's response.
would agree that guy that sent Duster in the mail is like a genuine piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm still doing it. I intercepted.
Oh, really?
Good.
Mhm.
Good. That's what I want to
Right?
see.
Right?
Plus 10 to remind us all that Clint is a fucking dope ass dad.
So I give it to a friend of mine who has a computer business. Because he his business all the time.
Well,
Yeah, all the shit they
that's
send
where
him,
your
the
Duster's going.
find places for it.
Yeah.
So a lot of my friends and family, thank you guys for the free shit, the free cat food, the free bird
Steve
food. I got a
stands.
buddy who's got bird
It's a
feed. and
vape
everything,
for the
love
most
his
part,
bird
I think.
feed. So anybody that wants to send him that shit, keep sending it. I got friends and family who love
You
it.
got friends who need some like wood chips?
Yeah,
Yeah, because I got 3 big old boxes of it. The troll scents.
sweet.
Is that what they were sending you yesterday? Wood
Yeah,
chips?
that one, those wood chips. Yeah, they sent me like 3 of them now.
You know, that's just it. You know, and when I have to obviously tell people in my life about this because I do a lot of charity work and I do a lot of I do a lot of things in the public in my community, and I have to warn them. I'm like, if you put any of this online, it's going to get attacked, and you're going to hear some really nasty shit about me. So just
It is
be
important to
prepared.
point out that not many people, even in Casper, as Sun found out, really know about Cobes, but enough do to have opinions. Not all of them flattering, and yeah, all of them aren't hateful. You know, I'm actually wondering, you think Channel 5 will ever do a thing with Cobes? Because that would be cool. That would be amazing. Imagine he got the guy from Crip Mac from 55th Street, to show up with Cobes. That would be an amazing video. Oh, they just go and get fucking sloshed somewhere. Maybe like play around with pellet guns. That'd be great.
And when I tell them the situation, everybody has the same response. They sit there with their mouth wide open, and then they go, "Why?"
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the bottom question is why? And
Oh,
I'm
he's getting defensive again.
Pissed off as I got a little bit ago.
I would be
I
too.
sincerely hurt for these people. I feel bad for them.
I'd ask, oh, is that not normal? Please tell me how to be normal so I can do better. That's how I got better.
Because I can't imagine, and I tell Josh this all the time.
Big difference between him and me.
How hard their life is
No,
going to
I
be.
mean,
I think it's funny. Fuck them.
I know.
No, you don't.
the
That's
people's
cool.
reaction, like, because I've had that reaction with y'all. Like when I first started seeing this stuff, I'm like, it's the same thing. Like that he's saying he encountered. Like, but why? Like, why do people do that? Like, it took me a while of seeing all this shit in action to be like, this is not just a thing. It's like a normal thing for people.
Oh yeah,
What the
yeah. No,
fuck?
here's the thing: we won't deny that because we can do a lot of benefits. How many charity streams have raised not millions, but in some cases billions, over if you combine them all together?
Not the people who stream. I mean people who are specifically going after him and going out of their way
Oh,
to make life difficult for him. Like that's who he was
well, now
talking
we're
about.
yeah.
so.
Now, well, if we're going back then to the whole like somebody sends them like a sandwich with just sauces and shit like that. Yeah, like maybe so. But here's the thing. It does get a reaction from us, from chat and third parties of hilarity. Like we've pissed ourselves laughing at Cobes' reaction. Like when he put the boot polish on his fucking hair and he looks like a blackface caveman. Like
Okay, what?
Oh, okay. Give me a second. You must see.
No, let's watch the nice stuff. It's the holidays.
It's absolutely. Trust me.
You're gonna make him look like a Bob Crow with that
King
weird shit on his
Cobra.
head.
King Cobra, blackface. Boop.
What?
Boop. Image.
No.
No. King Cobra JFS. JFS.
He looks like a dirty cave person.
He does. This was him attempting to dye his hair. He went live while he did it.
Did somebody tell him that would work?
kind of, but he only realized after he went live, and he's like, wow, my hair, like he's smart enough to realize what the problem is, and he ended that. That happened twice. This is the first time. No, sorry, I'm sorry. This is the second time. There's another time where he covers his hair in like hair dye. Hair dye. It's a much older one. There it is.
What
This
the hell?
This one he tried to think that it looked good. He was trying to mimic the Joker.
Did he paint himself blue?
It's what's left of his hair. It's his hair dye, and there's a scene where you can literally see him like. If you ever seen the episode of Malcolm in the Middle where Francis is shaved completely bald, and he tries to go out just before a date, and he just gets a black marker and starts going over his bald head until he actually has like something on his hair, and he's like, yeah, that's okay, even does his eyebrows. That's kind of what that reminds me of. These are the moments, back when he rode bike. This is Cobes to me. Cobes is, and here's, like, this is his doing. Chat didn't trick him into doing this. He just thought he knew better. The same with the mead.
Okay.
The same with Puff.
But he's the one that's got to look like that, so I mean...
Yeah. And only after people started laughing at him did he realize that he had royally fucked up.
Oh, he knew.
No, that's the thing. He didn't know until then, because in his mind he had laid out how a situation was going to go. And the second it hit reality, it crumbled. And then he tried to hide the image, but the internet is forever. There are thousands of stories about this. And that's the thing, he's been doing this for over 10 years now. So, like, there are stories about this guy have yet to be written. And unfortunately, I think most of them are going to be in the negative.
But
But again, I want your story to be correct, not mine.
Your life is so bad that you have to attack like this nonstop to make somebody else's life worse than yours, so that you can feel better about yourself, and especially a mentally challenged person. Wow, man, I feel bad for them because they have got to really be hurting inside somewhere.
He kind of looks like Ron Swanson with that mustache.
That really causes them a lot of pain and suffering, and I really sincerely feel bad for him. I would, nothing I knew about it. I did finally track down one of the really nasty trolls who trolls me all the time. I finally tracked him down a couple days ago.
Oh yeah?
And seriously thought about sharing his phone number and his address and his name and his family's phone numbers and addresses and names. He's in Massachusetts. And I thought about sharing it all with everybody.
No one I know.
So that all the true fans of Josh could just bombard the shit out of him and his family and see how long they last.
I don't think he'd get as much hate back because they don't want to fuck with their supplier. They don't want to admit it, but too many people do kind of love those moments where, like, the bags of ice. Even you didn't see the problem with the bags of ice when it showed up for the first time. I remember that. You're like, what's wrong with bags of ice?
Like, what's the point of getting upset about it? Just dump it in your tub and let it melt.
He still was like, no, you're all doing.
He's upset about the intent.
Yeah.
He wants people not to want to fuck with him. Like.
But obviously, like I said,
I wonder if they'll talk about tactical soap. Because he religiously worships that shit.
Man, they dox me all the time.
Well, not only that, but like I said, this guy, to do what he does to us and say the things he says to us, and the nonstop, he'll call me 5-6 times a day. I never answer the phone, and he'll finally leave a voicemail, which I don't listen to. I just delete them. But it's like he's obviously got a hard life. He's obviously missing something there. So I don't want to make it worse, and I definitely don't want to put his family through that.
Well, that's you.
Yeah, I didn't share the number with Josh.
What can the collective good people that want to help Josh, that aren't sending him alcohol, aren't sending him duster, stuff like that, not getting him swatted?
Oh, not necessarily a bad thing. It's the duster that's the bad.
See, he's still like, no matter what, I have to drink. He needs a court order saying that he can't drink. That's it. That's the only thing that will stop him.
Yeah, but
The only
He
reason he'll
needs to
get
want to not.
drink.
He wants to not. Yeah, he needs to see why and where it's a problem for
And we know
himself.
the only way that'll happen is if something absolutely atrocious happens in his life. I mean, the worst thing that's happened to him yet. God knows what that is, but it's looming over him like a sword of Damocles, you know?
Hmm.
But these people, what can they do to help him? What do you think would be the best assistance?
Well, and the thing is, and I've seen a lot of very genuine people out there who do truly like Josh and care about him.
Yeah.
And that always makes my heart really happy. And I'm very
Most of my chat right now is full of pro Josh people. Absolutely.
appreciative of it, and so is Josh. There's good people out there, and Josh. And
What
the thing that people,
mean
the
to
thing
him.
that
I want
think
him to
makes
do
it the
better.
hardest with the hard trolling is he is such a good person. You met him. He is very genuine. He is very kind. I have never seen him walk into a building.
He is selfish as fuck. He made you wait for 3 hours because he was too anxious to go out the front fucking door. You know what you had to do? You'd had to cancel it.
It's a thing.
Then he came out, shit-faced, wielding a fucking knife and threatening a car. No, that's where I'd be like, fuck off, you psychopathic little freak, and I drive off. That's what I do. And again, that's why I'd have been terrible doing that job.
I'll stop
You
him
say
holding
you
the
want
door.
him to do better, right? Like, but
Yeah.
is it not his right to be whatever? Like, even if he's fucking up, like, even if he's just
But he's
continuing to be
dangerous.
every negative, like, but when he's sitting in his chair, if people weren't going out of their way to fuck with him, who is he dangerous to?
Himself.
Is that our business to correct?
It is when he's playing with a shotgun.
Well, I mean, I would have something to say about that too, but I would go about that in a legal way if he was doing something that was legitimately dangerous, to be fair.
See, I'm not saying you're moving the goalpost, but I do have an answer for these questions. I have pondered these.
No, you're
orbs.
fine. I don't
like
in the extremes, but I'm saying like in general, like I always wonder, like even with the gross people like Shani and Rev and whatever, like I don't care what nasty shit they do on their channel. I'd rather never see them again.
What about G-Man? You want to have a conversation with him in public?
I wanted to have a conversation with him if he wanted to have a conversation. He did not, and I was angry about and adamant about having a conversation with him for a minute because he was doing something that was hurting people I genuinely cared deeply for. So that was personal. That wasn't just some dick on the internet. That's somebody who was legitimately trying to hurt people I care about. So
Well, if
that's a bit
if
different.
if
I get a little
Cobes-
riled up when it comes to that shit, and then it gets personal.
Cobes is hurting people who other people know about. For example, if he's playing around with a shotgun, it fires up into his neighbor above. They it doesn't matter even if they're totally safe. They now have a shotgun wound in their ceiling.
Sure. If I saw somebody,
so,
if you as a friend of mine were
messing
twirling
with
around
gun.
a shotgun and I had the means to stop what was happening from going any further,
yeah,
I would do that. I wouldn't sit in your
I'd
chat room
expect
and be
you to
like,
call me. Call the
Lev,
police.
don't, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this, Lev. I would just be like, boop, 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 boop. How do we get this to stop? Like this is a problem. Like people could get hurt.
Apparently, you can't use guns. You can't show off guns on YouTube anymore. It's against terms of service or whatever. So that's why he has he gets yelled at. That freak out night he had recently.
But I think that it's things like that is the reason why you're not allowed, because that then you end up with YouTube needing to be involved.
Oh, you've seen that footage of the guy playing around with his pistol and it fires right up in the air and makes a hole in the ceiling, right?
I've in face to face watched someone almost blow their fucking head off. So
and I saw someone get shot in the chest. It's not a nice. Oh yeah, in Paris, yeah, it's not a nice experience.
It leaves an impression that doesn't get forgotten.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that someone carves into the side of a tree, and then long after the person is gone, that carving still remains.
The person behind him ever. and he's kind of scary looking, so people are often like, oh, but he just smiles. Animals, good God, animals just love him everywhere we go. He just dogs just,
Oh, are we going to talk
I mean,
about
just
Puff?
even mean dogs, they'll just right to Josh and
No.
calm down. He's a very giving person. You know, the first time when he got his first apartment, this was so many years ago, but he kept getting in trouble because he kept letting homeless people sleep there. I don't know if you remember those videos or not. And I talked to him like, man, you can't do this. He's like, but Dad, these people are cold. You know, they got nowhere to go. What are they going to do? Sleep on the street? And he felt, and this is the type of person he is.
Yeah.
He's a loving, caring, giving person who's just genuine and different. And I know he's different, and it's okay to be different, man.
I ended up getting like almost sexually assaulted by like, was it Warlord? You had to kick him out.
But it's just the contrast between that and these horrible people is, wow, it's just night and day. But the good people, I don't know. You know, I don't know what they do to help them. The thing is,
you should reach out to them and find out yourself. Raisin's a good person to start.
Any type of change. If anybody has ever quit smoking, quit any habit, it's hard. And it takes a whole lot of willpower, and it takes a whole lot of desire and work to change in any capacity. Because personal change is hard. We are creatures of habit. And that's where a lot of these trolls are. This is their daily habit. They get up in the morning and troll Josh. Got my laugh for the minute, or whatever it is, but it's a habit. And if Josh is going to change, he's got to want to change.
Sure, they all have their own excuses and reasons.
Because it's too much work.
Doesn't justify it, but I'm sure they have
nobody
them.
can do it for him. And it's the same thing with alcohol. He's got to want to stop it. And I think there's parts of him that want to have it.
I don't want to stop drinking alcohol, but I do want to cut down on it, and I've been making a solid effort on that.
Yes,
No, you haven't. You've actually been doing the reverse.
And that's where he's at. And that's what it takes. It's got to come from somewhere within. And I think the last year's holiday break where he ended up in the jail was a real eye opener for him. And then his friends who
foreshadowing
right now because of things like smoking and alcohol.
Walt doesn't drink.
Right. But the smoking is
he's a heavy smoker.
Oh,
he
here's the
sees that and it's starting
whataboutism.
to become real.
So we'll look forward to when I get older.
And the thing with Josh is
I smoke weed, so I'm not worried about the consequences of the bank bill.
he's not gonna change. He has been this way since he was 2.
Oh, you can hear a little bit of frustration in Clint's voice because he's had this conversation a few times, and apparently you'll have it not too long after.
As his own dad, I had to get to the point where it was accepted. I had to accept it. There's one of his disorders, and this is very common with people who have eating disorders, is a self-loathing. And, you know, people with eating disorders are often very misjudged as being very vain. It's all about their figure, whatever, and that isn't the case. A lot of people with eating disorders, they literally don't like themselves. And they feel the need to there's this voice in their head that is always reminding them how terrible they are, what a piece of shit they are, how they're not worth anything. And Josh struggles with that a lot. And not even the trolls aside, he struggles with that a lot as a human being because that voice is in his head and it has been his whole life. And
a lot of it is a control thing too.
To accept praise, it's very hard for him to
something
accept
you can manage.
Good things. I've watched him over and over have something.
The eating disorder. Sometimes some of the kids in like the full disclosure, I've had my own struggles, and I have been in group sessions, and some of the people there were very much in life situations where they had no control over anything. Like, we were young, we were teenagers at the time, and they lived in environments where every aspect of their life was under control, and not eating was like the one thing that they could control, kind of like a prisoner. So sometimes, like, and don't get it twisted, like, there's a negative self-esteem there too, that you would be able to use that as your way of trying to...
ballerinas, like, you want to know about a few things about self-loathing. Hell, did you ever get to talk to Naira? She wouldn't even go into the full details of it, but it was on par with, like, Yeah, so I'm gonna find the skinniest woman who is not in a picture in a concentration camp and try to match that. Basically, if Eugenia Cooney was wandering around, she would have tried to mimic Eugenia, but she also had to have the fat where it mattered because you'd be in a leotard. So, plus you need the physical ability to move around. So it's this doomed
Well, when
hope.
you have this wild need to control yourself and your environment, you're not able. You at least you feel unable to do that. There's usually a self-loathing there.
There's always a
So
self-loading to varying
yeah,
degrees.
I mean,
Um,
for me, there's a large amount of it was like legitimately like fantasizing about disappearing, like somehow like controlling that would just I would fade away and just boop. You know what I
well,
mean? Like
technically, had you done
how
it forever, you
unrealistic
would
is
have.
that? But like yeah, but that's not how that would happen. But in my head, like
No,
it
of
was just
course.
kind of like this like a Disney fading away. Like
Like those people who do you know what
but
a boat?
he's not wrong. Like it had nothing to do with like I want to be beautiful. Like
No,
there was like I'm not accepted. I'm not accepted. But that really wasn't anything driving it beyond that.
the the thing with addiction is that it's always masking something for some reason, and if you acknowledge it, that's brilliant. For me, it's a level of like fear control. I'm a very anxious person. The world is a big scary place. I keep coming back to the
Mm.
idea of trying to represent a scared chimp in the jungle, and all these eyes and snapping teeth are around, and then they find a berry that just takes it away. You're gonna spend all day looking for that berry. That's me on my worst drinking days, but also it's a sort of speed up button. For Cobes, I imagine there is a level of self protection, and I think that's true with every person who has autism. We are very prone to alcoholism. The difference is that what Cobes said. Like, I just want to cut it back. He wants to cut it back because he still wants to have the level of control over his life that he can get drunk when he wants to. He just doesn't realize that when he wants to get drunk is when he's sad, and he's always sad. And he has to fight that. He has to find the cause of that, and what that is probably his life going in the direction that it didn't want it to be. So it's again, this is us like armchair trying to like psychoanalyze him, but like I am coming from a place very similar to him, while literally in a very Cobes based mood. I've had plenty of drink, thank you guys so much in the chat for that, but it's not that unusual, and unfortunately it's only one of two things. That guy I basically told to piss the fuck off, I understood why he was getting drunk. It's exciting to hide. It's like when you're a little. Have you ever played hide and seek with a dog underneath a big sheet, and like they hide underneath it, and you can see their tail wagging, you can see the big bulge, and they're like, "Where's the dog?" And then they kind of stick their nose out, and like, there they are. That's how alcohol feels to us.
Mm.
It blankets us, and apparently so do opioids. So out of the two, I'll take the drink, thank you very much. Um, but it's not healthy, and I'm lucky that I'm clearly not an outright alcoholic, but Cobes clearly is, and he can't have it both ways. And what does he want with both ways? He wants to have the drink on his terms. He's always had that power, and instead it's just bottoms up every day. Why? Because he probably thinks that's how rock stars live. Rock stars who live to be 27, yeah. They're the ones that are found OD'd in a bathroom somewhere, yeah. That's how that lives. You don't want to live like that. He's trying to live like that, and he's also hiding from his, let's be honest here, responsibilities to himself, to his family, and you know what else? To his fucking community too. And I don't mean just like Casper itself. I mean online. He keeps making promises. Like he has a Patreon. You know how much for his highest tier? 200 a month. What you get is 6 things, none of which are worth it. But he set it at 200. Why? Because he could, and because he thinks people will pay it. And anyone who has is a troll. And I feel so sorry for the guy, but you can't let your demons become someone else's problems.
Really good in his life happen that could be really
And he's made Clint's life a fucking nightmare.
great, and he will start to feel good, and
and as we've seen tonight, Clint is better than that.
Fuck you, fuck this, and he just will
I like how this Christmas he fought back.
He will eliminate the good thing because he doesn't feel he's worthy of it. Even things like wands, if every wand he'd ever snapped was sold,
yeah, that's one thing I will always praise. Cobes, who currently looks like a very confused chimp wondering what everything around him is right now. Like he's like, what is that? A chair? No, it's a door. Okay, it's a door. His wand making skills are fucking top notch. They really are. And he sells them for about like 400 a pop. And there is a backlog. People want that shit. Now, would they want them as much if he wasn't so much of a lol cow? Probably not. But who cares? It's like, you know, you do your first few jobs for free and then word of mouth gets around, you can start charging. He could make a fortune, but he'd have to turn the computer off or at least not respond to any of the social media and just start making the back end orders. I guarantee he's back ended.
Because he'll make this awesome freaking wand, and you're like, oh my god, that is cool.
And he should expand out from wands
no,
too.
it's not. Fuck this. Snaps it in half and throws it away.
Fuck's sake.
And he does that with. That's a great. And the wands are a metaphor to real things in his life as well.
Yeah.
Big Ben. You know, Big Ben, and people with Asperger's, as you probably noticed with Josh, he focuses on things. The color black, the color green.
Mine was the Titanic.
Green, snakes, cobras, Big Ben, bell towers.
Clock towers, yeah.
These are things that guns. These are things that he's been this way. This has been this way since he was 2, 3 years old. When he was 4, he could tell you everything about Big Ben. They don't change. And
I have to talk to him about the history
very
of Big Ben.
much need a routine, and they need that routine to stay the same. You experienced it yourself. I was laughing out loud at you. Sorry, when you were waiting outside of his apartment. Welcome to my world, man. Josh, I'm going to be there at 9. I call him at 8. I'm being there at 9. Okay. I show up at 8:30. You ready? Yep. No, I'm just getting in the shower. When you just get in the shower, it'll be quick. I call him at 8:45. I call him at 9. At 9:10, I'm knocking on his door. He won't let me in his apartment when I'm like this because he knows he's going to get a lecture. So he won't.
I'm getting out of the shower with the towel wrapped around my waist.
He won't open the door. And I'm like, dude, we got to go. Stop rushing me. And the more I rush him, the slower he goes. And literally 11 is when he'll finally come out and we leave. And I just said in his parking lot. You know,
I do procrastinate too. It's true.
But he's
again
that
anxiousness.
way, but he has this routine.
Yep.
And if that routine is not followed,
shit, we
every
just got
single
another
part of
dodo.
that routine.
Oh, I feel what he's about to say so much. I on this, like maybe I do have something going on because I lay things out in my head and pressure or somebody interjecting into that, it feels like my whole world's crumbling and I can't focus. It's horrible. It's really bad.
You know what I should have done? I didn't realize we'd get so much love tonight. Thank you so much for the extra €9. Christ, you guys have... how much is this tonight? 15... early 30s. Like, not bad. For this channel, anyway, obviously. But I should have just said, I knew we'd make so much money tonight. I'll leave it till the end of the stream. Like, but no. Every donation is so fucking generous from each and every one of you. In this case, Bill Barnett has tipped €9. A toast. If the ocean was vodka and I was a duck, I'd swim to the bottom and drink my way up. The ocean ain't vodka, and I'm not a duck, so let's drink our drink and shut the fuck up. Oh, is that a reference to me constantly stopping every 5 seconds? I do apologize for constantly stopping and interjecting. That is a big problem of mine. I'm gonna be real here. 1.5, let's say 2 shots left. So this actually no, let's make it 1 because this is that's fine. So how about the chat? Thank you, chat. You have been very cool tonight. That's the thing. If I drank some of Cobes' mead, I would shiver, but it wouldn't be because I taste a metallic taste of alcohol. There will be this different thing. Probably all the algae and parasites getting into me. Ugh. But thank you guys so much. You are awesome. And I am reading chat. It's just, well, do you want me to procrastinate anymore, or do you want me to get this fucking thing done? Because you guys know me by now.
He can't leave the house. And if you try to hurry him, then he rushes, and then it just doesn't function then. And then I can't think, and things.
One thing my ma actually did to help me over this was tell me to list off the most important things I need. Keys, wallet, phone charger. Is my wallet full of the cards I need, or is it full of the money I need? She also used to slowly get me ready, like an hour or 2 beforehand. She'd be like, well, go on and get dressed. Don't bother putting your shoes on yet. And then she'd leave them by the door, and then she'd be waiting by the door, and then I'd be rushing out and put my shoes on. And over time, that did stick in my brain. And that's kind of how I do it. Do I still fuck it up? Sure. I've fucked up live streams where I'm like, okay, wait, I'm still playing this game of Hearts of Iron, or I'm still modding Skyrim. Give me a bit, please. You know. But yeah, no, procrastination is a bitch, and you know, time will stop for no man, no matter how much you want it. But time doesn't give a fuck if you like pass it by. I still think it's really mean what he did to Sun. And Sun doesn't feel like that.
To be mean, but
I
do think it was disrespectful.
It's inconsiderate.
Yeah.
Especially because Sun came all the way out here.
Yeah. And I'm sure part of that is him flipping around and going like, well, he's the one that wanted to interview me. Like, everybody can flip it around back and forth, but the bottom line is when somebody comes to see you, you can't really skirt the fact that it's disrespectful if you leave them waiting. Like, that's just
and for so long
facts.
Too. Jesus, like 10 minutes.
I do it all the time, but I would never ever defend that shit. Like, it's not okay. Like, you'd be all apologies, like you'd be getting calls while I'm inside too. Like, I'd
be apologizing so much that like the embarrassment would switch back over to them, and they're like, "Dude, it's really okay."
You know, that's not right. And also with the autism, being in busy places, being in noisy places, so traveling causes a ton of anxiety. But I really want to take him to see Big Ben, and it's been on our list for years. And he's so back and forth. One day it's like, yeah, let's go, and then okay, let's do it.
It's big, but I mean, in all fairness, is it Ben?
And then I'll start to book it, and he's like, no, forget it, I ain't going.
I liked the statue of Richard II outside the front of it.
And then another part of that is just he doesn't think he deserves it. I don't deserve that. I'm not good enough for that. Fuck that. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't need it. And then he convinces himself that he doesn't want it. And he does this with.
I've seen Big Ben 100 times on YouTube. I've seen the inside of it, so it wouldn't change anything seeing it in real life.
No point going to it now because they're currently they're slowly repairing it, and it's a very slow process. I think it might be ready next year or the year after, but they're prepping it for. I think it takes like every 20 years they restore the damn thing, and don't forget that Big Ben is the clock and the bell inside it. The tower, I think, is called the Elizabeth Tower, and that, like, it's a beautiful building, but much like the Budapest Parliament, the best way to see it is on the river. So if they ever do get to London, and on the off chance they do ever watch this, book themselves a river cruise. It's very cheap. In some cases, it's even free if you get those red tour buses that go around London. That's how I saw it, and it was. I mean, I've been to London multiple times. Irish people see London as a second home. Ironically enough, we're over there so often. Sometimes for even legal reasons.
But it would.
No, it wouldn't.
And then next time we'll make plans to go again. and but this is so in terms of that was a really long-winded explanation to try to answer your question. But there's really nothing they can do to help him. I think the biggest thing they can do to help is somehow try to stop the trolls. The people who literally won't let him have a life, who constantly, and thank God for his landlord. Oh man, what a great guy.
That explains what that guy said about his I wonder why his landlord's letting it. But there will be a limit. If enough of his neighbors like chime in, he's gone. And I think the next place would be someplace that's like Section 8, would be someplace that would be like a place for people who, or if he had the money, a little like ranch house somewhere of his own. But that would just isolate him more, and I think that would be the worst thing you could do. Like he tried to grow plants, and they, let's be honest here, probably fail. Like he might try to raise animals, and let's be honest here, they probably fail. And that's assuming he has like a ranch, which would probably cost a fortune even out in Wyoming. Like if he just has like a crappy little house in the middle of nowhere in some like neighborhood somewhere, I imagine they'd still be people who are like, hey man, like you're freaking my kids out. Why are you screaming? It's the trolls. They keep insulting me. I have no idea what you're talking about, but the police are on the way. You know, like it's I don't know, man. It's like he needs to go back to like human school for a little bit and get a crash course in how not to be Cobes.
That dude was just being mean though. Like it's more of an American thing, but like it's not like sectioned the way like when he's saying Section 8, he's talking about low income assisted housing.
And people
like
with
so
this...
basically he's saying like, oh, it would be okay if he lived with poor people, but you know it's not like we are poor people here.
That's
what he's saying.
I'm getting that mixed up. I was thinking Cat 4, isn't that in the military for people
right,
who
yeah,
are...
like I was like, wait, because I've heard him talk about people getting put away, and I'm like, he's like they had to be sectioned. I'm like, no, that's not what he's being just shitty about low income housing.
Fair enough. Although from what I've seen from the outside, it's not low-income housing, but it's not much better.
It's not the fucking Ritz either.
He's actually a fan of my videos.
You can lose a whole bearded dragon out there.
He tells me all the time, Clint, don't worry. There ain't a thing they're going to fucking say that's going to make me... We know...
Remember the Google Maps that we checked out, and the guy, literally, you could see a guy in his underwear talking to the cops.
We know the situation. We know who they are. We know what goes on. I watch his videos. He's good.
See, he does
all
watch
his neighbors
videos.
love him.
No, they don't.
Because he's so nice. And all the neighbors like, you know, want to go visit him. His neighbors like, hi, Josh. They're always talking to him. They love to hang out with him.
It's because their dogs love me. I go outside to have a cigarette, and their dog just comes outside.
Their dogs just gotta see it. And take, you know,
Frank
when they
doesn't film himself around more with dogs.
Metro to file the report about Puff.
Dog there named Rocket.
Dogs, and they were just... you know, but anyways, yeah, so you know, it's just supporting him in terms of, you know, let him know, hey, you're okay, man, and you got a lot of people who really believe in you, and
I think you had mentioned the
that was an edit.
Eve event.
That was an edit, and did he get up to go to the toilet or something? Maybe.
Would you mind talking about what happened there?
Oh.
Not really. Josh has a really hard time with holidays too, because you know he doesn't have enough shit to deal with. He also has severe holiday seasonal depression.
All right, I'm gonna be honest here. It's a thing, but it's a man-made thing, and it can be deconstructed the same way. Because as we were talking about Egghead earlier, like yeah, and I do it around about seasons, and I've seen people lose their fucking shit around about the holidays, and yeah, that's a real thing. But you know, it is entirely man-made, and I think there's a cure. I don't know what it is. Probably just, you know, finding out what the root cause of their issues are. Probably loneliness. But I'm more thinking, like, is this the one prior, or the one that we saw earlier tonight? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't remember if he says, like, exactly? Basically, if he gets arrested in this story, it's the one prior, which is never a good caveat to add.
And
Yeah,
as we all know, Josh drinks to cope.
I think he did go into more detail of that.
He self-medicates with alcohol.
Yep.
And
It's an autistic trademark.
It was one of those things. I've been waiting in his parking lot for 2.5 hours because we were trying to leave town. When he finally came out, he was just so drunk. And then I called him out on it in the vehicle, and I called him out on it, and then he started getting really pissed off. He got sick. And then after he got sick, he just started being very belligerent and very angry because I was lecturing him about it. And I wasn't even using a lecturing tone. I was just trying to talk to him.
In all fairness, there's no point trying to lecture someone that level of drunk. Like, A, they've already reached it. B, they might not remember it. And C, they probably won't understand it. So, you know, maybe just distract them and, like, give him that false sense of hope till he wakes up the next morning and it all comes crashing down. It all just, like, they wake up and go like, last thing I remember was something really good. Oh no. But, you know, at the same time, I can't blame him for being like, hey man, you let us all down again. Thanks for that.
And unbeknownst to me, he had another pint of Jack in his pocket, and he gets it out and starts chugging it. And we get to a mini mart, and we're getting gas.
This is the Jug and Loaf scene. This is the one from last year. So Clint was probably terrified, but he probably knew another one was due. Clearly, it wasn't that bad. There wasn't that many police. There wasn't police involved, as far as we're aware. But it still ended badly for him. So he ruined another Christmas with the family.
Gets out and he's in the parking lot just screaming at the top of his lungs and drinking and slamming this and walking around the parking lot doing, you know how he rants. You know, he's doing one of his rants in the middle of the parking lot with a bottle of booze in his hands and called the cops. He's disturbing the peace and public intoxication. And the cop's like, what do you want me to do with him? I said, take him to jail, man.
Yeah, good. I did not know that particular nuance of it. Good that it's like, yeah, like just do it. Like, all right, respect.
I'm serious. You know, you got to be held responsible for that. And what he was doing is not okay, and it's not acceptable, and he needs to be held responsible for it. So the cop's like, you sure you don't want to help him? I said, no, you take him to the tank. You know, I'm not going to take him home and babysit him. He needs, you know, somebody called the cops on him. You need to take care of it. You know.
Meanwhile, do you remember the message I sent to you when you asked about the tornado?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember the next morning, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was so mean to you. And I was simply like...
You weren't at all. You really weren't.
I was just telling you that I couldn't talk to you right now. So I've, again, self-medicated with booze. Please hold all questions till tomorrow, more or less. That's what I said. Like, I love you, but I just can't right now. So...
Yeah, I mean, I get why you probably felt like you were being over stern in the moment, because that's not usually how you are with me, but, like, that's...
Yeah.
It's
I felt like I just put a big metal door in front of your face with a little sticky note on the front of it. You know, that's how I felt.
And I thought it was funny, because I'm like, no, man, I really was just checking on you. Like, I don't feel any kind of way about it at all.
But that's what Aspie's.
Even if I wanted,
we do kind of
even if I was like, I kind of was like, I feel like I need someone to talk to right now. Like, you have every right to need different things in your life at any given moment, man. Like, that's It was
And-
sweet that you were concerned and that you did check, because I
Oh,
know
yeah,
some people do get sensitive.
absolutely.
But
Especially
yeah,
when
you
I
didn't
came
do
in to
anything
be
wrong.
like,
Like not even a little bit. Like what you did, more people need to learn to be okay with doing for themselves.
yeah, I needed to do that. I even now, like, I'm like, yeah, I can see in me just kind of cutting off in the world. I sent out like messages to people who were asking, and other than that, I was like, nope, I'm done. I'll turn it off. And then I spotted you, and that was the drunk element coming in. I could have just ignored your message till the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad that A, that I'm safe, and B, that was probably ironically the most stress outside of the tornado itself.
Oh no.
He needs to be held responsible for his actions. And I'm glad it happened, to be honest with you, because it was a wake up call for him. He certainly still struggles, obviously, with the dependency, but he is aware. It did make him aware because he didn't remember any of it, and he's like,
Oh, don't worry. Cobra Animations recreated the whole scene.
And what things he was saying! Oh my god, it was the stuff that was coming out of his mouth.
That's where I learned about a thing called Juggernloaf. I didn't know that was a real thing.
And it just wouldn't stop.
It sounds so fake.
He could not redirect him. He just would not redirect. And when I told him about what he did, he felt really horrible. And he said,
Yeah.
okay. And that's when he agreed to start getting counseling. And
which I don't think he does it, or at least
he's been going to counseling.
We haven't gone for like a month now.
That answers my question.
Because I'm in my busy season right now.
It's actually not his doing.
And
I feel bad because I feel like he stutters. Because it's.
They couldn't have transferred him to a different counselor if they were busy, or.
No, he's Josh's ride, and he couldn't take him.
All right.
He'll answer it.
Haven't been able to.
But I don't know. You look at it. Is he making excuses? I don't know. I assume he's telling the truth because he looks uncomfortable about it.
No, that's fair. It's just that Cobes makes so much money that why couldn't you put a little bit aside for Uber?
Can't until the end of this month is when I get back to a normal schedule. But for my particular business.
But if he sent it back at the end in like January, especially after what happened this Christmas, he's gonna need some.
People criticize you a lot for not taking care of Josh enough or not being there enough.
Ooh, I wonder if he's thinking about me as he's saying this.
Do you think you're actually responsible?
Because I was harsher. I'll admit this. I was harsher on Clint than because I thought that Clint just flung money at Josh and then ran away, going like, I can't handle this. I can't handle this. But clearly not. That's not the case. But
I was certainly mad at his sisters, and Dad set me straight too. I felt put in my place when I watched this the first time.
Yeah, we're gonna.
But I'm not sure we got there yet.
Yeah.
For
I still got my criticisms towards him, though. I will say that he does.
Well, that's a great question. Legally, none. He's an adult. He's lived on his own for 12 years. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? Ground him?
I will say this: he is still able to live his own life. Clearly, like he has other kids and he has his own life, and that's the important thing. Because I hate the idea of a parent who eventually becomes like bittered towards their own child because they have no life of their own.
But he clearly has a good toolkit for psychology. Like the man is living a healthy life all around. Like,
Josh probably helped.
I wish I could be this put together, man.
Like dealing with Josh probably helped him understand himself better because you can't make a judgment call.
He was already listed off like all that stuff, and that was like before he realized that he had his own special needs son. Like I was like, all right, so at least we're making it clear that we're already starting off with a human being that is at a way higher level than me.
So in terms of what I am able to do, nothing. Okay. There's this huge movement to Clint needs to put him in a home. I don't have that capability.
Yes, you do. The real question is the real point is that you don't want to do because you don't think he's that bad yet. But you either don't watch every one of his videos or you don't care, and I don't know which
The system doesn't care too. Like the part of that is you can only
you can if you
you
put
have
them
to
in
meet
private.
certain
You can
qualifications, and then once they behave
Private.
a certain way, they'll try and push them out. Right? Like so you're saying like
Clint
like
puts his
actually
own money.
they're really expensive too.
Yeah, and they're the ones that get the results because they're the ones that give a fuck because they want good turnout to be justifying their paychecks. They're also the ones that won't do the draconian nightmare shit that I allude to. But there will come a point where Cobes is in a courtroom after doing something or being involved in something that will get him either jail time or home time. And I want him to have home time on his own terms so he can work this out. But of course, it's a two-way street until eventually you realize it can't be a two-way street with him anymore. I don't think it is. I think we passed that point. Maybe 5 years ago, he could have walked into a clinic and been like, okay, I got myself a problem and I need to fix it. And then, maybe now he's in a position now where he has to have somebody go, no, turn the computer off. It's time for you to go. I don't want to. Who gives a fuck? Come on with us. And that's it. And then we never hear from him again. Oh no, I take it back. 6 years down the line, he makes a very nice video where he's dressed like everyone else. He still's got his tattoos. He still likes his music and shit. But he doesn't drink, and don't worry, he doesn't go to church. That would be the last thing I think he needs, especially after watching that shit with Egghead last night. Fuck's sake, fucking vultures. But he will literally be like, yeah, so I need to talk about the last few years of my life, and he'll go through the last few years of his life, and he'll talk about his struggles. Rock bottoms that he didn't think he could reach, and then he'll struggle back because I think he's strong enough to do it. But Clint has to be strong enough to go to the court and show them it before he's dragged in front of a court, and they'll be like, Mr. Saunders, why did you not come forward with this information earlier? And then, which would be worse? I think that he needs to make proactive. Also for his own life, and now clearly for his own family. I still think that Cobes is a good guy, but Clint isn't able to handle him, though he can clearly handle way better than I thought. So
I'm gonna say,
respect.
like, if this dude can't handle him, I certainly am in no position to be giving advice. They're on the ground. They see what's happening, and he seems very educated and aware.
Well, he's probably in many respects the most educated. They'd have to have a sit down with him and talk to him about it. It'd have to be like describe him to us. But here's the thing. You can just point to any old video and you'd be like, oh, it's him. Yeah, we got a little report about him. Like
I don't have the right. I can't.
You do have the
right. Not a child. I can't just say, well, go put him in a home. And I have friends who still work in the, I told you I worked in the field for 10 years. And I have friends who still work in the field. And I talk to them about that stuff. And I say, nothing you can do, man. It's literally nothing you can do. And not only that, but
my bad ending is not what I described. My bad ending is in a few years' time, Cobes will be live streaming on his chair, and he'll just slump on his chair, and people will be like, whatever, he's just gonna sleep for a bit, but he's not snoring. Then after a while, he'll just fall off his chair. After a while, you hear the knock from the EMT people. No response. They'll eventually have the door opened up or busted down, and he's dead. And that's what I want to avoid above all things. Even if it means he doesn't like his life, he'll still be alive.
Wouldn't want to.
And it gives him options, because death doesn't give you... What did Tyrion say? Like, death is so final, life is full of options. If you die live on stream, you stop. So live and make it your world. It's the only chance you're ever going to get.
Because I know it would kill him.
And this clearly isn't the world you want to be in, man.
At the same time, in terms of what level do I feel responsible for him? I'm his dad. I love him. And I care about him.
And what happens when Clint dies? That's another thing. You think it's not exactly likely that he's going to outlive Clint. Clint lives a healthy life.
Right,
And...
Susie Thunderclouds.
I don't even know that reference.
I was gonna say Susie Sunshine, but there's no. It's like what's the opposite of Susie Sunshine? Like Debbie Downer.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, Debbie Downer
everything
I'd
is
have gone.
bad.
Hey! I am sprinkling in praise when I can. Yeah, it's just I worry about the boy, and I'm not convinced by this. I'm a little bit
sure
more
this
appeased.
demigod of a man does too.
Remember,
he
Clint,
humbles me
she
with his
is
fitness and
free.
his mentality.
She is free, Clint, and fertile. So remember that.
And so when he needs me, I'm there.
Oh, you're not free.
And I get
Never mind.
criticized for that too. There's no win. There's no win.
Batleth fights for your honor.
And there is no win. And whenever you have a unique person like Josh, too, everybody wants to know why. What's wrong with them? How did they get that way? Well, it must be his parents, and that's a common response.
I'm liking this documentary, by the way. I don't say otherwise. Maybe I am just always in some respects, like a glass half full person. But in other cases, earlier today, I was like, no point being a doomer and gloomer. I was actually talking to Ryby with that earlier today, and she's like not 100% okay with going into 2024. She's got her own drama going on, and I'm like, well, you know what? I'm sorry to say that. And she's like, what about you? I actually am looking forward to 2024. I gave off a list of things, and she's like, oh, well, that's awesome. I'm like, yeah, someone should feel good about coming into the new year. I want Cobes to be happy coming into the new year. But we just saw what could be his last video of the year. It's fucking morbid as shit.
I've gotten tons of text messages of people
This isn't morbid as shit. This is upbeat.
You're for making videos and drinking, boy. Been a good life.
Boy, he still doesn't understand why people say boy. He called someone boy once, and they turned it back on him. He's only got himself to blame for trying to be a big, strong guy.
Oh my God. So, but in terms of being responsible for him, he's my kid. I'm always going to be responsible for him.
But I love this dynamic. I really
he's
do.
An adult that lives on his own, and if I want to be in his life, there's a line that I can't cross, or I get banned from his life. So you
see that? It's
he's learned the hard way. He's learned the hard way. He knows, and this is the same thing when people say put him in a home. Like if they're talking about like having like almost like a 302, like a mental break or a special needs home. If they don't keep him there, they don't think he qualifies, he loses his son and any chance to help him make anything better. And he's not stupid.
If
he
you
knows
love
the
your
situation.
child enough, you take that risk for him.
I'm guessing he has. He doesn't seem like someone who is stupid or not speaking from experience.
You think there was a time where he really like reached out and
I
asked
think
about
this
it?
man clearly is showing me with his face and the cracks in his voice. He has tried all of this shit that he's heard preached at him. He's tried it, and even when he knew it didn't work, because it's instinctive from raising his other kids, he tried it again. And it bit him in the ass so many times that he had to accept, and then he realized that, okay, now I'm going to accept it. And then he realized, and that's exactly what he said. That's experience. That's raw experience talking, because he said, I can't just accept it. I actually have to figure out how to be proud of it. You have to, because his son is watching him. And if he's just
Stockholm
accepting
syndrome
it,
level,
and he's just angry about it, and he's feels begrudgingly about it, his son will pick up on that, and it won't come across as genuine, because it's not. It's begrudging. That's why he said that when there's a great wisdom when he says, I have to find a way to be proud of him still. Not proud of what he does, like when he's doing shitty things, but proud of him as my son.
But Cobes doesn't
because
know the
without
difference.
that, it's not about whether whether or not he understands. He does understand. He feels the difference in how he's handled. You can see it in their body language. He's understood now that because he doesn't always understand joking, that if you watch, Clint will stop, even when it's not instinctive for him to physically rib him, he will turn around and give him the gentle nudge that has become their way of this is just my guess, but reading their like the way they're getting on together, like he does that, and every time he does that, even if there's like a somewhat tense moment and he does that nudge, Cobes immediately knows that his father is like giving him that physical gesture, like in case you didn't pick up on it, this is that like that joking dad love, like we're playing.
Oh, I picked up on it. My mad did the same thing. You know what I used to do? I used to flinch away from it.
See, and before you learned what a stubborn little ignorant shit you were being, in your head, you thought you were right.
Of course.
Nobody knows what being wrong feels like, and I love this. Is one of the, I think her name is Robin Schultz, one of my favorite quotes. Being wrong feels like being right, because while you're actively being wrong, you think you're right. You don't know what it likes to when people say this is what it's like to feel wrong, it's not what it's like to feel wrong, it's what it's like to realize that you've been wrong.
I'm a colossal fuck up. I know exactly what it's like to be wrong. You're talking to a guy who fucked up on screen trying to get across America.
Again, like that's not what it feels like to feel wrong. That's what it feels like to realize that you were wrong. While you're actively doing wrong, you think you're right.
I'd have to think.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it.
I probably wouldn't say it on camera, honestly. If what I'm thinking,
you at least think you're justified, even if you don't think people would believe you or agree with you. You feel justified. Like, people do not. So you're telling me you go about doing things that are wrong to be wrong, knowing that they're wrong while you're doing them?
I have done something out of simple petty spite, not giving a fuck if it was right or wrong. Yeah, I have absolutely done that, and that makes me a bad person at that time. And then I realized what I did and grew as a person. And this is what you want Josh to do.
More about information, I guess. Like, if that makes more sense. Like, being wrong
in all things.
About information, it feels like being right until you realize that you were wrong, and then you can go through everything in the mental inventory and figure out
there's
what kind of person.
It
depends on the person. For me, I have to figure out what apologies I need to dole out once I hit that domino.
You can just go in a different direction, like I did completely, and just be petty for petty's sake. That's what I did. Like, I was just there, like, I don't fucking care. I want to see the look on their face, and I did it. And they were like, no, and I was like, yes. And then after a while, I was like, why did I? Oh, I know why I did that. Because I wanted to see you look bad, and it's not worth it. Remember what I say? I won every fight I've ever been in. It doesn't bring me joy. I have been vindicated a lot, and it's very rarely put a big old smile on my face. One of the biggest times I ever did was, frankly, over Christian. Ever since I started streaming, anyway. And I was like, yeah, this is going to end badly. It fucking well did, didn't it? Think it's going to bring me joy? No! It's a horrible situation that Christian found themselves in. If Cobes turns out to die on that chair, people turned... John Morgan's also another case of that. Called him out for years. Finally, we finally all cut ties. And doesn't bring me joy. It's not about joy. It's about being right or being wrong. Yeah. It's about you also having respect to yourself. Like Clint.
It's not even about right and wrong, because that's all a matter of perspective too. Like,
there's rights and wrongs. If everyone's looking at one person in the room with disgust in their face, then that person is doing wrong by the group consensus.
Certainly for that room, yeah.
Sure. And the room is usually life. And this is something
I try to be careful with that when I judge something as wrong. And like, that is wrong by my standards. Like, I choose not to be around that sort of thing. Like, if that does it for you, like, I mean, I'm not ever going to be like,
out of our sight and mind and smell, you know? We don't want to hear about it.
Go find people who consent to all that and do that
and
with
there's
them.
Always people for it. The thing is that, like,
usually.
This is why I often focus on Casper as a community, which as Son wouldn't say the name, but he did point out it did happen. There were people who were like, he's a menace. I feel for them more than I feel for Clint when I hear about that. I'm like, he is a menace. I know that because I know my worst elements. In many ways, Cobes is my worst elements. I know I'm kind of
That's why
projecting
you get so
myself.
sensitive about it.
Yes.
Well, not just that.
I
Like,
know
you see
this
your past
too.
and you're like, but when I was like that, I learned
He's
this and
like
now my life is
evil
better. And you
Lev.
want him to have that breakthrough, but you can't force that on people.
Nega Lev. VEL.
Negative.
Vlel. He's Vlel. Cobes is Vlel. And that's the thing is, I'm aware of these things, but just like finding out atheism is kind of legit, it doesn't bring you joy. It just brings you clarity. But I want to give people the best of both worlds, and that's why I also want Cobes to do better. But if Clint can't handle it himself, the group consensus of a institution probably will do a better job because they've got big textbooks and they went to school for years and years to try to figure the people like that out. And they might have go, oh, I met one of the nurses goes, oh, I know someone like this. Let me introduce you. At the very least, you might make a friend out of it. But he needs more friends. Jesus Christ, he needs more friends. Real friends, not ones that he drove away. Like Darth Linney, he needs at least 3 more Darth Linneys in his life, you know?
Yeah.
And you would be fantastic, and he'd drive you away. Fuck him for driving you
wouldn't.
away. He would drive you
No,
fucking
I would
away.
always be like, even the people who I don't speak to, if people come to me and actually talk to me and like not like just real, like not kind of like just if we were ever friends and you come to me and we're like, life's happened since now and then, and I've rethought about some of this shit and I wanted to talk to you, but like there have been plenty of situations in my life where I have or somebody else has come to me, or I have gone to somebody else and been like, you know what, learned a lesson in my life, and it really made me think. And like sometimes you go back to someone and they're like, oh wow, either they never thought about it like that or that it just didn't affect them, and it's just like,
I got a story. I'm not saying it on camera, but I got a
sometimes,
story like that. Yeah.
But like, and I've had people. I think that's part of why I stay. Not. I don't consider it naive. I just consider it open to possibility. Like, I'm realistic about what is the potential of what could happen.
You are a trillion times more forgiving and softer than I am, and that's not a negative or a positive.
If people are honest, though,
you.
if you come to me and you're like, yo, I was pissed. I did this because I was fucking pissed. Like, I might not have been ready to admit it, but like I was pissed, and like you can straight up tell me like I was pissed and I wanted to hurt you.
Yeah,
and
that's what
I've had moments
earlier.
where like I'm crying, they're crying, like we're embracing, like because it's just like, you know what I mean. Like I get it, man. Like, but there's that like that I don't know, something about the ability, like, you know what I mean. Like it's just. A lot of times it's shame, or somebody's hiding, or they're frustrated, or they're angry, or they feel unheard. Like it's decent people most people are. I truly believe most people are decent, and decent people just want to feel decent. And when they're scared, they do stupid things and start digging in holes, and then they worry about their pride and they do things. Sometimes good people hurt other good people. And if you're not willing to hear that and forgive that, you lose a lot of opportunities in this life. And some of the best friendships that I've had throughout my life have had moments like that, because we know, like the two of us know in that relationship, we can be real as fuck. Like I can tell you I fucked up and you're not going to be like, yeah, I know. Now I'm going to tell everybody that you admitted it. Like, just why does everybody want to do that?
That is such an online thing. That did exist, but it exploded once everyone's life.
It's disgusting. It's so wrong.
It's and you know, because they want you to grovel. They want you to grovel.
That's so
it's weird.
Why not just be grateful that somebody is taking the time, that they actually do care about you enough to come and let you know? That's a vulnerability to come to somebody and say, like, I learned something, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
But that's the thing. I want Cobes to do this under his own volition, obviously.
Like, I'm guessing somebody shit on them in that way at some point, and that's why they're doing it. But like, even still, I will never understand that concept. I know that is very common. That when people get shit on, they pay it forward.
It could also be a
thing in the back of my head screaming, like, have you never felt bad? Like, has no one ever Like when you felt that, like what makes someone feel something negative and go, is it the need to control that aspect that
It's a
makes
need
them
to
want to
fight
pay it
back, I
forward
think.
to but why, if you know how much somebody hurt you doing a thing, why would you go find somebody who's maybe like say like you like, oh, I was naive, so somebody hurt me, so let me go seek out a naive person and teach them the lesson I was taught? Like,
I don't know about every
why?
person, but I can tell you it's because it's a very natural thing because you've seen it in motion and it was successful.
No, it wasn't successful. It
No,
just
it
hurt
was
them and made them angry, and then
exactly.
they're out
That's
there
what I'm
hurting more
trying to
people.
get out. Like for you at that time, you're in a bad place, you've been hurt, and then a third party comes in, you get along, there's a peak, there's a drop, and then you think back to the last time you felt this bad, only now you're the one holding the knife rather than the knife holding onto you. Yeah, we're dumb fucking apes who are very territorial and prone to violence. It makes sense.
Isn't that the point where you're like, let me be
This
the
is where
thing
your
that I always
moral.
like,
Yeah, you
instead of
have
just
to
saying
get
that
away
nothing
from it.
good can exist, can't you just take that moment and say, instead of being the monster that hurt me,
I will not
let
be
me
the
be what
monster.
I wish that person was?
Yes. And for
and
every
hadn't been.
one person who does that, about 5 do not, or 5 take it into a strange new
Do you
territory.
think it's that bad? Is it that bad already? That
I'm
makes me
not
want to
talking
cry,
about.
for
I'm
real.
not talking about online. I'm talking about
I
in
know. I'm saying
human
like in
history.
general.
Right now, there is a lad in a fucking house
So for like
somewhere.
all the time, you think it's been about 1 in 5? Take it as
Yeah, but
to
that's
learn
the
to be
thing.
better
Like,
from it, as
why do
opposed
you think we
to
call them our
just
better
reenacting it?
angels of our nature? A handful of people
Because I thought
will
that that was like
make.
an aspect of all of us. Like that's when you're like when your wise
But
voice
that's
comes
it,
out
because
inside
you
your head.
always want to do that. But then, what does Cobes do? He always relies on drink, and he always hides in his room, and he always goes online to bitch, and then the cycle repeats. This is I know this is one
Well,
hell of a
people get
tangent.
stuck in cycles.
Hold on. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When I did philosophy, we did Eastern philosophy, and we talked about the negative positive feedback. I don't know if that's exactly what it was called. They used it in forms of like Hindu mythology and shit. And one of the things which I never liked, that's why I left the whole religious angle to it. But it was interesting philosophy interwoven into it.
Right?
They used this idea that you do something that's comfortable, but it's bad for you, and then you feel bad and you repeat it. Okay, this is standard self help 101, right? But by doing that, you open yourself up to the possibility of the new, but so far you're in a bad mood, so all you can see is the negative. So you can't imagine a fantastic place over the horizon because it's always going to be bad. It's shit here, it's shit there, it's just shit everywhere, right? Now, this is wrong. This is inherently wrong and based solely on your context at the time. You're in a bad place no matter where you go, no matter what you do. Jeff Bezos and fucking Elon are the saddest motherfuckers on the planet, and the way they act proves that, and yet they are the wealthiest and most powerful motherfuckers, considering their size, on the planet. Putin probably hasn't literally smiled unless a child has been shot in like 5 years. It's a feedback loop of bile. Now, lower the standards to Cobes. Cobes spends all day getting drunk and making claims, big, boisterous claims that don't go anywhere. That makes him feel sad. What does he do? He drinks more, it feeds him back in. And whenever someone like you or me show up to tell him, hey man, if you just do it this way, it'll be 1% better, between that and his mental abilities, it gives him a negative. Now, that's not a justification. Obviously, I'm the one constantly calling for his fucking head, apparently. But it is an understanding of his mindset. He is scared and he doesn't know how to break the cycle himself. And that's why the wild card after the end of this documentary, the new lady, or if that doesn't happen, it's still an interesting look at it of the maybe, because he does need a third party to come in, not Fish Tank, not fucking DP or whatever, because that's a familiar. He hasn't known intimacy and love from a person in a while, and I'm thinking maybe that could break that cycle. Because if you simply throw a monkey wrench into any machinery, it will break, and not all machinery deserves to be spinning at all times. I want to break that fucking cycle he's in, but
I don't think of him as a problem to be solved. I think people need to leave him the fuck alone and stop trying to solve him, and it will solve itself.
But then one day, like, one of his neighbors is going to see this crazy ball of hair and like weed smell rushing at them, screaming about, I don't know, fucking destiny, and lunge at
You
them
think
with a
the
fucking
internet
knife.
checks that?
I think that it
I
does
think the
remind
internet
him.
makes that worse.
Well, then he might just never be found till it's time for rent, and then someone keeps knocking at his door, and they find him slit his wrists because he'll be lonely. He has no friends anymore because of what he's done. He's driven them all away except for Darth Linney, and Darth Linney's living his own life, just like Clint's living his own life. Like, that's why let's be honest here, that's why a lot of them check in all the time. He said he checks in on them every single day, Clint does. He loves them, but he's also a little scared, and he has every right to be scared.
I'd be scared too if somebody was picking on my kid that much. And they were that out of control, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is, again, all theoretical shit. It's like,
I have to
like,
pee and smoke a cigarette soon, though. We're rolling on. What time is it there?
no. We have to finish it before
Yeah, we
we
do.
wrap it up. So you go and you take your pee and your smoke break. I will engage the chat for once.
You can play too. Like I said, I've
Oh,
seen
yes.
it, and I can hear you because I have the headphones on. So
All
I
right,
won't
well,
be
I
able
need
to
to
talk,
pee.
but I can hear you.
All right. Well, very briefly, I'm gonna hold down the fort. And I'll also say this, because I'm not completely unaware. I know a lot of this is also my own hang-ups. It is. And like I said, I am projecting myself onto him. And I shouldn't. But I just see myself too much on him. For God's sake, you guys remember when I used to wear the giant-ass coat? It's still out there with the crazy hat. Claire, my best mate over here, pointed out numerous times how much he reminds her of me from like my 20s and 30s.
I play on the edge of that line all the time, but I can't cross it, and I shouldn't cross it. He's an adult, and and to be honest with you, with the level of mental illnesses that he has, most people at that level are homeless or they're in homes. And does Josh take good care of himself? No.
Hell no.
But does he survive on his own? Yes. And for that, I'm proud of him. Especially with the level of harassment he gets. Imagine, and I can't help it, especially imagine what his life would be if he wasn't trolled so hard. How much stronger, because I can't imagine any human being going through that. Nonstop abuse 24 hours a day. Name any human being that could live through that and be okay.
A matter of being okay. It's a matter of mitigating damage, right? All right, chat. Lay it into me. Tell me how I am the scum of the earth for A, grabbing some Cali super chips, and B, also look, destiny. Yuck. Every human being is destiny. Probably upset. Clintception. The Clintception. Alright. I'm always harsh on him at moments like this, and the only reason I do is because I care. Like, again, Jared, jail. Cyrax, jail. Rev and Shani, their kids were taken away, so mission accomplished. G-Man. Redacted. But, like, Brett Keane, I don't give a fuck. But Cobes, better. it seems to be almost like he's got like dam breaks around him, you know, like little protections from people, and he both needs it, but he's leaning on them so much that it allows him to do bad things to himself. And I just don't want to see him dead. I don't want there to be a post-internet, a post-Cobes internet, you know? If he's going, it's the last day before the internet gets shut down, before we'll get shipped off to like the slave pits in V and shit. Lots of people get trolled. Lots of people do get trolled, but not, in all fairness, I've never held that against them. Lots of people do get trolled, but not everyone gets trolled equally, and not everyone can handle it equally. Emo Howling Wolf is a good example of that. The man, now that man really does deserve a home. Jesus Christ. They're a very sad man. But then you got people like Gail. Gail gets trolled all the time, and she can handle it. Like, different strokes for different folks. Cobes is a unique case. I've never met anyone who's able to, like, he basically surrenders to the to the trolls in a unique way. And I kind of respect it. But he doesn't mean to do it, which is a shame, because if he meant to do it, he might actually have his Clockwork Dream house. Or at least maybe the foundations, and every few years he adds an extra layer to it. Doesn't give a shit. Exactly. But that is Gale's journey, and it's not Cobes' journey. Just like Cobes' journey is not mine. I hear this shit and my blood does boil. But one difference between him and me, especially with people like Raisin, to give you some context. She's a fucking star of a woman. And I know you can hear it right now. Destroying your lungs, says you are. Is that my rage is coming from a place, and it's maybe a little too personal to be considered like useful, beyond people going, he's making some good points, but still, I don't care to be right. I don't want to be right, because if I'm right, it means, you know, we see him get dragged off to jail. We see him go to that home. I want him to do better, but Clint holds the power here, not Cobes. That's the difference. I don't think it has it in him anymore. Now, I'm wrong about a lot of things, so I'm very happy to be wrong about this. And I just hope that maybe Clint, especially after this Christmas, Cobes is aware of this interview when he made that video. And that, alright, let's keep playing, by the way.
None. And except one.
Monster.
And no, he's not okay. But he's so much more okay than anybody else would be in that situation.
Cobes saw that as an insult.
You know?
I think you brought up an interesting point. You know, imagining what Josh would be like if he didn't have to get trolled all the time. And you know, I want to ask you, are there some times where you wish that Josh didn't do YouTube, or that he didn't ever start doing YouTube?
Yeah, so that's another really tough question. Selfishly,
Oh!
Yeah, I wish he never would have started.
Oh no. I thought maybe I owed someone another shot. If I remember right, I took that shot. I just poured another one in prep. I wouldn't call that another shot though. There. There's one shot in prep for any donation, and one more after that, and that's the end of it. Don't worry, I got plenty of beer.
Because of what I see him go through every day.
Oh, these are great crisps.
But the good parts of it, this is what he does. It's his thing. It gives him joy. He has some very, very toxic daily habits and relationships because of it that are very frustrating. But it's what gives him joy.
I think the creation process gives him joy. I don't know if the actual where his channel is now is giving him joy. especially after it constantly getting flagged. And again, every time he's gotten flagged, he's earned it. Like, I think he was he talking about like wiping out all of Palestine during the war or something like that? It was either that or the reverse, which, you know, no. I actually don't think he was trying to say that about Israel. Oh, don't know. I wasn't fishing. I wasn't fishing.
Shot.
Shot indeed. Mr. Greetings. Greetings, you absolute
Mr.
monster. That was €4.93. The body is round. I'll say that anyway. Did you enjoy your lung cancer, by the way?
I did. I very much did.
Well, I'm
Thank
about
you for the
to.
compliments. Y'all are sweet.
Just in case you thought I was getting angry, I'm getting frustrated. It sometimes feels like I'm working a Rubik's Cube with people like Cobes. Especially because he's not here. So if he was, I think we all know what he'd do. He'd just slump off and be grumpy. Like, he wouldn't engage. He wouldn't even defend himself beyond that. What they say on DP now with Sturgis, that's just your opinion, bud. Like, it's like, the guy has every right to live the life that he wants, but let's be honest here, he's not living the life that he wants to live. And it's not even a shadow of what he wants to live. It's just the life that made him most likely to get drunk and forget the life that he's living. It's, again, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anyway, that's just your opinion, but...
Shots. Well, my version of shots.
Nice. I'm waiting to hear the bubbles. Or is it just...
Yeah. Oh, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't have a. I have a bubbly thing. I just didn't put. I could put water in that and use it.
No!
Be
Not
more
if you don't
audible.
want. That seems a lot. That seems way too much effort.
I don't even have to get up. I just have to lean over and unzip the case.
Oh, that's
I
what
have
you're
water next to
unzipping?
me,
That's
too.
what you're unzipping and not sending me numerous pictures of it?
It's sexy.
Ugh.
Oh.
Oh, I'm unzipping. Oh, look at the glasswork. Oh. Keep making those noises. I'm in that right level of drunk right now where I think I'm charming. Suddenly Billy Boy stops donating for the rest of the night.
Screw you guys.
You think you're better than me, LEV? And I'm richer than you anyway. Thanks for the money. No, seriously, man, I do appreciate it. Evan, you've been fucking awesome all night. Everyone who's donated tonight's been awesome. If you're wondering, the money is going to go towards YouTube Premium. I know it sucks, but it's the only real way I can think of getting rid of the ads. At least until the next ad blocker that really fucking works kicks in.
Yeah, they're still wrestling back and forth between my ad block and YouTube.
Right? You refresh the page, ad blocker, it detected, please turn it off, refresh it again, it works fine. So I just
I don't even have to, like, it auto does that shit. Like, it'll just, like, it'll start to flash up an ad, and then it, like, has, like, a little spasm, flashes up, like, the first second of, like, 2, maybe 3 ads, puts a skip button on, and before I can even move the mouse to it, it goes away, and then starts playing my video. That's, like, worst case scenario, too. Usually I don't even notice it.
Wow. The only one that does that is on my phone for porn websites, like X video and shit like that.
I don't have an ad blocker on my phone. I probably should.
You can get the exact same ones. I think I use. Oh God. I forget it. It's its own separate ad that's constantly scanning. It also scans for. It's also an antivirus thing as well. It's pretty neat. It's all free too.
I just use AdBlock. Yeah, mine's free. Just AdBlock, literally. ADBLOCK AdBlock.
Mine used to be up here all the time, and then afterwards I'm like, no, fuck it. No, I'm good. But the money you guys are donating there is going towards that. If we hit over 100, and don't worry, that number up there does not represent the number that's actually in the account right now. It's much higher than that. You guys are fucking brilliant. But if we get that, there's a guest who wants to come back, but they've done well enough now that they want to be basically paid for it because that's their new standard fee. And I'm like, oh, well, you know what? I respect that. So okay, that's what we're aiming for. But if we're really lucky, we'll have them on in February.
Right on.
It won't be a regular thing. Might only do it like once a year. But yeah, maybe we can afford it.
What makes him happy is what he does. It's his thing.
Mm.
And he loves doing it. And Josh has always been seriously funny. He's just always been funny. You know, there's like jokes. There's jokes and there's dad jokes.
That's what the girl who we're gonna be looking at after this is says about him. She loves how he makes her laugh.
And then there's Josh jokes.
I loved how they back that up. Watch that
always that
again.
Josh.
That makes me so happy. Just like skip back 5 seconds.
Imagining what Josh would be like if he didn't have to get trolled all the time. And you know, I want to ask you, are there some times where you wish that Josh didn't do YouTube or that he didn't ever start doing YouTube?
Yeah, so that's another really tough question. Selfishly, yeah, I wish he never would have started because of what I see him go through every day. But the good parts of it, this is what he does. It's his thing. It gives him joy. He has some very, very toxic daily habits and relationships because of it that are very frustrating. But it's what gives him joy. It's what makes him happy. It's what he does. It's his thing. And he loves doing it. And Josh has always been seriously funny. He's just always been funny. You know, there's like jokes. There's jokes, and there's dad jokes, and then there's Josh jokes. and he's always had Josh jokes his whole life. Even when he was a little kid, he'd had Josh jokes all the time. You know, and he used to come to work with me all day. Because I was coaching, so he'd come hang out in the gym all day. I was a single parent of Josh for several years, and we just hang out all the time. It was we'd get up every morning and have breakfast and watch Disney cartoons, and then this is why, by the way, his obsession with pipes, smoking pipes, that comes from 101 Dalmatians.
From Roger, yeah.
The shotgun, where's that obsession come from?
Tombstone.
Tombstone, and also Fox and the Hound.
Yeah.
A lot of it is Big Ben. That fascination started with 101 Dalmatians as well.
I did love 101 Dalmatians as a kid. It was so well drawn.
So a lot of his obsessions today literally came from Disney movies.
What a great film to rewatch.
And then we'd hang out all day together. We'd go to work
bad.
and he'd hang out in the gym with all the kids. And everybody loved Josh.
Please.
That was Lady in the Tramp.
Yeah, I like Lady and the Tramp and the Fox and the Hound. Fox and the Hound makes me cry, though. It still makes me cry. I don't like watching the Fox and the Hound because it makes me all feel.
Foxes and hounds don't belong
emotional.
together. Yeah.
I feel feelings when I watch that movie, so fuck the Fox and the Hound.
Doesn't help that they made him cuter than Bambi, you know. I thought
the quote you just gave was the part that killed me most. I was like watching that as a little kid, going, "What do you mean he can't be friends with his best friend?"
Because he had a falling out with the old lady. That's why, and he pushed it down. It's actually a great tale of like generational hate. It's a very good story in that regard.
Right.
And Josh entertained him and tell jokes. Even at the age of 3, he was telling silly jokes. He used to get the bubblegum paper, you know, and the people would buy him joke books for Christmas because they know he loved to tell jokes. And then his concoctions, this food and drink concoctions. Good Lord, the stuff that I've seen that kid put in his mouth.
Because he likes praise.
And the thing is, you know, and he always loves it. And everybody else is like, "Oh, don't." And he's like, he's
a different kind of
all
smile.
over the place. And everybody else is like, "Oh my God, he's digesting."
Correction. He likes praise from people who know what the fuck they're talking about.
He's got his dad's dimple. Look, they have the same dimple.
Really bad. What do a funeral home director and a mortician use to keep the fire warm during the holidays? A eulogy log.
Oh my God. There's jokes, and there's dad jokes, and there's Josh jokes.
He really loves his son. I never doubt
anyways,
it.
you know, but this is what he gives him joy. And that's another one that the people accuse him of constantly e-begging.
Now that one, I agree. He never has e-beg, but he does seem like he's pissed off when he does not get money.
How is it?
Motherfucker, 90% of streamers never get money. The fact that I have been so generously blessed tonight is down because I know hot girls in your area. You just have to keep giving me money and maybe they'll talk to you. All right. No, seriously, you do play your part and I do appreciate it. But also,
I aim to
like,
please.
I don't set out to have the money. There are streams where no, I'm actually going to rescind what I said earlier. He does occasionally beg. Like, he sits there and waits for the money. And when the money does come, it comes with the caveat of a motherfucking troll. Guess what, motherfucker? They're your trolls. You're not their cow. Make them fucking work for you.
The e-begging when I just sit there and people give me money. I don't even ask for it.
And they're always like, you must be proud of yourself for e-begging all the time. And I'm like, well, he entertains you 24 hours a day. He should be paid for it.
No, actually.
How much money do you guys make?
Hold on. No, I don't like where he's going with this. This is the wrong angle to take. This is literally whataboutism. Like, he is not owed shit. He could stream non-stop 24 hours a day. What universal constant it means that he is owed money? Nothing. He is not owed shit, just like I'm not owed shit. It's why I stop everything.
I don't think it's a lot of people talk about that when it comes down to like, well, but you make all this money for doing nothing. Like, I think that's the answer for that. Like, when people are like, oh, well, like, you know, why should you get money? Like, well, why shouldn't I? If people want to give it to me, then why shouldn't I come here and do what they find entertaining and collect it? Like, I get
that's not
line of thinking, but I do think that leans into this whole negative cycle that people get caught in on YouTube, and it sucks because until we live in a society where people don't get off on hurting other people and trying to lead them down the like Pied Piper path of doom because they can.
No.
And you say like his actions are different. I don't think he's all that different. I think he's fairly predictable, which is why people are able to lead him the way they do.
No, I think either I misspoke or you misunderstood. So let's start that whole thing again, because I want to hear it myself and see if it's one way or the other. It might be me. I mean, I have been the one drinking after all.
No, it could be me too, man. Sometimes I get overly like
really tough question.
Hippie huggy.
Selfishly,
that was probably too far back.
I wish you never would have
but it's about the money part.
Then there's Josh Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, that was way far back.
All day. I was a single parent of Josh for several years, and we just hang out all the time. It was we'd get up every morning and have breakfast and watch Disney cartoons, and then this is why, by the way, his obsession with pipes, smoking pipes, that comes from 101 Dalmatians. So Fox and the Hound.
I use the arrow keys for that because it skips only like 5 seconds.
Silly jokes. He used to get the bubblegum paper, and the people would buy him joke books for Christmas because they know he loved it in his mouth. And the thing is, and he always loves it, and everybody else is like, oh, don't, and he's like, he's having food gasms all over the place, and everybody else is like, oh my god, he's
it's a bit weird in all fairness.
Josh joke, it's really bad.
Like, you don't like how he says the word congealed.
A eulogy log.
There's jokes. And there's
but you're right.
Jokes.
No chef should ever say congealed in a positive. You're 100% right to be. But he would consider you to be scum of the earth by just doing that. You know
anyways,
that, right?
So that's. But this is what he.
I can't. It's
good.
The word.
Good.
It's not,
you have every right to stand up and go, no, counter. It's your life too.
I give him his world.
It.
This is my world. That's one of those words that just makes me.
Listen, this is the thing I want to stress, right? How is it e-begging?
When I just sit there and people give me money, I don't even ask for it.
And they're always like, "You must be proud of yourself for e-begging all the time." And I'm like,
"All right, yeah, no, it was me because I didn't see the proud part. Was people were pointing fingers at him. I've seen people say like." You are not owed shit at him, and he's like,
when people are like crying about like I've been streaming for 4 hours and I haven't made any money, or I've only made this much. Why are you guys not giving me what I want? That I don't approve of.
Exactly. Yeah. You remember
That's gross.
You remember Onision? He used to
I
send
actually
his
know
former...
what that person looks like, but I've never seen any of their videos.
At one point, when he started to lose his hype and started to become the, well, let's be honest here, the fucking disaster that he ended up being, there was a moment where he would send former Patreons dismissive emails saying like, hey man, just so you know, I and my family are struggling a lot and you can't send $1 to us? What the hell's wrong with you? Motherfucker.
Yeah, guilting people, that's extra
Yeah.
gross.
Cobes is not owed shit. Here's the thing. I've seen Cobes get increasingly more and more pissed off at chat if he doesn't get the money that he wanted, usually after he made a terrible financial fuck up. Another good example is the famous quartering stream where he got shit-faced every time he thought that he'd get shit-faced every time someone sent a donation, like what I've been doing tonight. And what happened was no one donated for the longest time until he's like, fine, you guys want to see me drunk? Let's and show you how fun it can be. Let's start off. Already pissed off. He was pissed off for a whole bunch of reasons. The famous Pizzagate for him situation where his wife went out for pizza and she wasn't invited because he's a insecure little shit. He ended up being so shit-faced live on stream. He got up into the corner of the basement that he films out of and just pissed into a corner event. Like, and you could hear him like tinkling away. Like, he was angry that no one was donating. Ooh, Wings of Redemption, same thing. And Darkside Phil. There is a bad trend of people, usually cows, who end up like thinking that they're owed money. If I'd have done this tonight and this Captain Morgan's bottle was full by the end of it, I'd be like, okay, I get to enjoy that now or later. That's fine. Back in my mind, I'm thinking, it's a shame. Anyway, like, you just get on with it. It's nothing. It's fine. And if you can't guarantee your money flow so much, and yet you've turned this into your job, that's on you, motherfucker. But
yeah, I would have thought that the only way you'd use this as your sole income is if, like, you were doing it as a side gig and it got bigger than you thought and you kind of ended up giving up what was your permanent gig to make this your permanent gig because you need more time for it. Like, you don't just, like, I'm going to quit everything and make YouTube my thing. Like,
that was
you can. It's your life. But nobody owes you for that to work. Like,
back in the day, there was only, I can't believe I'm already saying this about YouTube in like previous past tense. There was one of two ways. Number one, you came from money. That's still universal now. And they're just basically floating you along. And two, there is, you started with nothing. You made a little bit of something. And like you said, there came a point where you left your day job. Like Doug Walker did famously. He got on 60 Minutes for doing this. And he just stripped off his shirt in the workroom with, like, I quit brazened on his chest and walked out.
Might not be a good idea just in case you ever have to go back to work and need to,
he's
answer.
Fine. Like, he's okay. But he did not know that at the time.
Right? Like, what if you need to go get a regular job and they call your previous employer and ask if they would rehire you? Like, the answer is they're allowed to ask that question.
Yes, they are.
And that
indeed.
can easily be a no.
I think he knows that too. Though I
that's
think...
like the only question they're allowed to ask. I used to hire for a company, and that was the only question I was allowed to answer. If another job called and was like, we're interviewing such and such who used to work for you, like, the only thing they're allowed to ask was would you hire them back?
Yeah.
And I the only thing I was legally allowed to tell them was yes or no. Like, you can't say why or anything like that. You can just say yes, you would hire them back, or
well,
no,
actually,
you
kind
would
of
not hire
sucks
them
that you
again.
can't go into the details. Like, no,
Nope.
because they were a pedophile, for example.
Because if it costs them the job and then they debate whether or not what you said was accurate, then you're in court over it. So just to protect your employer.
You could use
yes or
very
no.
technical language, but I suppose it's a lot easier just to say yes or no then.
Yes or no.
But the people who make this into their jobs, it comes with so much weight on their shoulders that it just convinces me I never want this to be my job. I'd always like more money on the bar above my head, but other than that, like, if I don't get any more, then so be it. Like, I spent the first year with less than 10 people ever watching any of my streams, and then it became more than 10. I actually care more about the views than anything. And even that doesn't really matter if no one's engaging or if it's all like hate, like Cobes. Like, how much of his chat is just full of people who generally do not like him. I would never want that. Ever in 1,000 years. And that might come with the territory of just getting bigger, you can't control it. But I do love it's very telling when like some streamers say stuff like, most of my chat, it's just mostly haters. That seems like a you problem there, buddy. Mine seems to be pretty fucking dope. Like that seems, well, why exactly are they haters too? Did you ever ask that question? Also, so what if they're haters? Do what Vosh does and convert them. Do what Ben does and
I
convert
try.
them.
I
Do
really
what
like
TJ
that. That is like my
does
bread and butter,
convert them.
man. My favorite moment on Twitter was a troll finally telling me they give up. They looked through all my shit and can't find anything to be mad at me about, so they're just going to stop now. And then they blocked me.
I hope whoever that was is having a fantastic day because they had a realization.
It was whoever it was going after Sketch, and I was like, "What the fuck is your problem, man? Like, why are you like, my boy? Like, you want to get involved? You'll be next." I'm like, come at me. Like, what?
It's a minefield, but only if you let it be. You control the battlefield.
That's hilarious. I forget what the hell they called me. It was hilarious. It was like something McPissy Pants or something, and it was on my birthday, and I was like, you just gave me the best gift ever, and I changed my Twitter name to like Sassy McPissy Pants or whatever.
It's the best thing you can fucking do. It's why Sturgis and Kendall that DP are going after. It's so fucking hilarious to watch because they're constantly like, that's not our name. That's not our name. Oh, you've just given them the finest meal, the most filet mignon. Like, they're just going to descend on you like vultures now. Like hyenas on Scar, you know?
And you can tell if somebody's full of shit when they do that. It's just like, I don't care what you call me.
What
like,
Cobes says, I don't care about the trolls, as he's like holding back tears and his lip is quivering. Like, they're the
I didn't
ones
say
who
anything to that person. I just changed my name. I was like, oh my god, that's brilliant. I think that's all I'm saying.
Cobes could have learned a lot from you.
You 24 hours a day, he should be paid for it. Yeah, how much money do you guys make on merch off of him?
Stealing my ideas.
How much money does he?
Fun of my business.
How much money does he get from those merch sales that go on constantly?
With the troll T-shirts, the trolls make fun of me and steal my likeness.
No, there have been.
I don't get jack from those sales.
The guy that
I don't get jack from those sales. I will say one thing.
Where's his father from?
I don't know. Like,
he said sales.
Oh.
That's not normal. He and his son say sales different. Cobes says sales like I say sales.
I know Casper isn't where Cobes was born. They moved to Casper. I think Indiana, maybe?
That would make sense, yeah.
Don't hold me on that now.
It's somewhere from that area, though. It could be like maybe some
Illinois?
part of Minnesota, but I would have thought I would have picked up on some other part of the accent. Maybe.
And anyway, I will say this about Cobes's t-shirts. He did once post a t-shirt that was so rushed it had not one but 2 typos in it. And it was unintentional. And then he's like, oh shit, I did do that. Like, what he did was, like, he was being told on stream that he did it. Like, no, I didn't. I'll just go and check. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. You guys are just jealous.
Made his logo for his one business. He used to always, I don't know if he still does, but he would send like gift cards to like Home Depot and stuff like that to help Josh out with pros.
Oh shit, completely separate to anything else. I just want to say this. A few days ago, I was in the shop getting some booze, the guy in front of me had a Tunnel Snakes jacket from Fallout. I just wanted to share that with the community. Tunnel Snakes rule.
He made some selling merch, and I thought that was really cool. He'd send him materials or gift cards and things like that. Because, and not only that, but he was so kind, to make that logo for Josh. And it's such a kick.
He rocked it too.
Oh,
I love my logo.
I'm looking at his sticker. I've got his stickers all over down. So it's and so that he was a really cool guy. And there's a lot of those guys out there.
So I think that leads into the next question that I had naturally, which is, do you think collectively that YouTube has been a bad or a good influence on Josh? Like, do those goods in your mind outweigh the bads?
They used to, because there's a lot more of it. But the really nasty trolls have been getting stronger and bigger. And they get their, I don't know what it is. They get their 5 minutes of fame out of it or what? Did they get their dopamine rush every day?
They do get their dopamine
from
rush.
going to the
It's sick.
subreddit, I guess, and posting something totally vile and getting a lot of likes on it. So that's a good question. That's hard. It used to. I don't think it does anymore. The substance abuse, and of course they'll blame me for it. Yeah. Don't know how we work that one out either.
Even at my most dismissive of Clint, he's right. Josh is his own adult. He's the one who wants to drink as much as he does, and God knows how he got started on the duster. Someone might have delivered the duster to him, but no one forced him to stick it up his fucking nose.
But at the same time, I get it. If I had to live a day in his shoes, I'd be drinking all day too. I really would. I could not.
I bet
beat
you'd
him.
be a cool drunk though.
I get trolled
Cobes isn't a
as
cool
much
drunk.
as he does, and I just. But I don't even read them. That's the other thing. So I'm not even taking the mental abuse. I'm just annoyed as fuck. He's got that mental abuse to go with the annoyance nonstop all day long. How do you come out of that okay in any shape? And so for that, no. I wish those people would go away. You know what I mean? And they won't. They thrive.
I'll tell you, the worst thing I think he ever did,
that's what
the trolls ever did to him, was the grinder dates, just because the third party thought that they had found somebody. They usually found very, vulnerable and, sheltered or very on the QT, not out of the closet yet, gay people, and they met him for hookups. And they show pictures of, Cobes, and it was kind of fucked up. It's not even like Tinder, which is already kind of weird. But Grindr is kind of... Grindr, there'll be a lot of people who, they can never outright declare that they're gay. And they come all the way out, and Cobes is just talking to this... I remember there was this one person, you could see them in the door, and they were clearly... I don't know if they were cross-dressing or trans, but they were, looming over Cobes, asking, are you my Tinder date? No, Grindr date. And they, sorry, you've been, made fun of by the trolls. And then to slam the door in their face. I didn't feel bad for that person. I can't say, I probably did giggle a little bit afterwards when Cobes is yelling, not for that other person, but how, oh yeah, he was terrified that people will think that he's gay. He's so yeah, the homophobia made me chuckle a little bit because it's so stupid. But that's the thing, that's why he attacked Warlord the way he did. Warlord's a meth addict and probably has always been gay, and yeah, and badly, but his reaction is kind of very telling. I think he's got some deep-seated homophobia going on.
Where trolls come from? They're slimy, stinky, small.
I guarantee at least one of his trolls is very gay, very openly gay, and feels insulted because of that.
Who live under a bridge and torment good people.
They're in their mama's basement.
No, some of them are probably living lives better and happier than you have, man. You have to stop giving you these magical fantasy worlds for yourself. because then you have to start seeing them as real people. Like, Clint went out of his way to find the person, and when he saw the person, I don't know, but most likely he didn't find somebody living in his mom's basement. Unless he did, and that's like the template. That one was
Give it a
living in his
minute.
mom. Okay.
This
What a
man
troll
is
is,
so
you
the
know,
same as me. We are
and-
cut from the same cloth, man.
So no, I don't. The good that's come out of it, you know, like when we were on over Thanksgiving, you know, we went and visited my family, and you know, we always do for Thanksgiving, go visit family. And he, you know, everywhere we went, people would see him and go, "Hey, can I get a selfie? Can I get a selfie with you?" You know, some real fans that he ran into. It was really cool, and made him feel really good. And you know, he's a rock star. You know, we're in the Denver airport and people are taking selfies with Josh.
Nice.
And
I haven't gone on tour yet, so I can call myself a rock star.
so when I see that
needs
stuff, I'm
to.
always
We
like,
need
oh,
to have
that's
Cobra
awesome.
Fest.
You know, and I appreciate those people. When I see
Cobra's
people
thing
like
at
the guy that
Cantina.
made his logo, you know, reaching out, and when I see people sending him little gift packages of his favorite jerkies and stuff like that, you know, I mean, that's just very thoughtful. You know, the people go, oh, you know, Josh loves his jerky, so I'm going to send him some. I mean, that's just really cool.
You guys
know,
in
the
chat
people are
never
thoughtful
send
like
me
that.
alcohol.
And so when I see those things, yeah,
I've had jerky
and I just know
sent
how
to
much
me.
he loves it. You know, it's just,
Good jerky?
you know, he always tells me when he's
Yeah.
doing a new food hack, I
Hell
always
yeah.
get a text message or a phone call to tell me about it. And so it's always, you know, it gives him great joy to do the stuff he's doing. But I also see the hurt, and I see the nonstop hurt, and I see the nonstop alcohol abuse because of the hurt. And I get, yeah, and then I don't.
It's not abuse if it's in your stomach.
You know, talking about a lot of this stuff.
They had to edit that part out.
What do you think is one thing that people that watch him don't know about him?
That's what, man.
I think the one thing they don't know, I think the one thing none of them realize, the good people in or the trolls, is how close his family is to him. I think when they see his lifestyle,
Dude, without Clint, he'd probably be dead in a lot of different ways. Like, I don't think he'd still be alive.
assume that
The
his family's
negative loop
abandoned
that
him
gets these
and that
people
he's
to
on his own.
self-destruct
But like I
would
said,
have
we're in
killed him by now
contact
if he didn't have the family he
sometimes
has.
every day, a minimum of 3 times a week. And whenever we have any type of family things, he's always involved. His sister takes care of him, you know, helps him out when she can. Everybody loves him, and everybody's there for him always. His family's very, very supportive of him, and they're very involved in his life, even though none of us, we all choose not to be in his online life, because again, that's his thing. We don't want to invade on that. That's his thing, and we don't want to take away from that. We want him to be able to have that on his own without interference. And the only reason I'm finally doing this interview is just because it's just gotten so out of hand. Some of the theories and some of the behaviors, in my opinion, are getting dangerous.
Because my trolls don't have a family like I do.
Because
No, man, don't use that as a shield. No. I don't give a fuck.
Did you hear what he said?
Because the trolls don't have
trolls don't have a family like him.
Yeah.
Like that. I think that is really
Incorrect.
For him, aware and honestly, like if the people that were doing the sick behavior that feeds into this negative loop that keeps hurting and killing people,
some of them come from good families. Others come from terrible backgrounds. Some are born mentally challenged, and some are born and then have been abused. Others have none of those things. They all are different people. Do not put them in one big brush. Or you're wondering, no, I'm too lazy.
Even this, like if this fella, if his father didn't go and get all the training and have the ability to get all the training he had, think of how much more frustrating it would be for him. There'd be a lot of things that he wouldn't be able to have any control over. And he's recognized what he has limited control over, and he tries to work with that. But I get where he's like, and I'm just saying, like, it's not invalid for him to feel that way. I think it's sweet that he thinks that way, that he's thinking like that for people to behave in such an uncaring way, that for him to reconcile that in his mind, he's at least gotten so far as to recognize somebody who does that probably hasn't felt whether or not it was available to them.
But he doesn't
For
have
whatever reason,
sympathy
be it
for
nature or nurture,
them.
they haven't been able to feel the care around them.
But he doesn't have
And-
sympathy for them, and he might not be able to feel it, because you do realize that autistic people are
I don't-
famously
Yeah, I don't know
incapable,
that he would internalize it that way, but the fact that he
No.
can at least recognize it is I think a good thing. I think it's a good thing. I think it's better than not being able to
What
recognize
if
that
one of his trolls
hurtful people
is
often
like,
have their own pain. It's easier to not be so hurt by it when you realize that they're probably more miserable than you even beat yourself up
that's
to be.
hope, because you don't know. You have to go to every single person who's did this.
I don't.
over
Well,
him.
I don't care to know. I would rather just live in that world, assuming that,
All right,
you
fair
know.
enough.
And if that assumption ends up biting me in the ass, then I will take a look back and learn how to adjust and to see the road. But like, for me personally, if I had to consider each and every individual person's possible perspective, like that, there's always going to be disagreement. That's the whole reason of picking your clan, right? Like,
Right.
and I'm not saying like fuck people who disagree, like let your behavior hurt them if you don't care about them. That's not my deal. But
really
like,
where I'm going with this, though.
I know it's not your
I'm-
deal,
No,
but that
no.
seems to be a lot of people's deal online, and I don't think it's healthy. And I do think a lot of them, for whatever reason, be it the chemicals that they're born with, or their, you know, what their body makeup, be it biology or their family or situation or things they were exposed to, are generally not happy people. Happy and adjusted people don't behave that way.
True. However, you know, it is always in context. For example, the happiest person you know is almost certainly dying inside, right? There's something that
They
they're
have.
always.
I think that even like the most based, balanced, genuine, loving human in
Have
the
gone
world is going to
through
have
drama.
dark moments, and
Yeah.
they're going to be hurt, and they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to take things personally when they don't have to. Like, all of us go through it. That's part of being human.
So, what I want to point out, though, is that Cobes uses that as another shield, and I kind of want to take that shield away from him and bash him over the head with it and go, try better, you're better than that. And
I think his father's taking a decent approach in that it giving
But
him
he
the base
believes
and
it-
then letting
actually,
him
he
see it
doesn't
in action
believe.
and then building off of that base. Because I
No,
don't think
no,
he's
no.
the type of person who can learn with the bludgeon.
I don't think he's ever had a bludgeon.
Oh,
Not a
I think
real
he
one.
has.
No.
If you hear a couple, as a parent, I've listened to some of the cracks in Clint's voice, and he's tried the bludgeon. He's. I feel that. I felt that. I'm like, oh yeah. When
If
you like, no matter
nature-
how hard you try, like I feel like I've tried everything, and this kid is still being defiant and hitting that wall where you're like, oh, because even though they're my kid, it's still a whole separate ass other human being. And no matter how many times I try different tacts, if the answer is just no, and that's who that human being is, no matter how much ownership I feel over what I've produced, I don't have that kind of control. That's not mine to have either. Like,
I don't.
it's my job
like-
to make them understand how to want that, but I can't.
This is, I think, a big difference between you and me, personality-wise. I
Mhm.
can't stand liars, especially liars for
Oh.
themselves. And Cobes is one of the biggest liars, but he's also one of the most inefficient and inept liars. He can't even have a mask on, and he needs that. Then you know what? Can't he just admit that it's a lot easier to accept the truth, that something is wrong and he has to fix it, than keep going through the lies that are getting so threadbare at this point, he's not even trying. Again, I'm going to go back to when he was like, you want a glass of wine? It was straight away. Now, we both know that meant the mead. And what happened at the Christmas? The mead. What happened with Puff? The mead. That's my headcanon. I'm sticking with it. I'm not like Red, who thinks that he actually threw him into the mead, but I do mean that he focused so much on that, because you can't drink an animal who's just going to stare at you. You're just going to look at it and go, "Ha, you're a thing." But alcohol takes the pain away. You know, like Cobes is a man who's lied to himself that you think that it's now stuck with him with the truth, but he clearly doesn't
But
believe his
that's
own
it though.
lies.
Like I don't get mad at people. I get very frustrated for sure when people are lying to themselves, but I do try to see the difference between when someone genuinely doesn't know the difference and they need to be shown the difference versus when they're willfully lying. And you saw how I reacted when I felt like I could tell, like, in my opinion,
Someone was
what he
willfully
was
lying.
saying about what happened to Puff was an absolute lie, and he damn well knew it as he was saying it. And
Yeah.
that's when I was like, okay, there's a line for me. It's one thing when you don't know any better. It's different thing when you know better and you're willfully lying. Like you turned on a
Plus, when the
camera to
consequences
play
were
a
so
game and
high.
lie. Like that irritates me. Now, I could just choose not to watch it. You know what I mean? But like if you're looking for my opinion on the human being, since we've kind of studied him enough, like yeah, that irritated the shit out of me.
We have
And like,
looked at him.
you're generally a decent dude, but like when you are just like just don't see anything at all. You know what I mean? But I don't think he's capable of that. And that's where I get nervous with
Do you
people.
feel like maybe
if,
you're infantilizing him a bit? Like he can't do this, he can't do that. I think that there's a
I
hidden
think
gem
that
underneath there, and I think he, at this point now, nothing else but sheer blunt force trauma could be all that he needs. I almost need like a child. Like, remember was it the dog whisperer? I kind of need him to show up and just teach him how to not.
I think I've tried to like with him, it's a different kind of case. Like he needs that in between. Like he needs someone who can show him that that it's worth the care and time for them to be gentle even when they're frustrated, because he needs to be able to test. But he also needs to see that same person, and I think that this is how his father probably has earned a lot of this, can handle when he's wrong, when he gets out of hand. Let him see that, let him come back, let him make his apologies and understand, and call him out still when he starts using that system as like a game. Like being able to read a person and their intentions, and really just the difference between, okay, it's one thing when you didn't learn, but once you learn, then we're not going to just use the what sounds good, because it may sound good and that might work on other people that you tell this story to, but you and I know the truth, and yep, fuck that. I'm not going to be gaslit. Like,
I think you're gonna
so,
like what I'm gonna say next. You've kind of tempered me a little bit over this stream.
oh,
Yeah, you've found the right collection of words to douse me a bit, because I under the right left me on devices. I'm the sort of guy who calls for someone's head. Like, I'm the queen from
I
Alice in
need
Wonderland.
people like that around me too, though, because sometimes I will let people walk on me even when I know they're
I'm
doing
anger from fucking Inside Out. Oh, I need to get a little suit and like a little tie, and I look like a character from fucking Parks and Rec. Great.
Just do Donkey Kong. That's cute and friendly still.
Yeah, but no, like no, you are making points. I'm sticking with my core criticisms, but you're
No, because
better at
what a lot of people who do what he's doing absolutely do know that they're doing it, and they do it because they know that people are uncomfortable calling them out just in case they're wrong, because some people don't know and it's hard to tell, and people
And also, some people
intentionally
don't
game that line,
care.
and I
They
think
want
that's
to pick
fucked up.
they want to pick the easy way out. And I think, let's be honest
Yeah.
here, Clint's a human being. More often than not, he's like, "Fine, have it." As if you, as a mother, have never just gone, "Fine, eat
Maybe,
your
I
damn
don't know.
sweets."
I don't.
Like
He
you've
seems
thrown
a
up your
lot
hands.
like me in that way, like, so I doubt it. Like, I don't know.
What, you've
When it
never
comes
given
down
in
to
to
like
the
kids
kids?
just having a fit, when they're having a fit,
Yeah.
no, that kicks my stubborn in. And I'm like, now you're definitely not getting it, because I don't want to give you something for having a fit. What that says to me is that the next time you want something, you're going to try this first because it worked last time, and I don't want to do this again. So the answer is fucking no.
There we go. That
You
oh
can cry
damn.
about it all you want, and I will laugh
Rage.
right in your crying little
You
face.
giving me the rage
No mercy.
vapors. I like those.
No mercy.
I like that tone on
No
you.
mercy. Like, I was like, yeah, does that bother you? Don't bother me, and I'll just sit there eating a Twix bar.
Nice.
I've had death threats on my kids, on my daughters. I've had people threaten to kill
That's
my
fucked up.
Oh, and there's
because
no
I'm such a piece of shit parent
justification
and
for
nobody
it.
gives a shit about Josh. So they're going to kill our entire family to teach us a lesson. What the fuck? We are a very loving family and we're very close.
And here's the thing, Cobes alludes to it. He never outright talks about that level of trolling.
So to hear talk like that, and one of these days, the shit that they keep making up and spewing all over the subreddit, there's going to be some crazy person that decides they need to take action.
Yeah.
That's my fear. Eventually, some crazy ass person is going to think that the shit that they're hearing is real and decide they need to take action.
I think Cobes got to take. In all fairness, I do think that Cobes the story is going to be in Cobes' hands, and at this rate, the way he's going, I don't know. Like,
we're going to end up on some late night drama television show.
How have you not already been on A&E
to find out how Clint died? It's so
again, yeah,
real, man.
Down the rabbit hole.
Because when does it end? And and where does this go? There's nowhere good for it to go in terms of the really intense trolling and the crazy
This poor
stories.
man, because I could
There's
send him the things I've learned in these last handful of years.
You should reach out to him.
We see where this goes, and no, I don't want him to have to see that. He would be terrified for his son every day.
Well, give him context
I would
of
be
why
in
you're
tears
doing
if-
it, and say like this
I
is a
will
war.
never let my little guy
I'm trying to help
near
you.
this shit. I will never let my little guy near this shit because for this exact reason, because people are sick and there are people who are limited, and the entitlement and the level that people take it to, and even when it comes to Hollywood stars, like, people are sick with their level of entitlement. You are not entitled to I don't oh well, you took this job. I'm there's
Yeah, the age-old question: if they're celebrities and they're constantly putting their lives out there, and that's the thing. Like Cobes,
but are you putting your life out there?
Cobes
I
kind of
actually
is
have
to a huge
done
degree.
like plays and different things. Like I've taken I enjoy that stuff. I would never want that life. You know what I mean? But I just people should be allowed to practice the things that make them happy, bring them joy, their callings.
Yeah.
And regardless of how society has pressured that to look, that doesn't. I'm so sick of everybody insisting, well, this is what we accept as the norm, so you have to deal with it. Just like the people are just like, oh, well, there are trolls, deal with it. Like, okay, that's not untrue, but at the same time, that doesn't excuse, that doesn't make what people do to other human beings okay.
No,
it just doesn't.
It's as always, context is key, and at the end of the day, when I hear someone saying, "Oh, you're online, you're gonna get trolled, deal with it," it's kind of true, but at the exact same time, like, what's the worst thing that ever happened to me? Somebody said a bad word to me. What's the thing that ever happened to Cobes? He's probably had a bomb sent to him. Okay, those are two different worlds. In that regard, I would not. I think Clint needed to adjust this. You try to be Josh on his worst day. Now that I don't know if I could do. I would probably hide in a corner, or just fucking walk out into the endless wilderness of Wyoming for like 12 hours and just keep walking. In fact, I'd probably do that on a good day too. I want to see that part of America, so just get a good pair of boots and start walking. But make sure it's the right time of year, or else the wind will carry me away like a leaf. Whee! But
everything that I went to do when I was over in Casper was lots of driving. Walking, not really an option.
But we've seen where he lives. He's literally surrounded by nothing.
Yeah, Casper was really dead. Like, the hotel we were in was in Casper, but
probably a really nice
to Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone and Devil's Tower and Grand Tetons, and it was all like a drive.
Steakhouse, a good steakhouse apparently in Casper that's world famous, and a good sort of like open air sort of fancy boudoir, like
go during
area.
rodeo time and make sure you go to Cody.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. You'd only really go there though to listen to like a 50-year-old fat guy and his equally fat wife talk about how the Mexicans are ruining America though. So
Oh,
you know,
Lord.
mileage
Just go for the
Mary.
rodeo stuff.
Yeah, don't start chatting to people. Enjoying yourself? Sure am. What do you think about? Well, time to go back.
Right, yeah,
that's
the whole
Josh's
South
thing.
scares me for
I mean, it needs to be his thing.
You just call Wyoming the South? It's pretty fucking north.
No,
And I
no,
will
just
say
the
honest-
people that would go to Cody during rodeo season.
Ah, right, yeah, very. Well, I don't know. Like, by my logic, then you should go to Florida during what's the big thing that they went with Channel 5? It wasn't Burning Man. That's out in the desert. Florida
The
had
spring
some sort of
break?
big. It's kind of like spring break mixed in with like a few other things. It has a name to it. I forget what it is, but it looked like hell on earth.
But I just
It looked
Like I
like
said,
meth on
in my
earth.
opinion,
If
it's getting
meth could be a
dangerous.
gathering.
And so I felt it was finally time to say something.
Without it being juggalo
And like I
related.
said, those
Thought the
guys are
meth
going to twist
gathering
it
was
all
in
anyway,
Arizona.
so it really doesn't matter
The
what I
meth
say.
gathering
Josh
was
and I
in fucking
Josh
Detroit.
especially could win the lottery and literally cure cancer with it, and then the trolls would attack him for it, and everybody who took the cancer treatment.
I think some people think that you are Josh's guardian, that you have like some sort of legal control over him or something. That's
Well, like I said, like I think maybe in the worst circumstance he could become it, but you know.
When it's common, and this came up to us, this is, in my opinion, a mistake, and also not a mistake that I made with Josh. When they're minors and they're about to become adults, typically, if you've got a minor with disabilities of any kind, you go through a paperwork process where you become their guardian and have custody of them even as an adult. And so that
my ma tried to do that so we could get a little bit more money each week, but my doctor just was like, "Come on, mate. We both know you don't need that." I was like, "Okay, fair enough. I did try."
is a common thing. And we sat down with Josh and the whole family when that time kind of came up when he was 17, and decided he already had such issues of control, and especially with the idea that we control him and constantly tell him how to live his life, brush your teeth, things like that. So we decided collectively,
when that happens, it'll be a state issued control.
I was really hoping
a mandate.
that if we didn't do that to him, it would be a sign to him that we respect him and trust him. And I was hoping that he would then rise up to that, if that makes sense.
Afternoon delight.
Where I really felt it would be very detrimental to him and our relationship, especially if I then produced paperwork to say, guess what? I'm your legal guardian for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? And like I said, there are times when I wish I would have done that, because that would have given
He does
me...
talk a lot like Clint, doesn't he? He changes like one words up, but you can hear like every once in a while a little bit of Clint, and maybe even feedback. Maybe Clint's been speaking a little bit more like Cobes.
Legal recourse to
That's
help
what I
him
think.
more.
I
Or to,
think that every time he talks about
him in a home,
like the
and like I
higher
said, I don't
thinking
wanna
stuff
put
about
him
his
in a
trolls,
home.
that he must be
He would
echoing someone,
die in
and
a
now
home.
I
It would
really
be terrible
genuinely
for him.
feel like it's been his father
At the same
that he was echoing.
At the same time, I think it would be very beneficial to him, some of the services that
But
he would get
I
from
really also think that is a bit of a cult. Maybe, for example, Clint came to the guy and he's like in this really nice house and he's like, yeah, I've got my own life. What freak comes to someone's home? I'm going to get the law on you unless you turn around right now. And like, what could Clint do but walk away? And he's like, okay, that's not how that went in my mind. There should have been a 17-year-old crying to mommy. Instead, I was scaring his little 5-year-old, and their dog was barking at me, and I had to pass 3 cars that was nicer than mine. Like this sort of deflated ego sort of thing. So he came home and he's like, yay, they're fat losers living in their mom's basement. That's what a dad would do in that circumstance.
Especially something like detox and some daily counseling. That when there are certain meds that do help him quite a bit.
Although I don't think, I really would be doubting if that happened.
So there are some things, definitely some areas, I think he would function
trolls
better
do come in all shapes and sizes.
could have a more productive, what we call a normal life, if I would have retained.
A lot of them are trans, I noticed. They're usually ways of them express, trans or gay, them expressing their own sexuality by kind of lashing out a little bit. And most of them, I know that because most of them eventually come out of the closet and admit it.
His guardianship and forced him to do that stuff.
Normality doesn't exist.
But at the same time, I don't think I could force him to.
Each person's definition of normal.
God, his voice is going.
Therefore, normal does not exist.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, there's a consensus, though. In all fairness,
Yeah, I think that's good to get that cleared up because I think that's a big.
but he is right, especially in America. There is no such thing as
And
normal.
like I said,
there's regional acceptance, accents, maybe phenotype. Like, you know, you go down to the south and suddenly there's a whole lot more black people. That's why when I went from Canada, there wasn't that many black people. We crossed over the border, and the second we hit Erie, there was a bunch of Amish who got on board. And I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. And then a sea of brothers and sisters.
Thinks it was a mistake.
And it was like that all the way to Bloomington in Indiana.
His personality type.
I was not expecting
disorder
that.
Would have magnified that.
They were nice.
And I think he'd have gone off the deep end. I really do, in terms of anger and hostility and just his general behavior.
Eerie?
What are
Wouldn't
your
have been eerie.
hopes for Josh's future?
Yeah, what town it was.
What do you envision?
They're on the lakes.
Well, what I would love to see Josh do is I'd love to see him start a YouTube channel that could be monetized, where there's no drugs, alcohol, and swearing on it, and just do his food hacks.
I got my monetization back.
Oh, good. I've even
I hope he keeps it, but
volunteered to buy his food for it. If you just make
That's
one
nice.
meal a day and call it cooking with the Cobes, cooking with the Cobes, and it's one meal a day where you do some crazy food hack and have foodgasms while you eat it on camera, sober.
He really likes his
And
food
I think
gasms,
a
which is
lot of
one of the
people
biggest
watch it.
turnoffs
I
of me
really
of the
do.
whole thing.
And I think it could be a very successful venture for him
He's
in the
eating
YouTube
bugs
world,
on camera, for
both
fuck's sake.
financially
Both
and
living
mentally.
and dead.
For him, I think that would be great. I really want to see him continue with the counseling.
Good.
I hope the counseling gets to a place where he can address some of the issues that he really has dealt with all his life. I think some of these issues come from abandonment issues. I think is where some of the self-loathing comes from, and not feeling worthy or deserving of anything good to happen. I think some of that comes from that, from his biological mom.
Fuck her.
And in her defense, she wasn't mentally okay, I don't think,
Gee, I wonder where I get it from.
she wasn't a horrible person. But after we divorced, she just kind of disappeared one day. And that had a serious effect on him.
Literally keep trying to find her, and it's just like, dude, I didn't ask for that.
They won't. And not only that, but she doesn't deserve hate. I understand where he feels that, but she certainly doesn't deserve hate from the online world. You know what I mean? She was in a rough place in her own life, and she dealt with it the way that she knew how, and it's very sad and unfortunate, but it is what it is. But anyways, I'd love to see him get help with that. I'd definitely love to see him get help with the substance abuse. I think the more he could get that under control, I think he'd be happier in general. And definitely he's slowly killing himself.
Yeah.
And
The thing is, it's a slow way to kill yourself.
No. Clint was right.
And when I bring that stuff up, I get reminded that I want to die anyway.
Well, I don't want to die, but we're all going to die, so you might as well enjoy it.
And then I would love to, and he needs to get his teeth taken care of.
I think he needs
And-
all of them, at least in the top row, extracted and replaced.
He finally did set a dentist appointment. Thank you.
No, I did, but then I didn't go to it because I lost Puff.
I know,
Uh-huh.
but he's at least moving that direction.
Same reason he didn't go to
I don't know what
fish
can be
tank,
done.
apparently.
To be honest with you, when you don't brush your teeth for 22 years or for 12 years, I don't know that there's any help. But
Jesus.
he's finally at least open to going to the dentist and getting it worked on or looked at. So hopefully that'll get fixed. His wand business, as you mentioned in your video too, he's sitting on a gold mine.
He is. It's insane. But I'm scared about his money to skyrocket because what would he spend it
and
on?
he'd make a
but
full-time
food and
income.
drink.
If he cranked out 4 wands a day for what he sells them for, he'd make a very good income. And I keep trying to tell him, you want to win the lottery to build that dream house, make 4 or 5 wands a day and
He
save the money.
really
You'll
goes
build
on
your
about
dream
the
house.
lottery. It's weird.
For the money I need, we got to include like landscaping and like how many acres I want.
How many followers? How many followers you got?
80,000,
80,000.
81,000.
There's
She typing,
times.
he's calculating something.
So that is, oh wait, let me count the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, $4 million. If every one of your fans bought a wand, that's $4 million. I think he does need counseling. I think he needs counseling to learn how to overcome a lot of the self-abuse and definitely the alcohol abuse and substance abuse. Yeah, he needs help. But as I mentioned very much earlier in this interview, it's got to be self-help.
I'm sick and tired of everyone thinking I need help.
You can't force help on people. In terms of, does he need help in terms?
He will have forced help upon him at the end of it when the law does it for him.
In terms of how he lives, other than the substance
Barry
abuse
does it by his own
and the
choice.
teeth, no. He's just, it's him, and I'm cool with it. You know, he's just who he is. He's going to get up every day and make YouTube videos and rant and cook some crazy ass food and eat it and make some crazy drink combinations and drink them and make wands.
I wonder if
And
Clint knows he
crazy
doesn't eat every day. He eats like every 2 or 3 days. That's why he eats with such gusto.
He mentioned an eating disorder, so I think he's aware.
are and
Son told me that.
Ventriloquism.
and be the Gothic King Cobra.
Might
You know,
explain
and
why
it's
he just wants nothing
who
but
he
fat
is,
and grease.
And I'm totally okay with those
Mm-hmm.
aspects. Like I said, I love Josh, and I'm actually very, very proud of who Josh is. There are some of his choices.
Also
I'm
explains why
definitely not
he's so
okay with.
skinny.
I'm
He
definitely
thinks
not
he's
proud of him.
fat.
He knows
He's,
that.
I'm
He's
fat. He's
all
not.
the time. But I can't change him. Those are, like I said, self-help comes from self-help. It's called self-help for a reason. And change isn't easy. And that's the other thing, you know, I think we all know somebody in our lives who struggled with substance abuse. And it's a very sad
Yeah, boy.
thing to watch them slowly demise into this canyon, and they don't see it, and they don't acknowledge it, and they don't want to see it or acknowledge it. And it's very hard as someone who loves a person in a position to watch it happen and feel so hopeless.
Mm.
And you do what you can, and you love them, and that's it.
What you've talked about this a little bit, but I think what do you think is the best thing about Josh? What is his greatest quality?
Well, two. One is kindness. He is seriously just an incredibly compassionate person, especially with animals and older people. He's just so genuine with them, and he's so caring about them, and he's just so good with them.
Oh yeah, I love my senior citizens.
And he always.
Wasn't it true that before he passed, what was his name? Grandpa Lobster? Didn't he try to reach out to Cobes?
I'm not sure.
I think something like
Hats.
Hannibal and Monty would be here to ask about that.
Or Red.
People my own age.
they were close.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Right.
And is the fact that shit that he goes through on a daily basis, and he just is unapologetically himself all the time. That takes balls.
He is. There's a level of it.
That is serious respect, because I can't do it. I couldn't be 100% myself all the time. I'd be too terrified of the judgment I would receive.
It's the Aries in me. We Aries don't give a shit.
And I think most people can relate to me a lot more than him. You know, I'm not gonna let the whole world
Hell,
see
the
my
chat's in
vulnerable
love with you now,
underbelly,
man.
You know, and because I don't want to, you know, I'm afraid of being teased or harassed. Not Josh, man. He just puts it all out there. And this is me. Take it or leave it. I'm not
No,
gonna,
I could kiss my Asperger's.
I'm not going to change for you. I'm not going to change for them. This is who I am, and I'm going to stay that way. And, you know, when people in town sometimes approach me and ask, "Are you Josh's dad?" I'm instantly on the defensive because I want to know if I want to kill him or not. And then I'm like,
"Oh, help."
And I'm like, "Do you know Josh, or do you just watch his YouTube channel?" And that's a little bit contradictory because, like I said, what you see on his YouTube channel is pretty much what you get because he's unapologetically him, but he also does have that persona.
Never got to meet
You know,
the man.
the way he is on his channel, he isn't that way 24 hours a day. There are times when he's,
Him with Mittens.
you know,
always regret
much
the
more
opportunity.
chill.
Or Bulls.
You know, like when we play games and stuff like that, he's, you know, you're not seeing that persona. When we're visiting the family. So
He was
I'm gonna make
always
him
fun
ones.
around the shit show, but
But
I never like talked to him
I
one
think
on
for my
one.
last thing, is there anything that you want to say, that you want to get out there, set the record clear, or
Son has been
just final
fantastic
words
for
kind of
this.
thing?
well, I've already said it all. But if you wanted a summary, the people that are good to Josh, thank you. I seriously appreciate that you care about him. I seriously appreciate that you, in what level you can, try to help him and take care of him and support him. To your severe trolls, I seriously feel bad for you. I wish you could get some help. Because
Yeah, my trolls need help more than I do, to be honest.
they do. Because they have got to be some seriously miserable people. To get joy out of harassing and trying to ruin another person's life, especially an autistic person's life. That's a special
Should have dropped that last part there.
kind of weird.
I
And
never
and in
approved that.
terms of you guys that feel the need to call me and text me all the time, if you need to keep doing it for whatever reason, fine, but I don't read them. I don't read your emails. I don't read your Facebook
Same here. I'll get
messages.
a text message saying your trolls on the subreddit are doing this, and I'm like, I don't care. Unless they're affecting my life or someone I care about's life, I don't care.
It's some interesting Zoom effects going on here. But I don't, like I said, if they think they need to keep doing it to feel better about themselves, I guess okay, but I don't read them.
Because they think you're gonna ground me and put me in a goddamn group home.
I don't listen.
Or a fucking mental institution.
I don't listen to. I used to. Obviously, I'm human. I used to listen to all the
I've heard
messages
too
and
much
read it all,
funniness,
but
man.
I quit doing it a couple of years ago because it's just too much. And A, I don't have time, and B, it's just the same rhetoric over and over and over again, and they don't know what they're talking about. And it's vile. So if, like I said, for their information, I don't look at it or read it or listen to it. So if you think you're making a difference on me, you're not, because I don't listen to your shit. He tells me shit all the time, but other people.
You see, like, he gets it through a filter. I honestly think that if Clint sat down and watched every one of, like, the worst take compilations, he'd probably want to punch Josh. Like, Josh has talked about, like, gassing people, killing people, like women are only good for sex, and then women deserve to have all the men's dicks cut off, because he follows the last thing he watched like it's the literal Bible. So whatever he watches, he'll take it into his heart, and it's just, dude, that is terrifying when then you turn to a camera and say your piece.
Will tell me.
Well, I do that so you can have a laugh with me at how stupid they are. I'm not doing it to make you feel bad.
I know. Oh, I know.
Then he gets to watch also his son borderline.
I did
Kill
want
himself
to
with alcohol.
include a short addendum here. Clint emailed me after the interview to clarify some things that he didn't get out. So this is
Okay.
directly from those emails. Oh, by the way, this didn't come up in the interview, but I know it's something people love to attack him about. Josh isn't on SSI. He hasn't been for many years.
Yeah,
When
and I
he
don't
was
give
on
a fuck.
SSI, they did a full psych eval and deemed that he was permanently mentally disabled. He receives a small disability check from the government each month, and it varies with his income. I do his taxes, and all of his income is reported. One of my goals is to get him making
That's a
enough
very
money with his
internet
wands
response
and
right there.
YouTube so that the check gets smaller and smaller until it goes away. And another interesting fact that people don't get is his income. One of the reasons many people hate on him is because they think he makes a lot of money because he has a lot of followers. That's just not the case. With all of his ventures and the small disability checks, he makes less money a year than he did when working for Wendy's full time, and because his income is all from self-employment, he has to pay into taxes at the end of every year too, instead of getting a refund.
Yeah, but he spends most of his money on DoorDashes that we get to see live. Like, there's a Cobra. It's bizarre, I admit this, but there is a Cobra, like, end of month recap, what he did in each and every month, and people will put together how much he made on every stream, how many things he sold, and then judge it up by what he puts out. And he's always in the negative. So he always
What?
always
I
in
mean,
the negative.
Look, I do some crazy number crunching and digging into information for sure. But Who has time to focus that kind of energy
It's
on some person on
fucking
YouTube? Like,
bizarre. It's this English guy. I don't. It's a bog. It's not Boggling
why not use
Chronicles.
that
It's
energy to try to solve real problems in the world? Like,
it's like a
what the
stock
hell?
ticker. Yeah, it's so weird. This is weird, but I'll have to admit, it does give you an insight just to how fucking much he squanders.
Yeah. You
And the thing
True.
is, we all know this because
I never
he says
question
it.
that though. I don't need somebody to spend
gotta
like
stay good.
buttloads of
And,
time calculating it
Yeah,
all to like be
for
able to
sure.
tell
Yeah.
that someone like
Happy
that is
holidays.
pissing their money
That's all.
away. And I don't think showing him any amount of evidence will make him hear it.
Truth. That was a fucking journey. And look, there's Ben's take. I'm actually glad. I'm glad I came in with it raw. You get to see me going like, and then I hear you, and I'm like, and then I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, and then you pull me back, and you pull me back. You're edging me the whole night. I'm surprised YouTube allowed this shit to happen. Over it all, though, unfortunately for Clint, still some of my majority complaints remain, but not all of them. So that was a very success. I think Clint needs to do this sort of thing more often and address, I think, directly some people, not me, because I'd simply be like, burn the witch. I would just be screaming for his head, but someone with a little bit more, honestly, get him on DP. Get him on to talk to Ben. This happened last night, but as you well know, we were watching something else, and I also didn't want to spoil it for myself. Like Ben is almost certainly going to have his own takes, and they're going to be fascinating, but at the exact same time, he's going to be biased in his own different way towards it. And I just want to put this out. Here's something I don't think I could stand. All these people, myself, fucking Fish Tank, Keem, DP, like God knows who else. They're all like looking at my life and judging it. Now, before you say, "Oh, you're online right now," that's exactly what you're doing. I'm never going to be this level, and I never want to be, especially not for this reason, to be known as one of the great cows of the internet. Who would? It's why Christian turned down Keemstar's offer for the podcast, because Christian doesn't believe themselves to be a lol cow when they themselves are the ultimate lol cow. Cobes only loses out from them for, well, the reason they went to jail. And the life is still young. We could still do all that stuff. I need to pee. Chat, what do you guys think after all that? I know our numbers grew and shrank crazily. I don't blame you. Especially with me. I'm a mouthy fuck. But I'll be right back, and then we can get into, assuming, our final part of the evening. So I want to talk to you, Raisin, about the whole thing.
Fair enough, fair enough. So did you guys, I didn't expect necessarily anybody's full view of the situation as a whole to change, but I'm curious if anybody else, I definitely learned things I didn't expect to learn. Like, I really didn't expect with the level of some of the stuff is going to that he had, like, people, it makes sense to know that they don't watch his shit, but like all the time with his family, I'd be like, oh my gosh, is somebody not calling them? But I don't know.
And then, of course, this beauty right
But
here.
I don't have to live that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
We now have the full circle.
But yeah, no, and then with that, when you showed me this at the top of the stream, I was like, oh, you can see all the guilt. Like, he knows that his, like, which is why he won't say whatever exactly happened, because he knows it would make him look bad.
He did say, like, he brought his meat over. He's like, I won't have. I bet
Yeah, but he
can't.
didn't.
He
He's
didn't get
what he made it clear he's avoiding saying something, which means that to me, I would lay good money on that there was something that he did while drinking that prompted that conversation. You feel like I don't,
Yeah, there had to be.
and
There had
that's
to be a
probably that
trigger.
would be my only adjustment to the family is like know that you're allowed to have boundaries, and even though it might hurt that your son doesn't come over, set those.
Boundaries.
Like those have to be set as a house rule before he gets there, not in the moment when you decide it's a problem. By then it's too late.
We already saw this earlier, so we'll move on. Other than say that, like, that's some context right there. Oh, she's currently live right now. God, how weird it would be if she's watching us. Oh, she's out doing some shopping. Okay. So, this woman here is... Oh, I should give you the context I got. Again, we have to go back to Baldwin Chronicles. And... No, oh, of course, yeah, you have to go to the actual channel. Christmas special, new love interest. Right? The Grinch of Casper, he's just really pissed off because he's not getting donations, right? By the way, this is what he offers for 200 quid, and no one's buying it. Connect on social media, Rockstar Chilling TWU, early access to new videos, exclusive member-only videos, member shout-out. Now, for a man who does not actually do anything, like he never puts stuff out on time. 200 a month, even in Canadian, a little. He's asking a little bit much. I get embarrassed when I'm like, yeah, if you guys want to join our watch party, link in the description for our Twitch, go and subscribe over there. For $5, you get to join our watch party over on the Discord. That's it.
I mean, you can ask whatever you want, just don't be shocked when nobody
When no one
buys
gets.
it.
Well, Cobes is shocked, or at least Cobes is pissy.
Well, then he'll have to learn. Too
Yes.
This is adult apple juice, basically. I tell you what, a couple glasses of this will
I
get you going.
don't know when he
This
starts
stuff
talking
is
about it.
delicious, you two.
I suppose. Well, hold on. I suppose they show a picture, and I have to say this is kind of mean on yeah, this is kind of mean on the part of Baldwin Chronicles. So let's start here, and I'll play.
Definitely feeling a little buzz here. Can't say I'm not complaining. To all my YouTube fans, I want to say happy holidays. To all my YouTube trolls, happy holidays. Y'all are a bunch of wankers.
Again, he is wrong for using our language. It is not his language to use. Thank you very much. He actually thinks that accents are genetic, by the way. That's... they're habit forming. Otherwise, all... Did you have your kids over in the UK or in America?
In America.
So, if they lived over in the UK till like they were 70, they'd all still sound American by his logic.
Look, just remember that imitation is the highest form of flattery.
That's good
Wanker.
holiday spirits.
Yeah, gee bag, shut it.
Numpty.
Like, what kind of witchcraft are
Slag.
they crafting up at the Jack Daniels company? I tell you what. Can he polish off the entire bottle?
We already know the answer to that.
Without getting blackout drunk, the answer is yes, I can.
He's discovered pacing.
If people want to call me an alcoholic, that is their prerogative. But to be fair with you, I haven't had alcohol in like the last couple of days. So do with that the information with what you will, because I don't give a shit. Everyone's got opinions and they all suck.
Get to the lady.
But that much left.
We need context before we move forward. He mentions her earlier, but it's sort of a passing.
Right now it's Friday, November 22nd. Joe Biden's the president. So, like, if the EMT fucking shows up because some jackoff watches this video and goes, "We care about Cobra,"
He's putting a giant target on himself for the trolls to do exactly the thing he doesn't. You think maybe it's almost like a sort of he wants it to happen to some like submit
No.
like some lower degree deep in his bowels of his ego and id.
bullshit. You just want to cause more headache in his life. That's what it is. I love my fucking lizard. I miss him terribly. He could turn up in spring when the weather's like stupid hot.
He could. They're not high odds. You could almost say they're non-existent odds, but he could.
I've been keeping my eye out and looking for him every day. You know, I go outside to have a cigarette. I'll comb the field behind my apartment.
That means he mildly like crosses the street, looks at over the field, and then walks back.
I've not found him yet, but I am hopeful that I will find him.
Sometimes.
That's all you can do.
Ugh.
Excuse me. So there's this chick who does a YouTube channel called Naked and Laughing. And I FaceTimed her. She's a real woman, and she wants to spend time with me and hang out here in Casper, and I'm totally down for it, man.
See what they did there? Fuck you.
What a
Fuck
dick.
you. Yeah, fuck you, Boggling Chronicles. She's fine. Okay? She's fucking fine. Shut up. In fact, I'll be honest, she looks way better than I thought Cobes could pull off in his current state.
I'm just worried that the trolls will try to scare her off before
And she's very lovely. I've had multiple conversations with her now.
Because my trolls are miserable. I can tell you why my trolls have a hard time getting laid. Because they spend all their time and energy focused on Cobra.
He might have a point here in Bobbin Chronicles, because look how he responded, you know? Saying that he does... They do point something out
And it's
from...
not healthy. Only reason I say this is because I've had several attractive women go, "Cobra, I want to save up money and come see you.
He's talking about Gucci's here.
End your dry spell and all this awesome stuff." And I'm like...
Who backtracked that like crazy. She's like, yeah, I could. I'm not going to, but I could have sex with him. Like, she realized she was in like her incredibly like junky, drugged up stage when she said that. And then she was backing off. But he's using it as, again, something to hide behind.
Well, let's do it then. And then they kind of just stop talking about me after the trolls scare them off. You know, I FaceTimed Naked and Laughing. It's a real woman. And she seems pretty cool.
Real woman.
You know, so we'll just see where it goes. Kind of take our time and, like, see where it goes. I'm not going to give out her first name.
Meanwhile, this is what Naked and Laughing did in her response. She basically doxes him straight away.
Anyways, his name is right there.
Now, I've talked to her. It wasn't intentional. I think NNL, as I'm going to call her from here on out, might have the same thing we all do. And she just didn't realize that she was...
doxed herself, too.
Where?
Right on screen.
Oh, Jessica. Oh, God. Again, Aspie.
Geniuses.
We're all very dumb.
Oh, I noticed things fast.
Oh, I shouldn't have not noticed that, because I watched this drunk and sober, and all I noticed was the Josh Saunders shit. I didn't bother to look down ever so slightly and be like, oh, this is why I fucking told everyone my real name.
I mean, if you consider just giving out your first name, doxing yourself, really. I mean, if you don't want people to have it.
Some people do.
That's doxing yourself, but... You want my shit? I'll give it to you. I dare you to use it.
It's none of your damn business. I had a fangirl show up to my apartment a couple of months back, and she was traveling through the States.
by herself.
This fangirl should have been you,
It
bro.
colored me pleasantly surprised. I don't even care if she fucked
Surprised.
me. It was just the thought of a fan literally is driving through Casper, Wyoming, and they want to stop to hang out with Cobra for a bit because they like my videos. And I'm like, fuck the sex, to be honest. My fans are more important to me than sex.
Good for you, man.
That's where we would never get along, though.
Because you just want to.
Because as soon as he's like, "You're my fan," I'm like, "Let's correct this." I wouldn't even let Pimp call. Like, no.
Oh,
Like now I will, like, but like no, like I'll be your friend. I'm not your fan. Get fucked.
Oh, damn. There's 1,000 reasons why you at first glance are an amazing choice for him, and then after talking, you'd be like, "Oh no, no."
Like, let's get one thing straight. There's nothing about that I'm a fan of.
No, I mean, how could you be a fan of the life that he lives? Clint said
It's
half the
of the
praise
channel.
through,
Like
through
that's
his
not like I see
teeth.
potential, but I'm not a fan. A fan is short for fanatic. I'm not even a watcher, yet alone like I watch with y'all,
Mm.
but I don't like go. I mean, I subbed for a while when I thought maybe there was something, and like there were like documentaries. I'm like, okay, maybe there's hope for this dude if somebody just reaches out. But I'm like, no, he's not like he's not in a place to hear reaching back, and it's not like I'm not entitled to him noticing or like paying attention or look more than anything more than looking and being like, no, you're just another one of like, yeah, I expect that. Like, it is what it is.
All right, so a few
But
things.
I'm certainly never going to be called a fan.
A few things going forward. Number one, Naked Laughing is very nice. Number two, she's under a bizarre notion that I want to interview her the same way that your favorite son just did there with Clint. No, I want her to be a guest on the podcast, like the same way as I do with most people, including Son, including Cobes if he ever gets off his bottom and fucking responds. Number three, she keeps her kitchen way better than Cobes does.
It's cute.
Number four, she's obsessed with Red Bull. Nearly every video I've ever watched of hers is Red Bull related.
Wait, is she live? What is this?
This is King
she
Cobra
making this
Love
for him?
Spell. Yep, inspired by Gothic Bad Boy herself. When did she make this? This was a day ago. She's live streaming right now, but like I said, she's just out and about. She also said, she explained, she's a little shy. She was very shy when she FaceTimed Josh. And she's very shy as a rule because to her, the camera isn't a person. Again, that makes me think well, maybe all of us have something common.
I don't trust anyone.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
She also seems to have crazy sleep patterns as well.
This might be the most anticipated video that YouTube doesn't even know.
Oh, she's 2,000 subs now.
Or
Nice.
need in their life. But you actually want it and you need it in your life. So
I can post a video of hers.
Yeah, I was first introduced to Cobra from Kiwi Farms. I mean, I don't know how I came across him on Kiwi Farms, but it's where I first found out about him, and then eventually subscribed to him sometime last year.
Never a good place to start at Kiwi Farms, to be honest with you.
I think he's handsome. Fuck the trolls. He is seriously funny as fuck, and that's one thing I love in a guy. If you can make me laugh, that's numero uno. So, anyways, he does his little drink combos, and I've been wanting to do one since the summertime. Summer. Okay, I can't sing obviously, but who cares? I've been wanting.
She makes videos like I do.
He inspired.
Oh my
me
god!
To do one in
this
the
is
summer.
why I
I
watch
never
everything in double time and get upset that I can't make
because
it go
I wanted to do,
faster
a
on
fan-
YouTube.
Yeah, I can make that happen. Well, that's why I tell people to put my videos in double time. She's on the spectrum. I've watched enough of her shit and I've talked to her to recognize the signs.
There are very few people's videos I don't watch in double time, and it's because they
like,
speak
different angles, like, you know,
very
like
quickly.
having a close up of me, like, you know, opening this, you know, like the different angles of, you know, not just a straightforward like video like this. But I don't know how to do that, and I didn't want to do a straightforward video because I just thought it was like boring. I mean, people would still watch it, but you know, I wanted something like visually pleasing. But I don't know how to do that, so I never did it. Not even for off camera to cheat, because I wanted it to be fucking genuine.
The fucking point.
And this wasn't included at first. I only thought about this thing the other day. It was just these 3 items. Nothing, you know, nothing fucking crazy or whack. You know, just something cute. You know, red. Well, I mean, it's not like the liquid is red, but you know, the can is red, red rum. No, we're not murdering anyone in this video. No, seriously, I do. I think he's adorable. I really do. But I would love to know. I swear, I wish I knew what day I thought of. Oh my god, I need to do. Like, I'm inspired by him. Like, I want to do. I would love to know what drink combo he made. Sorry, I'm still fucking sick. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I would love to know what drink combo he made.
They have that in common.
I don't really say I get much inspiration from people. I mean, I think he could be inspired by anybody. But I seriously thought it was so cute. Like, these were the ice cubes. Oh my god. I think he's a real beautiful soul. He's just troubled, very misunderstood.
What is that noise?
Very much the same way about myself.
You hear that?
We're very much.
What the fuck is
that? Polar opposites, but also very much similar. And
do.
I like that I can see that, and other people can see that in us. Like, I'm not making any of this shit up. I don't care what none of y'all people fucking think. I like what I like, and I know what I like, and I think he's fucking amazing. He just needs a little help, love, kindness, guidance, respect. Put some respect on King Cobra's name. Amen. And I swear to God, another thing we got in common. He talks about Rodney Dangerfield can't get no respect. I don't talk about it all the time, but I mentioned Rodney Dangerfield, and like, if you watch me long enough, you would fucking know. I'm like, we are too much. Like, we are really 2 peas in a fucking pod. We seriously are. I think he's so fucking adorable. I really do. And I think his trolls need to quit fucking with him, because he is such a beautiful soul, and not a lot of people wouldn't even fucking be able to recognize a beautiful soul if it hit him in the fucking heart.
Does she make the drink at some point?
I don't know. This
Or
only
is she
came
just
out
trying
yesterday.
to like sideways sell herself to Cobra, which is working out swimmingly for her with his subscribers apparently.
Yeah.
I hope that it's not about that.
There he is. No Oh, he's already calling her babe. Beautiful. Like, okay.
Fucked up nasty shit about me when you don't know jack
What
all
is
squat
that
about me. It's really messed up,
noise?
because y'all are just projecting. Because y'all, just like Josh says, you guys are obsessed with him. Yes. You're miserable. Yes. You can't get no girls because you're obsessed with him. Yes. Like, everything.
You see what I mean? I'm getting very strong, you know, she'd be on DA over here in Ireland sort of vibes.
He's so fucking smart. He really is. He really is. And people sending him Duster, you belong in another kind of hell that doesn't even exist yet. Me and Cobra will fucking craft our own special wands, like a his and her. Oh my god, shit. We'll craft our own special wands when I fucking meet him. We'll craft our own special wands, a his and her wand.
Okay, what do you make
I want to
so
see her
far?
face.
Okay. I got this.
No, I want to see her face while she says shit like this. I don't trust people.
Naked and laughing. Oop, there she is right there. Videos, popular. She's got.
No, when she's talking about him.
Cobra. Is that Goth fan chicks? Oh, that's her. Do you remember her from like a year ago? She's the one who said that she wanted to spank him.
No, when you sat there and said that and then showed me your dick, that's something else.
That's not her. No. No. No, yeah, no. So here it is. I'm not seeing it. She's been streaming for 17 years. What the fuck?
I lost my cards,
Oh shit, that's Bjork. Oldest, 17 years.
Þú ræður engum það. Við verðum að hafa hraðan á og tilbúin.
Well, she's got... She's got 2 guns tasting stuff anyway. fuck is this?
Movie
Bjork.
clip.
Bjork in Gelbrort. Alright, well, if it's a movie clip, then it's useless to us. The latest, then. It's still that. No, there it is. No face, no face. Bali pronunciation in the woods. No.
Is she live?
Live right now? Yeah, do you want to see her live? Because here's all her live stuff. Yeah, she's in the
And it's gonna be really good.
the thing again. Like, go and ask her questions.
There's a lot of dinosaurs.
Hell, I will. Hey.
Yeah, it should be free. It's not. Well, why should he have to declare whatever he feels about me to all of you?
Oh, she's talking about him.
Between me and him. I put out what you
Shit.
guys can watch, but why does he doesn't have to declare that to anybody? Oh, that's cute.
Not showing her face.
Wait, what time is it? Oh, 10:37. Okay, I gotta quit fucking around. I gotta quit fucking around and get out of here soon. They don't have no price scanners here, and not on my app. They got rid of it, and I don't know. I haven't never found it again. I don't need any toys though. The Cobra though, that's cool. I could. My cats would probably love that thing. They'd probably actually be scared of it.
Been ill for the past while. I know that.
That's cute. No, I've never
What the
seen.
hell is it?
Those are
Ron
cute.
Weasley doll.
Who would ever buy that?
Doesn't look at it. I guess it doesn't.
Looks like a Bratz doll.
Yeah.
Oh, what you got there? Canadian Dry.
I am saying all these other people want to rush everything. I don't want to rush him into nothing. Oh, someone opened
Yeah,
up
she
the
wants to be
surprise.
slow with him. That's what she's saying, and she just wants to
Terrible.
like
Don't
get
open
to
up
know
the
him.
surprises.
Like, I can show the one from last night,
So what,
where
now I
she's
gotta
like
go
talking
look
directly to
around?
the cam.
Hey, look, you trolls.
Oh, she
I should
did.
buy these for you guys and DoorDash them to you.
Oh, trolls,
Since you
yeah.
guys love to be trolls so much. Which ones do you want to be? You want to
You're
be...
thinking that she's got a grift going on, don't
Do
you?
these have names?
I don't trust
I have
her.
no idea.
I know the woman's in the Cobra verse immediately distrust her.
I don't like.
I'll
I
DoorDash
don't
you
trust
some
anybody
trolls,
who
you guys.
acts like they want to do somebody a favor and benefits with subs and views.
Yeah, the resin stuff.
She
looks
did go
really
up over
fun. I don't
100 over the
understand
past
it. I
couple
don't
of
know what
days
the
as her
hell it
word
is, but it
spread.
looks so cool.
Yeah,
But like,
maybe.
I don't need any more crap.
And what community
But
did
it
she
does
come
look
from?
fun.
She came from Kiwi Farms.
Super trustworthy folks over there, from what I hear.
Oh, the best. Just ask Keffels. or Christian, for that matter.
All right.
I like that.
Oh,
What's that?
Minecraft.
It's floofy.
Pig? That's funny looking.
Minecraft pig.
Not the pig.
All right.
The
But
flute.
I want both.
Okay.
Yay.
But you'll get that square ham like you get at the deli if you get
Hello,
the
low
pig.
energy.
Oh, wait, talking about me.
I watched a little bit of your thing earlier.
Oh, shit.
All right. Well, where's the guy stuff at?
Oh, you did?
I don't know where the guy stuff is, you guys. I don't have my
Did you
glasses on, so I'm
like
kind of
what
just like
we
all over the place.
said? Or
I'm just wandering around.
I know
Oh,
I'm
where is the guy stuff?
harsh
Left or right?
on the
I have no idea.
dude,
Oh, that's
but
cute. Okay, that's for a little,
Raisin
literal
keeps
little kid.
me in check.
Got that.
It's
We got more Harry
because
Potter things.
I
Alright,
love
so definitely
the...
not this aisle. I'll look, but I'm not buying no.
You're not the big lug, by the way. Cobes is the big lug. You're the little lug,
That's
and I love
I'm
you
a
all the
little
same. Little lug.
I'm like a little chug.
Yeah.
Little
Why does
hug.
it smell like something's burning? Oh, He-Man.
Yeah, I do ponder this orb the more I think about it. Like, and that would be bad. Oh, what if he was? Oh, what if he did get Chris Chan? Oh no.
Cool.
I don't know.
I don't want him to be catfished. I would like him to have a
It
better
wouldn't.
life.
Oh my God! Look at this guy, Moss Man.
Oh, it's Eric July.
That's funny. I've never heard of him before, but just the way he looks. All right.
How many people are going to get this joke?
Now, what am I looking for?
Did I say Ewick? Yeah, Ewick. Yeah. Ewick July. Oh. Yeah, she did this a few days ago where she was just like, she gets rid of a lot of her live streams like this that have like no future ending. I guess we're just like company for her, or she does it.
I don't know. I always see that as a red flag.
It has an IP2 vibe to it. I wonder if she's just like hoping for
That's
donos or
also
something.
another
A
community that I
very
don't have
red
anything to do
flag.
with.
Well, it's definitely not donos because no one's like dropped links or anything. Or maybe she knew we were watching. In which case,
No, it looks like you might just be you. Can you refresh it?
give it another go.
Too long, just a few minutes.
Oh,
I think you guys were talking about his dad.
this is us.
Oh, she's talking to you.
I said something in your chat. I said Josh is awesome.
Josh is awesome.
And then
Wait, I didn't
left
see her in chat.
Same.
I don't remember seeing anybody we didn't know in chat.
All right, let's go back a bit. See the whole conversation piece.
over the place, or you just said, "Oh look," but I gotta hurry up and get out of here because they close at 11. So.
Come on.
I don't think. Why does it smell like something's burning?
Yeah, okay, we got this far. Double her up until she starts talking to us again. This is surreal. I don't normally raid people like this. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. We're in strange new territory.
Look at him. Oh my God. That's funny. I've never heard of him before, but just the way he looks. All right. Now, what am I looking for? Kind of absurd. I don't know where these toys are. I really gotta get going.
I don't know why she's even buying the
Because if you're
toys.
not there and blah, 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 they won't let you check out. Yeah, I don't see those. I don't think Walmart has that. I tried my best, but I don't think Walmart has that.
Walmart isn't 24 hours? I was told it was 24 hours.
It used to be. A lot of places closed now since COVID.
Oh, I wasn't in there too long, just a few
Here we go.
minutes. I think you guys were talking about his dad.
That's it? Okay.
I said something in your chat. I said Josh is awesome, and then I left.
No worries, he's probably on selling his site. Just, that's it? Because that's all you said. Yeah, I didn't see you in the chat either. We didn't have a big crowd, though. For me, anyway.
Block you again? I will block you. I
No?
actually didn't block you. I put you in timeout.
I guess that's
so I
that.
actually will block you this time.
Fair enough. Cool. I hope she has a good
Wait.
shop. Well, I have no...
Was she talking to you?
No, she just was. She
Okay.
moved on to someone else. Like, you got to see exactly what I was typing. So yeah, I guess
Yeah, that's
she.
what I thought.
I guess that doesn't belay your worries, I suppose. But she's aware of us, and we're aware of her. I guess that's
Sure.
about it. Yeah, not the outcome you kind of want, but at the same time,
Do
I'm
I want to
going
be
to-
on the raid of more Kiwi Farms and IP2 people?
more. Oh, good. I don't know. Post. I wonder. Post Keffel's relaunch. Are they better or worse? You know. Did that put the fear of God in them, or did they? I know
I don't
most
even
of them
know.
didn't come
What
back.
is a Caffles?
Oh,
I don't
Keffel's is
wanna
the
know.
person.
Please don't tease me.
Yeah, we'd be here all day. Oh, but it's got Dono. It's got Dono.
Red Rover. Can Raisin come over?
With €10, you finally got that number right, man. You were looking for tens all night, and you kept on giving nines. Billy Boy Blue, Red Rover, can Raisin come over? I don't know, Raisin. Can you?
I will flap my wings and fly.
Oh,
Caw-caw!
your bat wings aren't that bad. Or are they? I don't think I've ever seen. You like bat wings? That might be a first. I don't think I've ever heard any. So Shani is hot as fuck to you?
Wait, what?
Bat wings, as in under the arms for fat people.
No.
You meant like
They're
literal
not
bat
those
wings.
Bat wings. No, like I'm sorry. I was actually just watching a thing about flying drones and how they were trying to mimic actual natural wings, and bat wings are one of the options because they bend different. Then anyway.
Yeah.
Bats' wings are cool. Bat wings are less cool.
Well, here's the last of the Morgans. So I'm going to use a traditional schlancha and say thank you guys so much. I joked to the guy who was selling this to me that maybe I'll get the money back tonight for it, and it was $8.79 for this bottle, and you guys beat that on the first donation, and it's been coming ever since. So you guys are fucking dope. So schlancha.
Better.
Right. So, watch the end of this, I guess.
JFS, mine will be called
See if you get what it
JE.
makes
Obviously,
like.
those are my initials. It's like jab, you know. Wait, what is a jab? A jab and a something is a left and a right. I can't remember, but I think a jab. What is that? Hold on, let me look it up.
She's a little bit of the manic.
The weirdest
thing. Poke someone or something roughly or quick.
You've seen me mimic Cobes' meals. Not only was I trying to make one, I was basically mimicking someone who made it prior. There's always a bigger fish.
I know you though.
But I'm people too.
It's one thing to watch somebody you know be goofy. It's another thing, like, to be goofy and expect strangers to be interested.
All right. Well, we were doing this mostly just to get the vibe of her, but the live
I want to
stream
skip
did
to
that.
that. She's gonna pour things together.
That he's gonna personally make.
Oh
At some point, she picks these
God.
ingredients up.
Yeah. Well.
Sharp blow, especially with the fist. Yes. We understand that, but there's a left and a right term for these things.
Oh my God, she's such a spurg. I love it.
Ooh, several variations.
She's awesome.
And oh my God, I just watched the video of him buying his hair before he had the...
What the hell was that?
You poor
and he's fucking doing the little French thing in the soccer. Oh, I swear to God, we are fucking soulmates. He is so fucking beautiful. Inside and out. Oh, fuck.
Oh, she's still talking about Cobes?
No, you're staying out there, Mr. Man. I'll let you in when I'm done filming my video, but right now I can't be interrupted, baby doll.
Cat, I guess.
You can't. Baby. Baby. You stay outside, baby. I love you. Kisses. Why are you gaining weight too, bro? You look like you're about 500. You look like one of S-Jam's cats.
If she's a troll, she is one of those mythical deep state trolls. I'm calling them now. The ones that are like 17 layers deep, you know? Maybe so deep that they've kind of forgotten who they are.
Shout out to you, S-Jam.
She's good at the dolphin stuff, I'll give her that.
Okay, a jab is a type of punch used in martial arts. Several variations of the jab exist, but every jab shares its characteristics. While in fighting stance, the lead fist is thrown straight ahead, and the arm is fully extended.
Oh my God, I was half joking that she was on the spectrum. She's really on the spectrum.
The word job. Oh, I wish I could do a fucking Scottish. The Scottish accent is too hard.
There we are. Jesus. Any second now.
The word jab was first used in 1825 to mean to thrust with a point. The term is a Scottish variant of the word job, which means to strike, pierce, thrust. A jab is an integral part of a fighter's defense. Okay, I thought it was like very specific. It had to be like your left or right. I could have, whatever. I'll figure it out. I don't have much time, of course, so we're not fucking around. Oh, we still got time. It's not gonna take long to make this. Excuse my ugly double chin thingy. Don't look at that. All right.
You see, if she is on the spectrum, I do think that maybe then she does find Cobes attractive. Not because, like, oh, you have to be mentally challenged, but because alike attracts. My first girlfriend was on the spectrum. Possibly my second, too. I'm not quite sure. I never asked her about it.
I can't breathe. Stop, bitch. Okay, we're gonna take our straw out. Oh, and the stovetop is clean, but I cleaned it with bleach, so it's like hazy daisy, you know, whatever. So whatever. With our glass, this is not a fancy one because I don't know where the fuck my fancy. I have glasses specifically for me. People understand.
Well, she's touching the glass now. That's an improvement.
To drink out of, but people still don't respect me. They don't put no respect on me and my glasses. So I got well, this is mine too, but it's not fancy. But anyways, as long as it's clear, baby, that's all I need. Okay. So. Okay. Oh, I never took my bong hit. I'm not doing it on camera. I'm doing it off camera. I might have a little buzz right
You
now. I know.
didn't take your bong hit? Holy fuck.
It brings me out of my shell a little bit. I'm sorry. If me and him were Ninja Turtles, which one would he be? Well, we would both be boys.
Oh no, she's already fantasizing about him.
But
Again, though, this could very well be a ploy.
It would be Raphael. I wonder what turtle he would be.
It's the
Oh,
unknown
I'm a
element,
fucking wood
you
rat,
know?
and he's already a goddamn ram in the regular horoscope realm. But he in Chinese astrology, he's a fucking metal, like what, a metal goat, a metal ox or something. Oh my god, he's a fucking double ram, bitch. He will ram you with his fucking horns. Don't mess with the goat.
Cobes now finally has what he's always secretly wanted: a cheerleader.
Josh is the greatest of all time. He is. Look, I don't even believe in God either, but I say a lot of shit about God. But I'm not religious in any sense of the form.
Pour the fucking drink.
God damn, is he God's gift to the world. He's such a blessing. All right,
At least
we're on
she
12
eats
minutes. In
better
19
than
seconds, I've only got
Cobes.
15 and 55 to film. So this is our strawberry bubbly sparkling water. A little ASMR amongst the coughing ASMR.
Oh yeah, that's the thing I noticed she does.
Hear that little sizzle, sizzle, fizzle for Rizzle Dizzle?
I did.
You know what's up, my nizzle? Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. We never took our bong hit. Focus, baby.
There we go. Fucking hell. I know she's double
Bong hit
speeded,
ASMR,
but
that's most definitely what's up. All right. The only thing, I don't know the ratio. I'm not sure about the
she's
ratio.
like
But we're gonna do it.
ADHD
We're all
the
almost out of time,
movie.
so I just would rather praise
Oh
him.
my god. What was that pour? The wall. Now.
Because he is a beautiful soul. Son of a bitch, can you focus on how to open? What is this? Olipop?
Yeah, she always has to do that every can.
Why are you tapping it?
Because she thinks it's
I swear,
ASMR.
I love to make drinks. Not drink comp like smoothies
No,
and fuck.
stop it.
And fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch your language. Can you be a lady?
What
A little splash of Fanta. Oh shit, we're at 14. All right.
I don't know about you need a little splash.
Sorry, you probably missed that. A little splash of Fanta. Oh, that's cute.
How you gonna put no strawberries in there?
Yes. I still want to talk about this though, so I'm gonna have to make another video after this.
You sound drunker than I
gonna
do.
garnish it?
You sound drunker than I do. Well, you sound like your I think after all the Cobes stuff, your brain has just been slowly leaking out the side.
Oh, and I love the dark berries. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh,
It's
that one was
nothing but fruit.
It's a.
There'll be no
Alright.
unique flavor in
And
any of
obviously these are the
this.
little ice cubes, right? Duh.
Yeah, ice
Yeah,
cubes are the
I swear to God, I'm
strawberries.
fucking a genius. King Cobra love spell. And I would love to add this to it. The poppy raspberry rose, but I might make him another love spell part 2. Oh, and this video is almost ending, so let's give it a little twirl. All right, let's give it a sip.
So this is what the spazzy girl at age of 13 was like when she had her first crush. And he came over to play video games. Is that what he was like? Raisin, is that what you were like?
I was never like this.
You were never the spazzy girl?
I was never this energetic about
Oh boy.
anything.
You know she's clapping her hands together and like she's on tippy toes every time. Like if she cooked him a meal, she'd be over his shoulder like, like oh, there might be a shrine to be made soon for him. Oh no.
Excuse me. I think he would like this.
I think there's not enough
Please, oh, anybody
fucking
tries this,
alcohol
please
in
let me
it.
know.
That's the video, by the way.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess it would be very cold and cool. I guess they're just showing off him over on TV. I'm done with Cobes. I'm done. I think we Cobes it up. I think we guarantee we got our daily
Can we watch
recommended
that?
Cobe. Which
I want to watch the capybara eat the yam.
of course we can. I didn't even see it that there. And it has to be a proper speed to justify the capybara. Let's see. Oh, look at
It's a
them.
holiday meal.
Yes. They're so chill at everything. Why is
Like a
it
giant
called
guinea
you?
pig.
They- They're
He
so
probably gets
relaxed.
it all over his face or something.
You ever see the footage of the pelicans trying to eat a capybara and like they just can't get them into his mouth and they just give up after a while realizing they're too big. But all the while like it doesn't care. It's like being grabbed on its side and it just kind of like looks at it and then walks away and the pelican's like, let me try this again. Let me try this again. And he's like, oh okay. He just waddles off in defeat. I think he's gonna
Was it
get
you
sick.
that posted a gif of one just like gleefully leaping into a body of water? I swear it was you or Red.
I
Somebody
think it might have been Red, but I think you might have showed it, and it was glorious. But it could have been me, because I do
They're
remember
so
that.
happy.
They're so calm and chill. I imagine tapirs are like that too, but oh, he's gonna get sick, isn't he? He's gonna get sick. He's gonna get sick. Pulling it now.
Gloop, gloop, gloop. He's not quite sure what to make of it. Gloop.
Come on.
You make a mess.
We can watch some Daily Dose after this, just to detox us after all the negativity. Don't poop either.
Oh, you not like it?
Oh no, this is very positive. Oh no, he doesn't like the yam. I guess he liked the
yam.
I guess he liked the outside of the yam until he got
What's
too.
that crab got?
Oh,
this is why I shouldn't be allowed on YouTube.
You just play it and I'll watch. We can watch animals. Oh, he's got eating chips. He's got himself some Fritos or something.
Oh no, they look yummy though.
He's
Try
not sure
one,
what to
Graham.
make. Oh, he tasted a bit of it. Oh.
How is it? You
It's
like it?
food. You like food?
Yeah, well, the yam was food. That capybara didn't give a fuck.
True, but he might have like one taste bud. You know, like
This
capybara
crab
has
is
a few
down.
more. Yeah, he's like,
Yo, this chip is
okay.
fire.
I don't know what it is, but I want to stuff it in my face.
He's gonna.
Aww.
Is it little crunches?
Let's hear the crunch.
Yes.
Let's hear the crunch. Yeah.
They're tiny. Little crunches.
You can do it.
He did it, lady. Don't you belittle his chip eating.
I can hear. I
Oh,
can
that's
hear
so cute.
Yay! He's like a person. I always forget crabs normally have like one bigger claw and the other smaller.
Wonder how they see. Like, what does it look like to them? What does their brain interpret whatever their eyes bring it?
Yum,
Digging
yum,
that chip.
I will not eat the bugs, but I will eat the sea bugs. Not this one though. We've watched him eat a chip. There is a holy pack that is now being made. This one gets to be
crossed
sent.
the cuteness barrier, so he cannot be eaten.
Yeah, we have to send him back to the sea. Probably a gull will just come by
He
and
just
just
broke
grab
a
him
piece
up.
off. Look
He's
how clever
learning.
he is.
Yeah. Oh. Making a mess.
Yo, the capybara made a bigger mess than him.
True, but capybara was chill about it.
Yeah.
The crab looks like he's just in this new mysterious new universe. Probably he never could naturally taste anything like a chip, you know?
Right, it would be all soggy where he comes from.
Right? It would just be like a communion wafer. They sucked.
Shitty ice cream cones.
Hell yeah. No, one of those ice cream sandwiches, but the one that's been left out in the sun for a while.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, he's a
Don't
big
you take
boy.
his chip?
He's a big
Oh,
boy.
see,
He
he
doesn't
shouldn't
need your... Yeah, he didn't need your help. Alright, we got one more animal, and then we're moving on. So, octopus versus underwater maze. Oliver
Hedgehog.
eats an apple. Alright, found a little hedgehog in the garden. 4,000.
Wait, that's a found hedgehog? No, you did not find that hedgehog in the garden. I don't believe these lies.
Yeah, the hedgehog would
It's
curl
cute,
up
though.
like fuck. If it was
I'm down
found.
with the hedgehog video, but I could do without the clickbait lies.
Yeah, too many of these videos have like...
Are you really gonna let your hedgehog go?
I've seen hedgehog
He's so cute.
homes and like habitats. That's what I was looking for. They're not cheap. You're not gonna let them walk off.
Yeah, no, my buddy of mine, when he was my roommate, had a hedgehog.
The only animal that consistently does not like me for some reason. Never understood why. Probably my smell about them just sends me off.
He was cute. I liked the hedgehog. The hedgehog was fine with me.
I love
as far as it was
hedgehogs
with
too.
anybody.
I just,
But it
for
just
whatever
doesn't do
reason.
much for me. It does not. They don't really let. I don't know. It didn't really let me get it.
Hello
pet me
everyone, this
soft
is
belly and
your daily
stuff.
dose of.
I know it's very hard to get them to rub.
I wasn't trying to push that one either. Like, I'll just pet your spines because it makes you happy.
I'll tell you, every time I tried with the hedgehog, this gives this weird sort of like noise and goes back into its house, and then I'm told that means it doesn't like me, and that's the end of that.
Internet. I know I showed this guy on my channel a few times where he jumps through drive-thru windows, but I never provided an update. Fast food drive-thru workers have had enough.
Good.
That TikTok guy with that bullshit again?
Kind of looks a bit like Rev.
Oh.
Wowzers!
Oh shit!
Now, in all fairness, he could call that assault.
Yeah, that is
assault.
That might be considered battery too, because he actually hit him.
Yep, like you can see the weight of it too.
There's more of a
was
battery
ice.
charge there than there is assault.
That TikTok guy with that bullshit again?
Because at no point does he feel threatened until the drink is hitting his face. I shouldn't laugh.
He kind of earned it. He made their lives fucking hell. He's fucking with their insurance, which means he's fucking with their paychecks, and they work in the shittiest job known to man, retail.
Go signal, okay?
It's very government Angela, please, okay?
What the hell is that?
I don't know. What the fuck was that?
I don't know, but she
it a
does
frog?
not look happy. Let's go back. Is that a squirrel?
What is it?
Squirrel? No, it's too raggedy to be a.
I don't know what the hell that is. Is it even real?
It is, but like, well, maybe, but she is losing her
I think this guy
fucking
forgot
shit.
that gravity exists.
No, he knows. He chooses. Whoa, never mind. I take it back. I'm learning a lot today. Oh, and they're all super fat, which means you know that they're being fed by humans.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Imagine going camping and waking up in a place as beautiful as this.
You've done this, haven't you, Raisin?
I've camped a lot.
Yeah?
Not in Walmart.
Are you sure? Like, you can get breakfast really cheap.
Are you drinking?
I've seen that a lot now.
bro?
People just keep doing the same shit. Like, I don't. Ugh, whatever. Internet will internet.
Use both your eyes.
What?
Elephants in the wild
hell?
are learning to surprise and ambush cars to look for food.
Yeah, they basically hold cars up for ransom until you give them something. Yeah, they can kill you. Like a bull doesn't give a fuck if they rip your face off.
What?
Yeah.
Seatbelt pala,
I'm just looking for
There's this
anything.
trend where people see if
Nature
doctors
does
can
not
put a
care
needle
about
into
your
a balloon
feelings.
without popping it.
Put a piece of
Can you
tape
do
over it.
Yeah, that's the trick.
You put it in the nipple end. You put it in that nibbly end. Yep, smart man. It would work through the naughty end too, probably.
Hey, that's cool. Boat and slow sign language.
A railroad crossing gate fell into someone's car, and I guess they didn't care, so they just kept driving.
Oh damn.
This baby was upset because dad kept snoring.
Damn.
Hi, do you speak Spanish?
Do we sell ladies?
Do you?
Yes, we have ladies.
They're high as fuck.
Where do you think this little guy is going?
Oh, yeah, boy.
Mole! Moly mole!
This is the first time I've ever seen a dog laugh like this.
Yeah, it's a baby.
If this was the early 2000s, he'd be turned into a ringtone. Oh
What kind of cat do you think this is?
Ninjas.
That's a stink.
Like he didn't
That's a
launch
stink.
it back at her.
That's a stink
Oh.
one. You can't get them with the glands off. It's very hard to train them as pets. Do not make skunks into your pets. It's not worth it.
They're so cute.
They are very cute.
This person
They're
has
so
360-degree security.
Whoa, doggo. I'd be worried stepping over the leash.
That is the end of this video. We hope you
They have a
enjoyed.
system.
And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
Later. I think we'll wrap it up with some sausages. How about that? Because we've been streaming for how long now?
A while.
Right, you sound tired. Yeah, some sausage. It was very.
5 we started streaming, so 6 hours, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's. Oh, from in there, I forgot to spell ordinary. Alright, so let's see. We did this. We did this. We got the one choose. Okay, so it's not ordinary sausage, but that's okay. But the sushi soup. Ugh. La sopa di sushi.
It's gonna be sushi soup.
It have to be sushi
First
soup.
batch. So
You're just
far,
gonna be
sushi.
tasting all the. You're just gonna be. Yeah, it was a waste of good sushi right there. You're just gonna taste the flavors, aren't you? Just like the actual the sauces and spices and
Good.
shit.
Yep. Second batch.
He's
Then
boiling
we'll
it.
hit it with a dusting of soy sauce.
It's a soup.
To me, it looks good. Now things are really cooking. Of course, the problem with sushi soup is you never really quite know when you're done with it. But we're gonna take now as a sign. First, we'll try the broth. You know, it's not terrible. I think the worst thing about it is probably the wasabi taste. But if you close your eyes and think real hard about it, it kind of tastes like miso soup. Now we're gonna try
Okay.
this gigantic sushi roll.
So salt.
It tastes horrible. All the sushi flavor is now in the broth. I'm in a generous kind of mood, so I'm gonna have to give the sushi soup a 3 out of 5.
Oh, our beautiful. Can you tell? This Christmas I was watching a lot of Taste History.
Oh, worthwhile cause.
Oh, here we go. This is the perfect one to wrap it up with. Kentucky Shrimp Scampi.
All right, I got an interesting one for you.
Because I could go for some scampi right now, and hours earlier I could have picked up some scampi for this very moment, and I didn't because I want to start slowly winning myself off gorging too much food. I hate my past self so much.
Today, my friend from Kentucky
Regrets.
swears by this recipe.
I wouldn't have been happy either way. I'd be eating the scampi going, I'm a fat fuck.
I shouldn't have done this.
Shrimp scampi made with Papa John's garlic butter. We're gonna call it Kentucky Shrimp Scampi. You didn't
Okay.
actually provide me with instructions on how to do any of this. I'm just going.
I
by
got some food in the kitchen. I'll
Oh,
something
you
up
also
and run to
wanted
bed.
me to clarify
Oh.
that this isn't
Oh,
something
dear.
that he eats every day. This is more of a special occasion kind of meal. Something that you would make for honored guests. Here
Oh,
we go.
yeah, I feel. Well,
Smells very Papa John's-y.
well, I mean, it's just garlic butter, right?
And more Parmesan
Yeah.
cheese than you can shake a stick.
Wow, that's where he lost me.
And lastly, but not leastly,
How
we
long
add
is he
some
gonna keep
parsley
those shrimp
flakes.
in there?
Oh, that's way too much. This isn't
Oh,
so
Jesus.
much parsley flakes as it is
Don't
parsley
overcook the-
powder.
don't
Some
overcook-
people wait a lifetime for a moment like
It
this.
looks
Need
like
some rice
terrible.
or some toast.
Yeah, it looks like some. It honestly looks like terrible cereal right now.
Here we go.
Hey, so-
Magnificent.
Oh.
This is excellent. tastes like scampi. It's garlicky. It's buttery.
You need
It's got
toast and
way
cayenne
too
pepper,
much
brother.
parsley on it. I'm gonna have to give the
Yeah, I'd
Kentucky
have
Strip
spiced it up a little
scampi
bland,
a
but
5
all
out of
that garlic
5.
definitely for that.
Bop,
Sure.
Yeah. Not a terrible idea. It can just do better, you know? We can all do better in this dark, dank, so dank. My god, it's dank. It's hardcore kush world known as life. Alright. Well, this has been a very cool and, dare I say, productive day. We went on a journey together, you and I. We traveled to the heights and the lows. And then the lows again, and then the highs again, and then I might have had a heart attack from all the emotional distress. But I was too focused on drinking, so I didn't care.
The roller coaster on the cobra's back.
That's all the tactical scope scabs. He spent 200, by the way, this Christmas on tactical soap.
Lord.
Yep.
Well, at least he's using it, and that makes him happy.
Truth, as we well know. But also, he got a gift of a bunch of Harry Potter soaps, and he opened them up. It was like each one was an individual house, and he sniffed at them. And he's like, "That's terrible. It's not as good as this tactical soap. This is terrible. It's not as." He started like he would kill some. He would go to war for tactical soap if it were trying to secede from the Union. You know, his black and white picture of a Civil War era Cobes now dressed in like a Grondike logos as far as the eye can see.
No.
Way down south in the land of traitors, they still really smell kind of possible.
Oh my.
It's the pheromones. Alright. Raisin, you've been amazing as always. Thank you so much for showing up.
Oh, it was fun. I'm sorry I kind of fizzled out here at the end.
Oh,
I'm just gonna catch
no.
a snack and then probably a second win, and I'll be back around.
Well, that's fine. Look, I'm going to may you long enjoy whatever the rest of your evening has planned. I am going to basically just leg it and go on to my own things. I might I was playing Civ before doing this. That might be a sort of set that all the settings are super easy and just kind of veg out on it. Or maybe I'll sit in bed and watch something from YouTube, like a rerun of something I like. Some sort of lore video, like Kings and Generals or Wizards and Warriors or something like that. That'd be kind of interesting. Because I'm that much of a nerd that I will get shit-faced, and what do I want to do? I want to eat snacks and watch a 4-hour documentary on the economy of Middle-earth.
I want to eat snacks, and I think I want to check and see if Medium's still down for playing a late-night game of Shadows in the Forest. It's a tabletop game with little, like, glow-in-the-dark masked people that hide behind trees, and you get, like, a little lantern. It's goofy. I'm playing
like
board game with my
actually
kid in
come
the middle of the night.
over.
Oh, yeah. He's
Nice.
still up and out there. I just have to go ask him if he wants to play.
Yeah, you should do it sooner rather than later then, otherwise it might be a little bit too late, you know?
I had to tell him at 4:00 in the morning last night to go the hell to bed. It's like, we were up to 5 last night. I'm like, yeah, well, you're going to be back in school soon, so you need to start sleeping at a somewhat decent hour.
Yeah, ease yourself into it. It'll save yourself a lot of hassle.
Right.
Well, I will see you around probably next time we have you on, assuming I don't have you on for another stream like this. Will be, do we have you down in January or February?
I don't think we have anything solid planned yet. There was something that got brought up, and we still have to talk about that when we're not live. But yeah, we did. You did bring up something, I believe, for February potentially, but I have to double check with
Yeah.
a couple things about that.
Because we got our first one guaranteed for February. There's been a lot of maybes for February. But earlier today I got my first guarantee. Luna Da Vinci will be returning on the
Nice.
Forbidden Ramblings on the I
You're
think the
good with people
11th.
from my area. She's from like and same thing with Sun. Like with
Yeah.
this Pennsylvania breeds a certain kind of attitude,
Though
and
she
you
is
seem to get on
now
well with it.
hardcore West Coast filth.
Oh,
So
she's West Coast transplant, but still,
yeah.
you can't help it. You could read where she like it made so much sense. I'm like, oh, okay,
Oh, her
she's a
accent
Northeast girl.
gives it
Like
away
you got it.
so
Like, yeah,
quickly.
Philly, New York, like New Jersey, even like it depends. But yeah, it's the area is
Plus, you guys always have this level of
fun.
like hidden pride about that too. I've always noticed, where you're kind of like, it's not hard to goad you out and go like, "Yep, I came from Pittsburgh. Oh, you poor dear. Fuck you." You know,
Like you could say that, but like, have you met people from the other places in this country? I mean, I don't feel ashamed about it.
I think I have a kid in like fucking Des Moines. Yeah, I'm okay. And I've been to Columbus. Columbus is like a child's backdrop of a modern day city. Some skyscrapers that have no distinctive features whatsoever. It's just a
Northeast girls are
place.
cool. Northeast girls are cool.
Hey,
That's just what it is.
I love New England girls because if you piss them off, according to Stephen King, they will haunt you by a lighthouse for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they all right.
Like I said, this is why I was a little bit sus with your worry about naked and laughing. Like, oh yeah, you're going to be introduced to another woman. I don't like her.
Like, is she from around me? Is she from around?
I actually
is she
don't.
hang? Is she city enough?
I don't.
Nah?
I don't know. I don't know. I have yet to. If you see this, there,
I'm
madam,
sure she's lovely. I'm sure she's lovely.
she has been very lovely to me so far, and she seems very chill. I do not try to make too much judgment calls on someone who I have barely understood. But like I
Yeah.
said earlier, there, if you do
I'm a
get
bad
this far
person to ask for
later,
judgment calls on women too, like by a long shot.
let me guess. There was a time in a typing pool that doomed you for the rest of life. That's usually what happens.
Cheerleaders. I used to cheer when I was little.
that does the same thing, I suppose. Like
They
either
met the rest of my friends.
I was
and
gonna say
told
that
me
or nursing.
that I shouldn't be friends with the rest of my friends. And I said, well, they never told me that I shouldn't be friends with you catty bitches, so I guess I choose them.
Oh, I remember this story. Yes.
Yep. That's how that went. And then I learned how catty bitches can be. And
Oh,
it just never
bitches can
stopped.
indeed. Men knew this. Men know this far sooner than the female friends that will eventually be thrown onto the pyre. That they will then join up with the men in the third act to seek their revenge on the catty bitches. You know, she's in the corner. Hey,
Heather's style.
just so you know, I can help you with Courtney. Why would you help Courtney? You're a part of her team. Not anymore, apparently. You want my help or not? Like...
Yeah, Lev, you're gonna be my Christian Slater, Lev.
Some days I just feel like the helpful janitor in the Breakfast Club. You know, why would any of
The
them?
janitor was cool.
Exactly, because like at the end of it, like he's there and having a beer with the principal, and he's like, can you imagine when I'm much older, these kids are gonna be the ones who look after me? And he takes a long swig, and the janitor goes like, no, they won't. Like, and the principal's like, yeah. Why the hell would they care? You've been a dick to them the whole fucking time. They'll be happy.
They'll be in charge.
Yeah, and they will hate. Yeah. No, what I always read that as, they won't have anything but mild disgust at your name and memory. That's your
They'll take
legacy
care
there,
of, yeah,
buddy.
that
They'll get on with
karmic,
their
like,
life, and when they hear that you die, they'll be like, huh, anyway. Like, that's what your
right? They'll
legacy
take
will be.
care of you about as good as you took care of them. Remember what you're doing now.
Exactly. That's how I always read that, and that's when I love because he's so full of himself. The principal. Though here's the thing: the principal tries to put these good stories apart, but then remember the scene where he's got like in the closet with the kid, and he's like, "Go on, take a strike at me, see what happens." He wants to beat the shit out of a fucking
Power trip.
teenager. Yeah, well, who has like no fucking, like, the kid's a fucking latchkey kid. He's clearly on the down and out. Fuck you, buddy. You should be there to help him, not hurt him, and you're hurting him. Like, fuck off. Like, you deserve what you get at the end of the film,
Angry,
which
bitter
is
people don't make good helpers.
yeah. Like, you're trying to handle a bunch of fucking teenagers, and these are the worst kids. Although in some cases they're the best kids, which is all the more reason why that movie is great, because you know it's a little layer cake of everyone in school, from the worst quote unquote to the best quote unquote. And the weird kid who shows up because she's got nowhere else to go. All right, that was a tangent. So, as if we didn't do any tangents tonight, I'll be back on Friday over on Twitch, so please subscribe or just follow over on Twitch. And but if you do subscribe, you get to join our watch party in January. Billy Boy Blue is in charge of the remote this month, and I do apologize, but burping's gonna burp. And it is indeed a good one. We're gonna watch Kung Fury. So you all go there and then join our Discord so we can watch it. And follow me on Twitter, where I will steal about 5 to 6 other people's stuff a day and post it, often without a quote, and then hope to get some sort of clout and feedback off them, because I'm a parasite. Yay! But no, in all fairness, tonight was a good night, and I'm the Smcrass.